Catastrophic Necromancer, 2081 to 2130. Chapter 2081. Enemies always cross paths. The information about the disappearance of the Qing race became increasingly exaggerated as it spread among the various races. The news reached beyond the domain, with all sorts of speculations, but none could be confirmed as the definitive answer. The only person who knew the truth was Lin Moyu. Even the human Saint Sovereigns could only guess. The Hao Saint Sovereign was the first to guess because Lin Moyu had told him before setting out that he was going to the outer region and had given him a rough location. From the route, it was clear that Lin Moyu would pass through the Qing race's territory. So the Hao Saint Sovereign was 80% sure that Lin Moyu was responsible for this. However, he couldn't understand why the stars had disappeared. He instinctively felt that Lin Moyu couldn't have done this alone. But thinking about Lin Moyu's past deeds, he felt it wasn't impossible. Lin Moyu sat in the warship, officially entering the outer region. The boundary between the inner and outer regions was a void, about 100 light-years wide. The void was like a bubble, firmly enveloping the inner space, known as the boundary zone. The laws in the inner region were stronger, while those in the outer region were much weaker. The further one went from the inner region, the weaker the laws became, affecting the speed of cultivation to some extent. Therefore, the outer region was not suitable for cultivation, only for training and exploration. The warship surfaced into the outer space layer. In the boundary zone, the laws would change, making it impossible for the warship to navigate in deep space. Lin Moyu felt the changes in the laws. The undying law, time law, and space law were all slightly affected. The most affected was the starlight law. He had been using the starlight refining method, which originally took 10 days to condense a star. Once he left the inner region, the efficiency of the starlight refining method greatly decreased, taking at least 10 more days to condense a star. As he moved further away, the efficiency of the starlight refining method would continue to decrease until it became ineffective. Lin Moyu observed this special area. In his perception, the entire greater world had the inner region as its center, where the power of the greater world rune was most concentrated. The outer region was a space that the greater world continuously expanded into, swallowing the origins of many other worlds to grow itself. For countless years, the greater world had been expanding, growing larger and larger. It was like a balloon being continuously inflated, unable to stop, until the balloon reached its limit and finally exploded. The greater world was now close to its limit. If it couldn't stop, it would eventually explode. Lin Moyu knew that stopping was impossible. The only solution was to find a way to stabilize the balloon to prevent it from exploding. The warship flew through the boundary zone for a while. In a few days, it would cross the boundary and enter the true outer region. Last time, he had entered the outer region due to a space disturbance, and was then sent back to the inner region by Luo Shen, without entering the boundary zone. It is said that the boundary zone was once a battlefield, with many hidden dangers. Now it has become a paradise for star beasts, home to countless star beasts. Human god sovereigns often disappear here, so I must be careful. Lin Moyu summoned a skeleton general and activated the soul eye to look into the void. Soul flames lit up, one by one. Although not dense, there were more than 100 in his sight. Each soul flame was extremely powerful, at least at the god sovereign level. One of them was particularly large, surpassing the god sovereign level and reaching the other shore realm. Lin Moyu was shocked. In this dark void, so many star beasts were hidden. No wonder people say the boundary zone is a paradise for star beasts. In just this area, there are over 1,000 star beasts, most of them at the god sovereign level, with many high-tier god sovereigns, and even some at the other shore realm. In terms of numbers, the god sovereign level star beasts outnumber the human god sovereigns. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked, recalling the scene in the dark void. If the experts from the Black Blood realm invaded and controlled all these star beasts, It would be a terrifying disaster for the human race. But on second thought, it didn't seem to matter. As long as he was there, no matter how many star beasts there were, it wouldn't matter. Using corpse explosion, these star beasts would become his weapons. If anyone dared to use star beasts against the human race, the result would be very satisfying. The warship silently flew through the starry sky, and Lin Moyu avoided these star beasts. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need to provoke them. In just an hour of flight, Lin Moyu saw no fewer than 10,000 god sovereign-level star beasts, and even some at the other shore realm. This was just a small distance, not even 1/10,000th of the entire boundary zone. Calculating this way, the number of star beasts would be incredibly frightening. Lin Moyu suddenly sensed a familiar aura, and his eyes became sharp. A soul flame entered his sight, at the other shore realm, but clearly injured and somewhat unstable. Starry sky, giant tree. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of the starry sky giant tree. The last time he encountered a star beast was in the small world. Lin Moyu knew he wasn't mistaken. The one he encountered today was the same as back then. The mark left by the starry sky giant tree had long been removed, but it couldn't escape Lin Moyu's keen soul perception. Enemies always cross paths. Should I kill him? Lin Moyu knew the starry sky giant tree had once come to the human race, and was later driven away by the House Saint Sovereign, fleeing in panic. With the space law, even the House Saint Sovereign found it hard to kill him. Now, after so long, his injuries were still not healed. If he wanted to kill him, it was indeed a good opportunity. But with so many star beasts around, if he attacked, would it cause a star beast riot? On second thought, Lin Moyu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Actually, a riot wouldn't be a bad thing. The more star beasts that come, the more advantageous it is for me. Before Lin Moyu could decide, the soul flame of the star beast suddenly boiled. All humans deserve to die. Space trembled, and the roar of the starry sky giant tree echoed in his mind. Lin Moyu's soul world was impacted, but fortunately, it was strong enough to withstand it. If it were another god sovereign, just this roar would have injured them. From the starry sky giant tree's words, Lin Moyu immediately understood his meaning. This guy had been injured by the House Saint Sovereign, hiding here to heal, and blamed all his hatred on the human race. It seems I can't let him live. Lin Moyu made up his mind to kill the starry sky giant tree today, and end this karma. Boom! Several thick vines tore through the starry sky, whipping towards him with a roar. The starry sky giant tree, tens of thousands of kilometers away, launched an attack on Lin Moyu. His attack carried the space law, instantly crossing the starry sky and smashing towards the warship. If hit, the warship would likely be damaged again. Damn it. Without thinking, Lin Moyu put away the warship. The newly repaired warship couldn't be easily damaged. Then Lin Moyu took a step and instantly disappeared into the starry sky. The starry sky giant tree's attack missed, making it even more furious. In that instant, it saw Lin Moyu clearly. It's you. It's actually you. Ha ha ha. You actually came out. You're dead. I will grind your bones to dust. The starry sky giant tree's voice was filled with joy. It also instantly disappeared into the starry sky, using the space law to quickly catch up with Lin Moyu, its vines whipping down madly. Chapter 2082. You can do it, I can do it too. Each losing 800. The cosmic tree also possessed the space rule, appearing even more powerful than Lin Moyu. It caught up to Lin Moyu almost instantly, its vines lashing out frantically. Lin Moyu disappeared again, with another step. This time, Lin Moyu took 3 steps in succession, crossing billions of kilometers, but the cosmic tree followed closely like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing. I didn't expect you to know the space rule too. It's useless. You can't escape. The cosmic tree's voice carried a hint of surprise at Lin Moyu also possessing the space rule. However, It could see that Lin Moyu's space rule was still very weak, not as strong as its own. It pursued even more frantically, closing in step by step. The mark placed on Lin Moyu allowed it to instantly catch up no matter where he fled. Lin Moyu didn't speak, but a sigil array appeared in his hand, the containment array. After another teleportation, he activated the array simultaneously. Just as the cosmic tree appeared, the array enveloped it from all directions. The containment array could not only contain all things, but also trap enemies. The internal space of the containment array was extremely vast, capable of taking in entire star systems, let alone the cosmic tree. Lin Moyu's timing was extremely precise. The containment array activated just as the cosmic tree appeared, before it could react. The cosmic tree vanished from space, and Lin Moyu revealed a slight smile. "I'll use you to test the enemy trapping effect of the containment array." The containment array was very useful, and the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's decree gave the array multiple effects. Lin Moyu had already tried the containment effect, but he didn't know how well it could trap enemies. Lin Moyu didn't leave, but waited quietly. The containment array flickered in space and began to shake after 10 seconds. Lin Moyu said softly, "It seems the containment array can't hold for too long." He wasn't in a hurry, wanting to see the limits of the containment array. The shaking became more violent, and after 20 seconds, the containment array collapsed with a boom. 20 seconds. It can trap a being at the other shore realm for 20 seconds. Not bad. When my realm is higher, the containment array will become stronger too. The escaped cosmic tree immediately found Lin Moyu, and was very shocked to discover he hadn't fled. "You didn't run away." In its thinking, Lin Moyu would definitely have escaped during the time it was trapped. It didn't expect Lin Moyu to not run, but just wait for it like this. For a moment, the cosmic tree was puzzled, not knowing what Lin Moyu was planning. But the next second, its rationality was again obscured by anger and hatred. Back in the small world, it had been on the verge of obtaining Antares Dragon Pearl, only to be thwarted by Lin Moyu in the end. Not only that, its soul had been attacked. How could it endure such humiliation? Later, it was injured by Saint Venerable Hao while searching for Lin Moyu. All its hatred erupted at this moment, with only one thought: to kill Lin Moyu. Seal. The cosmic tree's entire body glowed, and an invisible aura spread outwards, instantly sweeping across billions of miles of space. The cosmic tree used its space rule to seal off space. At this moment, Lin Moyu lost his ability to teleport. The cosmic tree roared, "Your space rule is ineffective now. You can't escape." Its vines danced again, lashing out at Lin Moyu with frenzied force. Lin Moyu calmly pointed a finger, and an undead army appeared in space, densely packed death dragon knights surrounding the cosmic tree on all sides. The vines were blocked, striking the death dragon knights. The golden armor sigils were torn apart like paper, and the death dragon knights collapsed on the spot, only to swiftly revive. The encirclement remained intact, not the least bit disordered. Over 100 legion rulers appeared in the innermost layer, simultaneously raising their battle blades to deliver a fatal strike. This strike from the legion rulers was equivalent to a full power attack from a peak divine venerable, and could inflict some damage on the cosmic tree. Large numbers of vines were severed under the battle blades. The cosmic tree sensed danger, and instinctively tried to flee. But at this moment, it suddenly discovered that its own teleportation had also become ineffective. The legion ruler's battle blades fell on the tree trunk simultaneously. Bark flew everywhere, as wounds appeared all over the trunk. Sap flowed from the wounds, looking horrific, but actually just superficial injuries. Lin Moyu stood at a distance, coldly observing, sealing space. "Not just you can do it, I can too." When the cosmic tree used seal space, Lin Moyu was affected and unable to teleport. Lin Moyu also used seal space, likewise sealing the cosmic tree's teleportation ability. Both possessed the space rule, and sealed space simultaneously. each losing 800. Neither gained an advantage. Damn it. The cosmic tree was furious. The severed vines rapidly regrew, sweeping about wildly. The Legion rulers were sent flying by the vines, severely injured. Large swaths of Death Dragon Knights were killed again. But the next second, the Legion rulers healed themselves and charged back into battle. The pulverized Death Dragon Knights also revived once more. The entire undead army was like cockroaches that couldn't be killed, dying over and over, living again and again. Lin Moyu watched the encirclement form. This will do. He pointed a finger, and the bone hell appeared, enveloping the cosmic tree. The bone hell was smashed to pieces in an instant, but its task was already complete. The mark had been placed. Lin Moyu locked onto the cosmic tree, and undying flames blazed in space. The Skull Throne appeared, and 5 Skull Kings rose from the throne. Crimson cloaks burned with raging flames as the Skull Throne transformed into a giant bone sword. The Skull Kings raised the bone sword. Spell, God Slayer. Sword light flashed, accompanied by the cosmic tree's agonized screams. A huge wound appeared on its trunk, with large amounts of bark and flesh exploding outwards. The Skull Kings were now at the half-step other shore realm in strength. Their rule power was formidable, and even though slightly weaker than the cosmic tree, they could still wound it. Green light blossomed on the cosmic tree's body as wood elements surged madly, repairing the wound. As a plant-type other shore realm cosmic beast, its vitality was unimaginably strong. Moreover, the cosmic tree itself could manipulate wood elements, making it even more troublesome than ordinary plant-type cosmic beasts. The wound inflicted by the Skull Kings was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Then, the cosmic tree began to grow larger. Its body was originally only a few thousand meters tall, even smaller than the Skull Kings. But now, its body began to expand frantically, with vines growing thicker and longer. Lin Moyu recalled what Antares had once said. A true God Realm cosmic tree could reach a height of 10 million meters for its true form. At the God King realm, it could grow another tenfold, and at Divine Venerable realm, it would be even larger. As for the other shore realm, at the other shore realm, it could freely control its size at will. Just like the Skull Kings, at God King realm they were 100,000 meters tall, but at Divine Venerable realm they had shrunk to 10,000 meters instead. The cosmic tree rapidly expanded, its aura constantly strengthening. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a few thousand meters to a colossus 1,000,000 meters tall. Enormous vines swept across space, with vast power permeating the cosmos. The Death Dragon Knight army was instantly swept away and collapsed. Very strong, Lin Moyu muttered to himself. The cosmic tree was even more powerful than the Copper Lizard King. Its massive size gave it terrifying destructive power. Countless vines were like countless weapons sweeping across space. The Skull Kings swung their swords, unleashing myriad sword lights to sever large numbers of vines. The space beside Lin Moyu suddenly split open as a vine lashed out from behind. Lin Moyu sensed it immediately. The golden sword appeared in his hand. The golden sword wove a golden shield to block the sneak attack from the vine. Then ancient jade tablets appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. 10 drops of rainbow water, 100,000 portions of belief power. His aura rose in tandem. Origin spell. Gather power. Chapter 2083. Physical body, soul, and mind. Triple attack. Gufu punched out, and the aura of the other shore realm made the cosmic tree feel threatened. The 1,000,000-meter-high tree body shook violently, and numerous vines and branches grew out, entwined with the power of rules, lashing towards Gufu's punch. Lin Moyu's finger lightly tapped, and red light exploded. A cry of pain came from the cosmic tree, and its movements paused. Lin Moyu did not stop. Flames burned in the starry sky, and a terrifying giant eye opened. The eye of the undead gazed over, and the soul attack heavily struck the cosmic tree. The cosmic tree screamed again, and its movements became stiff. 2 soul impacts could not cause it much harm, only interrupt its attack, but that was enough. The Soul Slayer sword followed closely behind the Eye of the Undead, launching the 3rd soul attack. Lin Moyu did not have time to add rainbow water and belief power to the Soul Slayer sword. The 3 soul attacks came one after another, within less than half a second, and their effect on the cosmic tree would not last more than a second. In that second, Gufu's punch shattered numerous vines and reached the cosmic tree. Gufu's punch landed on it, penetrating its body and then exploding inside. A large hole was blasted in the massive tree body, almost cutting it in half. Green light flickered, and the vast wood element rules surged, trying to heal the wound. However, the wound was entangled with a large amount of undead rules, and the power of death was corroding the wound, making its recovery very slow. When Gu Fu's punch was triggered, Lin Moyu used a large amount of death power. He temporarily elevated to the peak divine venerable level with the help of origin spells, also gaining some rule power. Coupled with the inherent strength of the undead rules, even the cosmic tree would need some time to clear it. 5 3-light talismans flew out, activating simultaneously, and landed on the 5 Skull Kings. Under the effect of the 3-light talismans, the time flow for the Skull Kings changed. 1 second in the real world became 3 seconds for the Skull Kings. The attack frequency of the Skull Kings instantly tripled, and sword lights fell like a storm, cutting countless vines and reaching the cosmic tree. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword slashes fell, creating numerous wounds on the tree body, and countless pieces of tree flesh were cut off. The cosmic tree frantically shook its body, and new vines grew from the places attacked by the Skull Kings, whipping at the Skull Kings. The sturdy bodies of the Skull Kings were whipped out with countless cracks, on the verge of collapse. A row of Legion rulers stood behind Lin Moyu, healing the Skull Kings. The cosmic tree drew out more vines, binding the Skull Kings and making it difficult for them to move. Then the vines exerted force, severely injuring the Skull Kings, shattering them on the spot, leaving the Legion rulers no time to heal them. But in the next second, the Skull Kings revived and continued their fierce attack on the cosmic tree. The cosmic tree was going crazy. It couldn't kill the Skull Kings. Not only the Skull Kings, but the Undead Legion was also endless, reviving after being killed. The Soul Slayer sword returned, and Lin Moyu took out 100 drops of rainbow water and 1,000,000 portions of belief power, pushing the power of the Soul Slayer sword to the limit. The Soul Slayer sword struck again, launching a soul attack, followed by the cosmic tree's scream. This soul attack was much stronger than the previous ones, almost shattering the cosmic tree's soul world. The soul was severely injured, and the cosmic tree angrily whipped at Lin Moyu. The vines broke through the space barrier and appeared in front of Lin Moyu in an instant. Lin Moyu did not dodge, relying on the golden sword to firmly block the vines. The golden shield twisted under the attack, but it seemed it could hold on for a few more seconds. The Skull Kings, once again shattered, did not revive and disappeared simultaneously. In the next second, Lin Moyu summoned the Skull Kings again. The Skull Throne appeared in the flames, and the Skull Kings rose, swinging their swords to block the vine attack for Lin Moyu. The aura of origin spells rose again on Lin Moyu. Origin spell. Strengthen soldiers. The damage of the Undead Legion increased tenfold, and their combat power greatly enhanced. Then came the rainbow water and belief power. Lin Moyu had used this tactic many times, always effective. With 2 origin spells activated, Lin Moyu also raised the golden sword. Spell, God Slayer. The second God Slayer was 10 times more powerful than the first. The cosmic tree bristled, sensing extreme danger. The power of space flowed down, forming a space barrier around it, trying to use space rules to block Lin Moyu's attack. But the God Slayer sword ignored the space barrier, directly exploding on the cosmic tree. The sword light shone like a star, then exploded. Boom! 6 huge holes were blasted in the cosmic tree, almost piercing its massive body. The wood element rules surged madly, trying to heal the wounds, but the effect was poor. The cosmic tree enlarged its body, its power increasing accordingly, but its defense remained unchanged. Lin Moyu's eyes sparkled. The cosmic tree's space rules had not evolved into space principles. Moreover, its space rules were not strong, only slightly stronger than his own. Even Yu Qingru's mastery of space rules was stronger than the cosmic tree's. The cosmic tree was born with two rules: wood element rules and space rules. The wood element rules were strong and had been converted into rule power. In comparison, its space rules were weak and had not been converted into space principles. Why was this? It was very unreasonable. Lin Moyu thought of the Starry Sky Merman clan. The Starry Sky Merman clan did not allow others to comprehend space rules. That was their exclusive domain. The Starry Sky Merman clan had a causal treasure that could remotely lock onto enemies in attack. If the cosmic tree could not enhance its space rules, it was likely related to the Starry Sky Merman clan. Lin Moyu's aura gradually weakened, his soul power exhausted, and the origin spells disappeared. Lin Moyu's eyes turned slightly, with a hint of mockery. It seems you are really stupid. Unable to comprehend stronger space rules, the cosmic tree roared in anger. Bastard! You don't understand at all, Lin Moyu said. You possess space rules, but can't comprehend them. What a waste. Your wisdom is only slightly better than a beast's. Space rules on you are simply an insult. Lin Moyu's words were extremely mocking, making the cosmic tree even angrier, and its attacks became more frenzied. The wood element rules erupted, evolving countless cosmic trees in the starry sky, all constructed from rule power. These cosmic trees had the combat power of high-level divine venerables. Lin Moyu shook his head. Competing in numbers? You're far behind. With a thought, billions of skeleton gods charged out, filling the starry sky and surrounding the cosmic tree again. The cosmic trees evolved from wood element rules were also submerged by the skeleton gods, unable to make any waves. The cosmic tree was furious. Since the battle with Lin Moyu began, it had never gained the upper hand. Not only was it injured, its soul in great pain, and its wounds difficult to heal, but it also had no way to deal with Lin Moyu. The endless sea of skeletons alone was enough to kill it for a long time. Now, Lin Moyu was insulting it with words, uncovering its deepest scars. It roared irrationally. You know nothing. The more you comprehend space rules, the faster you die. Lin Moyu knew from its reaction that his guess was correct. It must have been targeted by the Starry Sky Merman clan. If it continued to comprehend space rules, the Saint Venerable of the Starry Sky Merman clan would personally find it. The cosmic tree roared in anger, issuing one roar after another. The sound shook the space, spreading billions of miles, awakening one powerful cosmic tree after another. Chapter 2084. Stunned by the explosion. Tens of thousands of cosmic beasts awakened and rushed towards Lin Moyu. There must be a reason why the cosmic tree chose to recover here. Countless cosmic beasts live in the boundary region. If most cosmic beasts weren't mindless, they could probably form a whole new race. Lin Moyu had even thought of a name for them: the Beast Race. Now the reaction of the cosmic beasts confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. The cosmic tree hid here, so it could summon large numbers of cosmic beasts if in danger. Among these cosmic beasts were many at the peak divine venerable level. Even those at the other shore realm would have a headache facing them. With so many cosmic beasts, plus its own space rules, even if a Saint Venerable came, it could retreat with ease. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed. This is exactly what I want. He deliberately insulted the cosmic tree for this moment. Lin Moyu was very clear about his own strength. Defeating someone at the other shore realm wasn't difficult, but killing them was not easy. Unless that other shore realm being just stood there letting him kill it. When the Copper Lizard King fled that day, it became difficult to kill it. The current cosmic tree was the same. If it really wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill it, especially since it was a plant-type cosmic beast with incredibly strong vitality and regeneration. After some thought, Lin Moyu found 2 ways to kill it. The first was to use his trump cards, which wasn't worth it, so he abandoned that idea. The second was to use corpse explosion again, but he didn't have enough corpses on hand to guarantee killing the cosmic tree. Since there weren't enough, he'd just borrow some more corpses. There were so many cosmic beasts here, all excellent materials. Now, large numbers of cosmic beasts were coming, exactly as Lin Moyu had anticipated. With a thought, the bone hell appeared, enveloping the charging cosmic beasts. Hell fiends flew out madly, attacking the cosmic beasts. The cosmic beasts instinctively counterattacked, quickly getting marked. Lin Moyu took out a divine venerable corpse. "I'll use these cosmic beasts to send you off." The cosmic tree was now surrounded by skeleton divine generals, unable to see what Lin Moyu was doing. But for some reason, it vaguely felt something was wrong, as if it had made a terrible mistake. Boom! An explosion shook the cosmos and souls. With just one divine venerable corpse, Lin Moyu killed 8 cosmic beasts. The power of corpse explosion is determined by the corpse's level in life, but his talent provided a bonus, often allowing it to kill across realms. Upgraded to the white star level, corpse explosion ignored time and space. As long as the target was locked on, it would be hit no matter how far away. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued non-stop, the entire cosmos shaking. The explosions became more and more frequent, endless. What's happening? What's going on? The cosmic tree was stunned amid the explosions. It frantically swept the cosmos, the skeleton divine generals dying and reviving and dying again. In any case, the encirclement didn't budge an inch, absolutely not letting it leave. Death Dragon Knights charged, crashing into it recklessly. Even if they were smashed to pieces, they showed no fear. Their level was lower, so the damage was small, but there were too many of them. The cosmic tree wanted to break out of the encirclement, but was pushed back again and again. The rumbling continued, getting faster and faster. Dozens of explosions could be heard every second, along with the faint screams of cosmic beasts. The cosmic tree finally realized that the cosmic beasts it summoned were being slaughtered. Every time an explosion sounded, several cosmic beasts would die. The cosmic tree finally remembered something. Its avatar had also been blown up in that small world before. An increasingly bad feeling grew stronger. Boom! Another explosion. Large amounts of bark and flesh blown away. The cosmic tree shook all over and screamed in agony. This explosion landed on itself, with power close to an other shore realm attack. Then, explosions occurred one after another, each very powerful. The cosmic tree screamed non-stop, its vines constantly blown off, wounds all over its body. Lin Moyu worked with both hands, multitasking to detonate corpse after corpse. The cosmic tree was engulfed in explosions, its aura rapidly weakening, injuries growing more severe. In the blink of an eye, most of its dense branches had been blown off, looking somewhat bare. Green sap flew wildly through space, its huge body covered in wounds, appearing somewhat incomplete. The cosmic tree finally couldn't bear it anymore. Its space rules erupted fully, tearing space apart. The cosmic tree's branches all snapped off at once, its body shrinking back to 1,000 meters. The cosmic tree crashed into the torn space, instantly fleeing. It traversed hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant, appearing far away and fleeing rapidly. Lin Moyu didn't pursue. Space was still sealed here, so he couldn't use space rules. The cosmic tree was able to traverse space because it paid a huge price. Lin Moyu could sense that after tearing space, its aura had sharply weakened. Due to the Starry Sky Merman clan, The cosmic tree had never been able to cultivate its space rules, not much stronger than Lin Moyu's. It forcefully erupted its space rules to tear space, inevitably paying a price. Watching the cosmic tree flee into the distance, Lin Moyu smiled coldly. You can't escape. There were still over 10,000 cosmic beast corpses before him. The strongest were peak divine venerables, with many high-level divine venerables. More than enough to blow up the cosmic tree. But to be safe, Lin Moyu activated the origin spell. Strengthen soldiers again. Damage amplified 10 times. As a final insurance. White star level spell. Corpse explosion. The cosmic tree fled far away. Seeing Lin Moyu hadn't pursued, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the branches on its body had broken off, even its soul somewhat damaged. Forcefully erupting space rules to tear the sealed space indeed cost a lot. It would take several hundred to 1,000 years to recover. I won't let you go. Absolutely not. From now on, this lord will kill any human. I see. Its hatred for Lin Moyu had seeped into its bones, extending to the entire human race. Just as it was thinking this, a sense of danger suddenly descended, then exploded on its body. Explosions came one after another, engulfing it once more. The cosmic tree was completely stunned. It had clearly fled far away. Why was it still being attacked? It used space rules again, continuing to flee, instantly leaving hundreds of millions of kilometers behind. But all along the way, the explosions never stopped. Even as it was teleporting, the explosions continued non-stop. It fled further and further, but no matter where it went, the attacks followed like a shadow. Explosions kept occurring on its body. Its bark had been completely blown off. Now with each explosion, flesh and blood were sent flying. Green sap trailed through space everywhere. The cosmic tree wanted to cry. Its injuries grew more and more severe, consciousness starting to blur. Why is this happening? It really didn't understand what method Lin Moyu was using. It had clearly escaped over 100 million kilometers, not even seeing Lin Moyu's shadow anymore. Why was it still being attacked? And the attack intensity was even more terrifying than before. Its body collapsed, the 1,000-meter body breaking apart, less than 100 meters remaining. The tree core was exposed. This was its nucleus, usually very well protected. But now, it had no strength left to protect it. The cosmic tree was finally on the verge of death, barely conscious. At this moment, the explosions finally stopped. The cosmic tree's consciousness was blurring. It lay motionless in space. Nearby cosmic beasts seemed to smell something, awakening one after another and flying towards the cosmic tree. Chapter 2085. This is the great world. The cosmic tree realized this, and its heart filled with despair. It was at the other shore realm, and its flesh held great allure for other cosmic beasts. Usually, when it was strong, the cosmic beasts revered it and obeyed its commands. Now that it had become weak and on the verge of death, those cosmic beasts would devour it and eat it up. There were countless cosmic beasts with powerful strength, but they lacked intelligence. Only a few cosmic beasts could awaken intelligence and think and grow like other living beings. The vast majority of cosmic beasts only acted on instinct. It watched helplessly as large numbers of cosmic beasts flew over from all directions, their eyes filled with undisguised greed. The cosmic tree could only watch them approach, bringing death. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the cosmic tree heard screams as cosmic beasts were blasted away. Then it saw the undead army, blocking all the approaching cosmic beasts. Explosions continued non-stop, and those cosmic beasts were instantly blown to death, not a single one remaining. Lin Moyu appeared before the cosmic tree, looking at it coldly. Any last words? As someone he had known since the small world, Lin Moyu didn't mind letting it leave some last words before death. The cosmic tree seemed to have lost its anger, its voice becoming calm. Facing death, there was nothing it couldn't let go of. No last words. I just can't accept why I had to encounter you. From the small world until now. How many years have passed? Why have you become so strong? But you won't live much longer either. As long as you continue cultivating the space rule, someone will come to kill you. It's a Saint Venerable. You can't escape. Lin Moyu shook his head. You don't even know who's stopping you from cultivating the space rule. How pitiful. The cosmic tree's soul flickered a few times, you know? Lin Moyu said. I know. And they've already made a move against me. But they failed. They can't stop me. The cosmic tree's voice became agitated again, roaring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Moyu said. Nothing is impossible. I was originally going to tell you, but since you don't believe me, there's no need to say more. As he spoke, wisps of white mist rose from his body, with faint dragon roars sounding. Luck. Transformation. Dragon. Lin Moyu used the luck explosion technique, raising his luck to the limit. At the same time, he began controlling the cosmic tree's luck. The cosmic tree's luck was extremely poor, with a value of only 1, dark gray, on the verge of death. The difference in luck between them was huge. The luck explosion technique activated. With a light crack, that was the last sound the cosmic tree heard. Its soul collapsed, and its consciousness fell into endless darkness. The cosmic tree died, dying under the luck explosion technique. Lin Moyu quietly sensed, and found that causality had not changed at all. The cosmic tree had not left any backup plans, so no causality was produced. This was the best outcome. Lin Moyu did not like causality. Causality was too heavy. Too much of it would be unbearable, even for the great world, let alone himself. Just as he was about to put away the cosmic tree's corpse, Lin Moyu suddenly noticed something unusual. Inside the cosmic tree's body, there was actually something hidden. This was the most core part of the cosmic tree, equivalent to a human's heart. Yet something was hidden inside. Lin Moyu took it out, surprise flashing in his eyes. This is a shell? What the cosmic tree had hidden in its body was actually a piece of shell. Where there is sea, there are usually shells. The Starry Sky Merman clan also liked to use shells, and they could refine shells into all kinds of magical treasures. Yu Qingru had once given Lin Moyu a communication device made from a shell. Within a certain range, they could communicate with each other. But now finding a shell hidden in the cosmic tree's body was rather strange. Lin Moyu held the shell in his hand and examined it carefully, finding it had many similarities to the shell Yu Qingru had given him. This shell should be a magical treasure. But there are no traces of it being refined. Why did the cosmic tree keep it and hide it so deeply? Lin Moyu was very puzzled. If the cosmic tree were still alive, he could ask. But it was dead now. Of course, he could use Revive the Dead to turn it into a revived being and ask, but whether he could successfully control it across such a large realm gap was questionable, and he had to consider if it was worth it. Moreover, the cosmic tree might not know the answer. The cosmic tree knew very little. Unlike humans with their vast inheritance, its information was too scarce. Perhaps it had kept the shell simply because it was unusual, without necessarily knowing what the shell was for. Just looking with the naked eye, nothing could be seen. Compared to the Starry Sky Merman clan's shells, it was 70% similar, but there were differences. Lin Moyu clearly sensed that this shell obtained by the cosmic tree was of a higher grade and quality than the one Yu Qingru had given him. From the shell, Lin Moyu felt a familiar aura. He thought for a moment, and knew where the similarity lay. Inheritance Pearl. Lin Moyu sensed an aura from the shell, similar to the Inheritance Pearl of the Cloud Mist sect. The strong cultivators of ancient times liked to use pearls. Of course, The pearls they used were not ordinary pearls. Lin Moyu's heart stirred. Is there something recorded in here too? He carefully sent his soul power in. Though he felt there shouldn't be any danger, Lin Moyu was still very cautious. The soul power smoothly entered, and the shell began to glow faintly. The light was beautiful. A deep blue. Very enchanting. There's something here. Lin Moyu continued injecting soul power to see if he could fully activate the shell. Time passed second by second. Lin Moyu injected more and more soul power, and the shell grew brighter and brighter, the area covered by light rapidly expanding. Lin Moyu's eyes grew more surprised. The soul power he had injected already exceeded his total soul power. If not for the world tree continuously replenishing his soul power, it would have been exhausted long ago. But the shell still wasn't fully activated. Lin Moyu could sense that it still needed more soul power. As soon as he stopped, the shell would quickly dim. Lin Moyu was determined. He wanted to see just how much soul power the shell could absorb. At this point, he was completely certain the shell was extraordinary. If it were an ordinary object, it would have been burst apart by his soul power long ago. After a full 10 minutes, the shell was finally fully activated. The light it emitted covered a vast area of space, reaching tens of millions of kilometers. All the cosmic beasts in this region of space retreated. They seemed very afraid of the shell's light. Tens of millions of kilometers of space turned azure blue. Then Lin Moyu heard the sound of rushing water, and his nose became moist. At this moment, he had the illusion of being in the ocean. Waves rippled, and in the blink of an eye, space was covered by ocean. Lin Moyu found himself truly in the ocean. The ocean was not far below his feet, but for some reason, Lin Moyu felt this ocean was extremely dangerous. Then, he saw a large sphere, drifting with the waves in the ocean. The sphere was translucent, half above the water and half below, bobbing up and down. The moment Lin Moyu saw the sphere, he could no longer look away. His body trembled slightly. He opened his mouth and spoke with difficulty. This is the Great World. Chapter 2086. The Great World in the Boundary Sea. Lin Moyu's expression was very peculiar at this moment. Even as calm as he was, he couldn't help but be shocked. The scene before him was simply too unbelievable. He actually saw the Great World from an outside perspective, looking down upon it. This experience was unprecedented. The reason he was so certain was because of the Great World rune. His gaze penetrated the translucent sphere and saw a delicate rune at its center. This rune was already shattered, full of cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. He recognized this rune, having seen it more than once. It was undoubtedly the Great World rune. Besides the Great World rune, he also saw countless starlights within the sphere. These starlights interwove into star regions, which were the various star regions within the Great World. Among them were the human race's Divine City star region, the Four Directions star region, and the star regions of the demon race, Golden Eagle race, and other races. He even found the Green Crane tribe star region, which he had recently destroyed. The Green Crane tribe star region was now empty, with nothing left. Beyond the star regions, there was an incredibly vast space, which was the outer domain space. The outer domain space was not empty. It also had stars, though very few in number. Moreover, most of the outer domain space was hidden beneath the seawater, making it impossible to see clearly. Combining all these observations, Lin Moyu judged that this sphere was the Great World. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase that the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had once blurted out, which contained a term, boundary sea. At that time, the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable did not elaborate, but now Lin Moyu understood. Boundary sea. The Sea of Worlds. The Great World is one world, and there are many worlds like the Great World. These worlds vary in size and are countless, and the place where they exist is the Boundary Sea. If this is truly the Boundary Sea, then there should be other worlds. Lin Moyu searched within the Boundary Sea and finally saw another sphere in the distance. This sphere was much smaller than the Great World, about 1% of its size. However, Lin Moyu felt that this world was full of vitality, while the Great World felt like it was in its twilight years. Then Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. He knew which world this was. During the Saint Venerable's recent divine journey, he had entered a strange world. Later, Old Star guessed that this world was very close to the Great World and was likely to collide with it. Lin Moyu looked at the trajectories of the two worlds, and his face turned grim. Old Star was right. They will indeed collide. Judging by the speed of the two worlds' trajectories, a collision was inevitable. Lin Moyu felt an urgent sense of crisis. Although the two worlds were still far apart, the collision was only a matter of time. This vibrant world, though much smaller than the Great World, likely had supreme realm powerhouses. If there was only one, it might be manageable, but if there were more, the Great World would be doomed. I don't know how much time is left. Lin Moyu couldn't determine the time. He felt that the time in the Boundary Sea and the Great World was different, making it impossible to judge. The Great World is here. Where is the Black Blood, Great Realm? Suddenly thinking of the Black Blood, Great Realm, Lin Moyu continued to search for its traces but found nothing. That's impossible. The Black Blood, Great Realm, is missing? Is it because I can't see it? Or is it really gone? Lin Moyu couldn't make an accurate judgment. At this moment, the light from the shell began to retract, quickly dimming, and the azure light was disappearing. Lin Moyu hadn't seen enough, and immediately injected soul power into the shell, but it had no effect. The shell rejected his soul power. A few seconds later, the Boundary Sea disappeared, and the starry sky returned to calm. Lin Moyu's body trembled, and his brows furrowed. He felt as if he had returned from another time and space, and the time around him seemed abnormal. Lin Moyu used the time rule, letting it flow through his body, and the discomfort gradually disappeared. My feeling was correct. I indeed entered another time and space. Just now. It wasn't the time and space of the Great World. Could it be that I briefly left the Great World? Lin Moyu found it hard to believe. He was clearly here. So how could he leave the Great World? A small piece of shell could actually take him out of the Great World. The shell had lost its luster and became ordinary. Lin Moyu felt that this shell came from the Boundary Sea, not something native to the Great World. It had a magical function, allowing him to see the world outside the Great World and the Boundary Sea. Different time and space, different time flow. I stayed there for about 10 minutes. How long has passed in the Great World? Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and he immediately took out the warship. The warship had a timekeeping device to show the time. Excluding the time spent fighting the starry sky giant tree, it had been over 70 days. 10 minutes. 70 days. A 10,000-fold time flow. Lin Moyu was stunned. 10 minutes in the Boundary Sea equaled 70 days in the real world. 10 minutes, 70 days. A 10,000-fold time flow. Though unbelievable, he could only accept reality. Lin Moyu calmed down completely. According to the time in the Boundary Sea, the collision between that world and the Great World will happen in about 50 days, which is 50,000 days in the real world. That's less than 1,400 years. This time is shorter than expected. Old Star had said it was very close, but it was still measured in thousands of years. According to Old Star's estimate, the collision would happen in at least a few thousand years. But what Lin Moyu saw this time was precise to 1,400 years. 1,400 years. Not much time left for the Great World and the human race. Putting away the shell and the starry sky giant tree's corpse, Lin Moyu sighed and took out the warship to leave again. At this point, Lin Moyu knew that any concern or worry was useless. The collision of two worlds, the impending world war, was even more brutal than a race war. It was a matter of life and death. Unlike the ancient human race, which was so powerful that it was willing to give the weak a piece of the sky, Lin Moyu believed that the powerhouses of that world would surely erase everything in the Great World and plunder its origin to strengthen their own world. He pondered deeply about what he needed to do next. 400 years. He needed to ascend to the Saint Venerable realm. 400 years. He needed to clear out all the races in the Great World, leaving none behind. The collision of worlds is both a danger and an opportunity. If we can win, there might be a chance to use the new world's origin to open a new divine path. The words of the Saint's sigil Heavenly Venerable were still vivid in his mind. The Great World once had only one divine path, and the subsequent divine paths were established by plundering the origins of other worlds. Although he didn't fully understand the root cause, Lin Moyu already knew that plundering the origins of other worlds could establish new divine paths. So, the collision of worlds was both a danger and an opportunity. The divine path must be established, and this was something Lin Moyu would never give up. Then let's give it a try. The warship flew across the boundary, truly entering the outer domain, diving into deep space, and flying farther and farther away. Chapter 2087. The Ghost Race Born to Take the Blame. Killing the Cosmic Tree also settled 100-year-old grudge. With the karmic connection severed, Lin Moyu felt a sense of relief. After cutting off the karmic ties with a being at the other shore realm, the change in feeling was quite noticeable. Lin Moyu knew he carried a lot of karmic burdens, with countless alien races wanting to kill him. But sooner or later, he would cut them all off, settling all karmic debts, traveling light, to see if he could find a way to establish a new divine path. Lin Moyu once again immersed himself in rune cultivation. The path of runes was too vast and profound. He still had much to learn. As for realm cultivation, he had already found another method. Just as he had sought out strange stars before the divine venerable realm, now he had other methods for cultivation. The questions about the Green Crane tribe's annihilation did not stop after 100 days, but rather showed a trend of intensifying. The stranger the incident, the more it worried people. Many races not much different from the Green Crane tribe began to fear for themselves. The several Saint Venerables of the human race were basically certain it was Lin Moyu's doing, but they wouldn't say so. Not only did they not speak of it, they also spread false information. The implication was that it might have been the appearance of the ghost race from outside the domain that caused this phenomenon. The ghost race was not made up by the human race. Many races had records of the ghost race. However, there was very little information about the ghost race. The human race's Saint Venerables had to think hard before coming up with the ghost race, so they embellished and exaggerated before releasing this information. In the human race's message, the ghost race devoured everything, leaving nothing in their wake. However, the ghost race had always lived outside the domain, rarely coming inside. The human race's message was half true and half false, but the other races had no choice but to believe it. After all, the human race was the oldest race in this world, possessing the most comprehensive information, except for the legendary dragon race. Probably no other race knew more than the human race. But the dragon race had disappeared for countless years, and only the human race could find them. Moreover, the dragon race never interfered with the operation of this world, did not participate in any racial wars, and never came to the great world to obtain resources, remaining extremely mysterious. After the news about the ghost race appeared, many races chose to believe it. The human race's Saint Venerables were already laughing with joy. As long as someone believed it, their goal had been achieved. Their purpose in releasing the information was to confuse the issue, to prevent people from suspecting Lin Moyu. Even a little suspicion was not allowed. Saint Venerable Hao guessed that Lin Moyu might do it a second, or even a third time. Finding someone to take the blame in advance would only benefit Lin Moyu, with no downsides. The Saint Venerables actually knew clearly in their hearts that if there was still hope for the human race, if there was still hope for this world, that hope was very likely to be on the Lin Moyu siblings. They would not interfere with the growth of the two, but they would do their best to do what they could. Half a month later, Lin Moyu's warship left deep space. The outer domain was silent and pitch black, with starlight becoming extremely rare here. The faint light on the warship became the brightest star. There were no star maps here. Lin Moyu could only navigate by himself. Perhaps in ancient times, this was also a prosperous star region. Lin Moyu put away the warship, his gaze sweeping across the empty starry sky, unable to help but sigh. In ancient times, the human race's world was extremely prosperous and powerful, and their territory far exceeded that of today. Where Lin Moyu stood now was 100,000 light-years away from the inner domain, extremely desolate. But in ancient times, this place was very likely to have been extremely prosperous, with countless cultivators. If he could go back in time, he really wanted to see what kind of grand spectacle the human race had in those days. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and drew a rune. This rune came from the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, specifically used for pointing directions, pointing to the direction of this inheritance site. Only within 10 million kilometers of the inheritance site would the rune take effect. The rune flashed in the starry sky, but did not point out a specific direction. Still, more than 10 million kilometers away, Lin Moyu left behind a skeleton divine general, then chose a direction and teleported away. After teleporting 10 million kilometers, he drew the pointing rune again to check. Because of deep space navigation, the maximum error could reach 100 million kilometers, so Lin Moyu could only try bit by bit. With the skeleton divine general as the center point and a diameter of 100 million kilometers, he drew a spherical range. Lin Moyu kept teleporting within this spherical range, constantly drawing runes. Finally, after a series of searches, the pointing rune finally showed some movement. The pointing rune transformed into a beam of light, pointing directly to a certain place. Lin Moyu immediately went there, arriving at the place the pointing rune indicated. This place was equally empty, seemingly nothing there. Since the rune pointed here, it couldn't be that there was nothing. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and knew what the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had done. The Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had set up a containment array here, leaving the inheritance items in the array. If one couldn't break through the containment array he had set up, one couldn't obtain the things inside. It was a small test, not too big or too small. Lin Moyu was already very familiar with the containment array, so naturally it couldn't stump him. The space rule rolled and surged, enveloping the surrounding starry sky. No matter how well hidden the containment array was, it always existed within space. As the space rule swept by, it would inevitably reveal some clues. Sure enough, Lin Moyu sensed the existence of the containment array. Having found the right location, the next step was easy. Lin Moyu drew a rune on the spot, and the rune accurately hit the containment array. The originally hidden containment array was immediately revealed. Then Lin Moyu used his soul power as a key to dismantle the array left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. Fortunately, the array left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable is not high level. If it were like the ancient box, needing rule power to open, that would be troublesome. The containment array was quickly dismantled, and the things inside the internal space were revealed. Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed, and he moved his feet to teleport away. A sword light slashed through the void, shattering the afterimage he left behind. Lin Moyu appeared 100,000 kilometers away, his expression somewhat unpleasant. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough just now, he would have been hit. The sword light continued to dance, drawing out brilliant trailing shadows. Under the sword light was a box, which was the ancient box Lin Moyu had seen before. The box was covered with runes, very complex ancient runes that would give one a headache just looking at them. The sword light danced with flickering shadows, and runes appeared within the shadows. The sword body also flashed with complex runes. This is a rune artifact. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this sword was actually a rune artifact. Rune masters can craft their own rune artifacts, and rune swords are the most common type. However, the power of rune artifacts crafted by different rune masters varies greatly, with huge differences. The difference is not based on realm. Some rune masters are skilled in rune arrays, but not in crafting rune artifacts. Perhaps the rune artifacts they craft are not as good as those of rune masters one realm lower. The rune sword, left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, naturally cannot be underestimated. In Lin Moyu's perception, this rune sword had already reached the other shore realm, no weaker than the Soul Slayer sword. Lin Moyu's mind was clear as a mirror, suddenly understanding the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's intentions. In the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's inheritance, he first taught the most basic rune knowledge, then began to impart runes, followed by dismantling runes and setting up rune arrays. Now it was finally time for how to craft rune artifacts. The Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable used his method to impart various knowledge about the path of runes, various techniques and methods, one by one. Chapter 2088. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's Sigil Sword. Lin Moyu flew over, but didn't get too close, maintaining a distance of over 10,000 kilometers. The sigil sword was very fast, able to cross this distance in an instant. Lin Moyu was extremely cautious, ready to teleport away at any moment. He had fought against other Shore Realm powerhouses before, but this was his first time facing an other Shore Realm treasure. The sigil sword wasn't large, but its power was immense. Even if the undead army acted as a meat shield, it would likely be easily pierced through. Lin Moyu wasn't sure if the golden sword could block it. Most likely it couldn't. At best, it could hold out for a while. Lasting 10 seconds would be considered good. Even from over 10,000 kilometers away, Lin Moyu could feel the sharpness of the sigil sword. Within the sword light, the figure of Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable appeared. It was another soul fragment. Lin Moyu wondered if Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's soul was inexhaustible, leaving fragment after fragment. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable smiled at Lin Moyu. "You're quite impressive, able to come here at just Divine Venerable rank 3. It seems you've obtained all the inheritances I left before. But the difficulty of this inheritance is not small." He spoke as if the previous inheritances had been easy. But Lin Moyu only thought this to himself, not saying it out loud. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable was eccentric. Better not to mock him. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable said, "In the previous inheritances, you learned some basic knowledge of sigils, and also learned how to use sigils to set up arrays. Being able to come here shows you not only have excellent comprehension suitable for the path of sigils, but your combat power must not be weak either. This time there's no need to solve puzzles. You just need to fight. If you can defeat the sigil sword I left behind, you can obtain the inheritance and rewards. But I warn you in advance, if you're killed by the sigil sword, you can only blame your bad luck." One moment, he was speaking kindly, like a benevolent elder selecting a successor. The next moment, he spoke such cold words, devoid of any emotion. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's temperament was truly extremely eccentric. After speaking, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable lightly tapped his finger, and a sigil automatically flew out. Lin Moyu had a bad feeling, but it was already too late. Countless sigils appeared in the starry sky, densely packed, forming a huge array. This array was extremely large, the largest sigil array Lin Moyu had ever seen. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable said, "I have sealed off 1 billion kilometers of space. You cannot leave until you defeat the sigil sword." Lin Moyu was cursing in his heart. He knew Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable wasn't lying. The space within 1 billion kilometers had indeed been sealed off. It wasn't like sealing space. He could still freely use his space rules. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had surrounded 1 billion kilometers of space like a cage, not allowing Lin Moyu to escape. Other than that, there were no other restrictions. As Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable finished speaking, the sigil sword flew over with incredible speed, arriving in front of Lin Moyu almost instantly. Lin Moyu instinctively took a step and teleported 400 million kilometers away. Just as his figure appeared, his expression changed drastically. The sigil sword was already right in front of him again. So fast. Lin Moyu was shocked. The sigil sword's speed far exceeded his expectations. He teleported again without thinking. But each time he finished teleporting, the sigil sword was right in front of him. Impossible. Something must be wrong. It can't be this fast. Lin Moyu knew he teleported to different locations each time. No matter how fast the sigil sword was, it should take some time to find his position. But as soon as he finished teleporting, the sigil sword would appear in front of him. This was very abnormal. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's voice rang out. My sigil treasure has the ability to track and break through space. Even with your space rules, you can't escape. Damn it. Lin Moyu cursed in his heart. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable truly left no loopholes. The sigil sword possessed both tracking and space-breaking abilities. And Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's method was extremely skillful. Lin Moyu hadn't detected being locked onto at all. It's probably not locking on, but marking me. The sigil sword won't give me a chance to remove the mark. It's not a soul lock, so the wings of the undead won't work. With its space-breaking ability, I can teleport, but so can the sigil sword. So no matter how I teleport, the sigil sword can arrive instantly. After figuring it out, Lin Moyu teleported once more but didn't dodge again. The golden sword appeared in his hand, swinging fiercely to clash with the sigil sword. With a bang, Lin Moyu was sent flying thousands of kilometers by an enormous force, unable to stop. The sigil sword was also knocked away, but after spinning a few times, it flew back rapidly. Lin Moyu swung his sword again, forming a golden shield. The sigil sword struck the golden shield, causing countless cracks to appear. The flying sword was knocked back again. Lin Moyu looked at the golden sword. A notch had appeared on the blade from the collision. The outer layer of the golden sword was formed from the golden rule by Heavenly Saint Venerable. Though sturdy, it was clearly not as strong as the sigil sword. The sigil sword flew back and crashed into the golden shield again. The shield shattered with a boom. It was even worse than Lin Moyu had expected. The shield only blocked 2 attacks, but it also bought Lin Moyu some time. Large numbers of skeleton divine generals appeared in the starry sky, forming a skeleton meat shield. Lin Moyu knew that just dodging wouldn't work. He had to counterattack. The skeleton divine generals all swung their swords at the sigil sword, filling the starry sky with pure white sword ki. The sigil sword burst out of the white sword chi, its momentum undiminished as it stabbed towards Lin Moyu. The sword chi from the skeleton divine generals had no effect on it at all. The skeleton divine generals blocked the sigil sword's path. Their golden armor sigils glowed brightly, interwoven to form hundreds of layers of defense. Each layer of golden armor sigils could block a strike from a peak divine venerable, but Lin Moyu knew it was far from enough against an other shore realm being. There had been precedents before. Against attacks from other shore realm beings, the golden armor sigils were truly as fragile as paper. Lin Moyu sometimes lamented that the enemies he faced were always too powerful, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the golden armor sigils. In fact, as long as it wasn't against other shore realm beings, the power of the golden armor sigils would make any divine venerable despair. The sigil sword instantly pierced through hundreds of layers of golden armor sigils, its speed not slowing at all. Countless skeleton divine generals were pierced by the sigil sword, collapsing on the spot. The sigil sword's power was extreme, even more terrifying than the cosmic tree. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and the Death Dragon Knight Legion appeared. The Legion rulers launched a fatal strike at the sigil sword. Their battle blades accurately struck the sigil sword, but it had no effect at all. The sigil sword shattered the battle blades and pierced through the Legion rulers' bodies. Even the Legion rulers with their powerful defense were pierced by the sigil sword, shattering on the spot. Lin Moyu summoned the Skull Kings. The Skull Throne appeared, wreathed in raging flames. The Skull Throne was enormous, just blocking Lin Moyu's front. The sigil sword stabbed into the skull throne with a bang, and was knocked away. Lin Moyu understood. As expected. He knew the bone swords in the Skull King's hands were incredibly sturdy. And the bone swords were transformed from the skull throne. So the skull throne must be equally sturdy. Today's test proved it. Even the sigil sword couldn't damage it. The sigil sword could notch the golden sword, yet was helpless against the skull throne. Clearly the skull throne's sturdiness surpassed even the golden sword. Lin Moyu's lips curled in a slight smile. He knew he now stood undefeated. If even the skull throne didn't work, Lin Moyu was prepared to use the Calamity Scepter. Now it seemed that might not be necessary. Off to the side, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable frowned slightly, squinting at the skull throne. That looks a bit familiar. Chapter 2089. How do you have his things? Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable felt the skull throne looked familiar, along with those skeleton armies that also seemed somewhat familiar. But he couldn't remember, as this soul fragment didn't have those memories. Lin Moyu didn't know Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's thoughts. The 5 Skull Kings swung their bone swords, striking the sigil sword with precision. With each collision, the Skull Kings would be knocked back by the enormous force, and the sigil sword would also be repelled some distance. However, the sigil sword recovered quickly. Before the Skull Kings could recover, the sigil sword had already returned. Fortunately, there were 5 Skull Kings in total. The 5 Skull Kings took turns engaging, completely blocking the sigil sword. Lin Moyu changed from a fugitive to a spectator. His eyes flickered as he first established an undefeated position, then thought of ways to deal with the sigil sword. This thing is very sturdy. Although the Skull King's bone swords are equally sturdy, their attack power is not enough to destroy it. Use the Calamity Scepter. This was Lin Moyu's first reaction. The Calamity Scepter was invincible. There was nothing it couldn't smash, and the sigil sword was likely no exception. But if he didn't use the Calamity Scepter, was there perhaps another way? At this moment, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable raised his finger and lightly tapped towards the sigil sword. The sigil sword hummed and became even more sharp. Countless cracks appeared in space. The sigil sword's mere aura was about to tear space apart. The sigil sword continued to crash into the Skull King's bone swords. Fortunately, the bone swords were extremely sturdy. After 2 collisions, the sigil sword still hadn't shattered them. After several unsuccessful attacks, the sigil sword suddenly changed its angle. It suddenly turned, bypassing the bone swords and stabbing directly at a Skull King. The Skull King's bones broke, and its huge body was violently sent flying backwards, rapidly collapsing in space. The Skull King's bodies were far less sturdy than their bone swords, and couldn't withstand the sigil sword's attack. The sigil sword moved like lightning, stabbing towards another Skull King. The Skull King swung its sword like rain, forming an impenetrable defense. But the sigil sword was too fast, and still managed to stab it. The huge body collapsed on the spot. Lin Moyu looked at Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, and Sigil Heavenly Venerable happened to be looking at Lin Moyu as well. Their gazes met in space. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had a smile. Your skeletons can't hold on much longer. Do you have any other methods? Lin Moyu didn't speak, but instead pointed a finger at the sigil sword. White star level spell, time curse. Red light spread out, and the sigil sword was immediately affected by the curse. Its speed and attack slightly weakened. But this was far from enough. The time law flowed, and Lin Moyu altered the sigil sword's time flow rate. The sigil sword's speed immediately slowed down, becoming much slower than before. It could no longer bypass the Skull King's bone swords, and was repeatedly knocked away. The Skull Kings that had been pulverized earlier also revived and rejoined the battle. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable exclaimed in surprise, "Time law? Not bad, not bad." He casually drew a sigil. The sigil lit up, and the sigil sword instantly disappeared. The next moment, The sigil sword appeared in front of a Skull King, almost touching it. It bypassed the bone sword and crashed into the Skull King's body. With a bang, the Skull King was instantly shattered. Teleportation. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable gave the sigil sword even more powerful space-breaking abilities. The sigil sword began teleporting through space, becoming difficult to block. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. He knew he had to deal with not just the sigil sword, but also Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable as the controller. Lin Moyu waved out 5 streams of time law that fell on the Skull Kings. The Skull King's speed suddenly increased, though they could only barely keep up. Then Lin Moyu's hand flowed with space law, fusing with the time law to form a simple, space-time power. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable finally showed emotion, the power of space-time. The space-time power fell on the sigil sword, and it hummed to a stop in place. Affected by the space-time power, its time and space were completely disrupted. It lost its space-breaking ability and could not traverse space, losing its aim for a moment. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable drew another sigil, intending to further enhance the sigil sword. A sigil flew out, but before it could reach the sigil sword, a sigil array suddenly unfolded. Lin Moyu used the containment sigil array to directly take away Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's sigil. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Moyu to have this move. But in the next second, an even more surprising thing happened. The bone hell suddenly appeared beside Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, swallowing him. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable felt himself enter another world. Hellfire rushed towards him, followed by hell fiends. He never expected Lin Moyu to suddenly target him. Anger seemed to rise in Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's eyes. A sigil formed at his fingertip and then exploded. With a rumbling sound, the bone hell shattered on the spot. The bone hell was far from enough against a Heavenly Venerable, even if it was just a soul fragment of one. This was within Lin Moyu's expectations. It was enough, as the mark had already been placed on Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. The Skull Kings suddenly turned simultaneously, swinging their swords at Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. Spell, God Slayer. The sword light exploded on Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. His soul shook slightly, and he frowned, seeming to feel a bit of pain. But that was all. The Skull King's attacks had little effect on Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's soul. Lin Moyu naturally understood this point. He had already known the answer before, in the Wood God's secret realm. The reason for doing this was more to make a statement. If you continue to interfere, I will treat you as an enemy, and attack you as well. Another meaning was that Lin Moyu just wanted to see Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's reaction, to see if he was included in this test. So far, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had interfered several times, but hadn't said anything clearly. How could Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable not understand Lin Moyu's meaning? He smiled and said, "This Heavenly Venerable said you can use any method. With your strength, it's very difficult to kill this Heavenly Venerable. You might as well think more about how to deal with the sigil sword." As he spoke, he drew another sigil. The sigil flashed past, bypassing the containment sigil array Lin Moyu had set up, and directly fell on the sigil sword. The sigil sword immediately stabilized. A stream of light formed around it, shielding it from Lin Moyu's space-time power. The sigil sword disappeared again, instantly appearing in front of Lin Moyu. Suddenly, the sigil sword vanished once more, and the next second it had returned to Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's side. At this moment, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's gaze was extremely complex, even containing some fear. In Lin Moyu's hand, a flame was slowly burning and flickering. The flame was not intense, but it had a terrifying aura. Just looking at the flame made one feel as if they would be burned to death, as if the entire world would be burned away. The world to burning fire danced in Lin Moyu's palm. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked at Lin Moyu and said in a low voice, "How do you have his things?" He was just a soul fragment, with incomplete memories. Lin Moyu said, Venerable Senior. Shall we continue? Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable knew the terror of the world-burning fire. He knew very clearly that he couldn't withstand it. If they continued fighting, Lin Moyu might not be able to deal with the sigil sword, but he could definitely burn Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable to death. After hesitating for a moment, Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable sighed lightly. No need. He put away the sigil sword, and Lin Moyu also put away the Skull Kings and the world-burning fire. If he had known the world-burning fire was so effective, he would have taken it out earlier. Lin Moyu also realized how terrifying that mysterious master was. The world-burning fire he left behind could even frighten a Heavenly Venerable. The fear that flashed across Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's face couldn't deceive anyone. Lin Moyu could clearly sense it. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable waved his hand, and the ancient box beside him automatically flew to Lin Moyu's side. The reward is yours. At the same time, the sigil sword began to transform, turning into a pearl. Chapter 2090. Pointing you in the right direction. The ancient box and the inheritance pearl flew to Lin Moyu, one after the other. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's voice came simultaneously. The inheritance pearl records the method of refining rune artifacts. As for the contents of the box, you'll have to open it yourself in the future to see. It might be useful, or it might not. You are quite impressive, unconventional, able to think of attacking me, instead of just targeting the sigil sword. This shows decisiveness in your character. Without hesitation, this is best. If we had been like this back then, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's voice carried a hint of melancholy, like a sigh after completing a significant task. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked into the void. I know you have more questions, but this fragment of my soul doesn't have complete memories, so I don't know much. What you need to know, you will eventually find out. Seeing the world burning fire, I know he must have made some arrangements. Perhaps his choice was correct, and we were all wrong. Lin Moyu couldn't quite grasp Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's thoughts. From his tone, it seemed he wanted to tell him something, but due to incomplete memories, he couldn't be sure if what he said was correct. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's temperament was too eccentric, sometimes unpredictable. Lin Moyu could only tentatively say, Senior, I accidentally saw the boundary sea. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's gaze, originally looking into the distant void, was suddenly attracted, falling on Lin Moyu. His gaze was piercing, almost tangible. You said you saw the boundary sea? How did you see it? What did you see? Lin Moyu said, I saw the great world, saw it floating and moving in the boundary sea. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable immediately asked, Were you above the boundary sea or below it? Lin Moyu said, Above the boundary sea. At that time, he felt the boundary sea was very dangerous, and going down would mean death. Above the boundary sea. Above the boundary sea. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable kept murmuring. Lin Moyu could hear that there seemed to be a significant difference between being above and below the boundary sea. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable said, You must have seen the boundary sea through a shell. Lin Moyu directly admitted it and took out the shell. The shell had now become ordinary, no different from a regular shell, seemingly in a dormant state, with no idea when it would recover. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked at the shell, seemingly nostalgic. It really is it. I didn't expect to see it again, Lin Moyu asked. Senior? What is the use of this shell? Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable looked at Lin Moyu. It has great use. But for you now, it can only let you see the scenes outside the world. When you become stronger and reach the Supreme Realm, it will have other uses. As for what specific use, you'll naturally know when the time comes. Your luck is really good to even obtain a boundary seashell. It seems that timid fellow Mist didn't choose the wrong person. So this thing is called the boundary seashell, and it indeed let him see the boundary sea. Lin Moyu felt that this Saint's sigil heavenly venerable was still approachable. So he immediately asked, Senior, what exactly is the boundary sea? Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, chuckled, not answering Lin Moyu directly. There is a rule you must always remember. To know more, you must reach higher realms. If your realm is insufficient, the more you know, the faster you die. Lin Moyu naturally understood this principle, but he still asked, Senior, I saw a world in the boundary sea about to collide with the great world. Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, said, a troubled time. Indeed. Is the end of the great world approaching? How long until that world collides with the great world? About 1,500 to 1,400 years. Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, nodded. Heaven never seals off all exits. The great world still has a chance, but it depends on your era to grasp it. I can't help you, but I can point you in two directions. First, if you reach the Saint Venerable realm one day, you can seek out the ghost race. Perhaps they can help you. Second, find the things I left behind. They might be of help. As his voice faded, Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable's figure also faded, already leaving. Lin Moyu guessed he should have gone to the Great World Rune. The venerables of that time felt guilty towards this world. The final destination of these venerable souls was the Great World Rune. They wanted to do something for the Great World Rune with their remnant souls. But what exactly they did to make amends, Lin Moyu didn't know. He was still far from the realm where he could touch the Great World Rune too far. He remembered Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable's words, murmuring, the ghost race. Does this legendary race really exist? Can they help me? Could it be that the ghost race is not an alien race, but a race created by a certain venerable? Lin Moyu instinctively thought that the ghost race might be like the Starry Sky Merman clan and the Starry Sky Celestial clan, a race created by a certain venerable. But since it could only be sought after reaching the Saint Venerable realm, there was no need to rush now. Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, left, and Lin Moyu also sat back in the warship, re-entering deep space. In the warship, Lin Moyu took out the inheritance pearl and began to absorb the inheritance within. This inheritance was the last one left by Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, and also the final piece of the rune path puzzle. From the basic knowledge of runes to the splitting, fusion, rune arrays, fine-tuning, and now the method of refining rune artifacts. Unknowingly, Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, had already imparted all the knowledge of the rune path to Lin Moyu. Ultimately, how far Lin Moyu could go depended entirely on his own fortune. A few days later, while digesting the inheritance in deep space, Lin Moyu was awakened by a slight tremor. The tremor came from the deepest part of the great world. At the same time, he felt a causal connection with Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, disappear. Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, indeed went to the Great World Rune. But I don't know what he did. The past is the past. Even if he were still alive, he would have no further connection with the Great World. Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, left the inheritance, left his soul, but did not leave himself. Even though Lin Moyu obtained the inheritance, he had no further causal relationship with him. This causal relationship was cut off by Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable himself, for deeper reasons. Not only Saint Sigil, heavenly venerable, but Lin Moyu also felt that other venerables were the same. Just like how Mist Venerable left Little Mist here, but cut off all causal ties with Little Mist, and severed all connections with the great world. Those venerables were very decisive. Lin Moyu could understand them, but he didn't like their approach. But, from another perspective, it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. After all, there is a saying among humans, if one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Lin Moyu didn't blame the venerables. He just didn't like it. He closed his eyes and continued studying runes. With the method of refining rune artifacts, and successfully refining one, the combat power of rune masters would greatly increase. The notion that rune masters are not good at combat would begin to change at this moment. As long as rune masters possess powerful rune artifacts, their combat power would definitely not be weaker than cultivators of the same realm, possibly even stronger. Lin Moyu felt a bit moved and had the urge to refine rune artifacts. The warship flew farther and farther in deep space, away from the human race, away from the war. Chapter 2091. What secret does the Boundary Sea Shell hold? The war in the Great World continued, and its scale kept escalating. Lin Moyu's plan was adopted. On the 4 battlefields, human cultivators formed small teams to operate. Smaller teams consisted of 4 or 6 people. Larger ones had 10 or 20 people. Humans no longer collected resources, but began slaughtering alien races. They killed every alien they encountered, without mercy, without questioning right or wrong, only distinguishing between life and death. People suddenly discovered that the efficiency of obtaining resources by killing aliens was no lower than collecting them themselves. This made human cultivators even more interested. When the news spread back, more human cultivators quickly came to hunt down the alien races. Naturally, the various races would not sit idly by waiting to die. They also began operating in teams, resulting in small-scale conflicts breaking out across the battlefield. On the military front, the battles became even more intense. After repeated clashes, from initial probing to formal warfare, the various races committed more and more troops. The human race was not to be outdone, also deploying massive armies to counterattack. The armies of various races attempted to surround the human star region, cutting off the 4 battlefields from the human star region. However, each encirclement operation ended in failure. The strength of the human armies far exceeded their expectations. For now, only armies were engaged in combat, with only those below the divine venerable realm taking action. Everyone knew that the real Great War had yet to come. If this Great War truly erupted, it would be the largest scale war in 100,000 years. It might last for half a year, with an outcome that none of the races could predict. If they won, perhaps they could severely damage the human race again. If they lost, the human race would surely not let them off. They did not have the resilience and foundation of the human race. Once defeated, the result could only be racial extinction. Besides the war, the various races were also cautiously guarding against the ghost race. The scene of the Green Crane tribe's inexplicable disappearance was still fresh in their minds. Everyone feared such a bizarre incident might befall them. Lin Moyu finally mastered the method of refining sigil artifacts and immediately began attempting to craft one. Sigil artifacts can be composed purely of sigils, or can be refined using some materials. Generally speaking, the stronger the sigils and materials, the more powerful the resulting sigil artifact. Sigil artifacts composed purely of sigils are mostly single-use items. Lin Moyu took out the golden sword. After numerous battles, several notches had appeared on the golden sword. Looking closely, many cracks had also appeared on the blade. The golden rule could collapse at any moment. The heavenly Saint Venerable probably hadn't expected Lin Moyu's combat intensity to be so high. Lin Moyu planned to use sigils to repair the golden sword, and even strengthen it. His fingertip drew extremely complex sigils in the void. These were all high-level sigils. Lin Moyu disassembled the sigils, then recombined them to form a sigil array. The sigil array operated, raising crimson flames. Lin Moyu then placed the golden sword within the sigil array, to be tempered by the crimson flames. He continued drawing various sigils. The sigils fell onto the golden sword like hammers, constantly striking it. With each strike, sigil marks appeared on the golden sword. As the number of strikes increased, the number of sigils on the golden sword also grew. The sigils interwove into patches, combining to form numerous small sigil arrays. These small sigil arrays further combined to form slightly larger arrays. Several days later, the golden sword gleamed brightly. The notches on the blade had disappeared, and the cracks in the golden rule had completely healed. The golden sword had not only been restored, but was now stronger than before. A total of 81 sigil arrays. Not bad for a mid-level sigil artifact. Crafting a mid-level sigil artifact on his first try, Lin Moyu admired the golden sword, quite satisfied with his handiwork. The golden sword was not only restored, but its power had increased by 30%. Sigil artifacts also have ranks, with each realm divided into low, mid, and high levels. With only 36 small sigil arrays, it would be low level. Exceeding 36 small sigil arrays, but less than 100 arrays is considered mid-level. Exceeding 100 arrays is considered high-level. There is no limit for high-level sigil artifacts. 100 arrays is just the starting point. It can be thousands or tens of thousands, with no end. With Lin Moyu's understanding of sigils, plus the golden sword's original level, its rank had now reached the Other Shore realm. It was on par with mid-level artifacts of the Other Shore realm. Lin Moyu admired his masterpiece for a while, then planned to craft a new sigil artifact from scratch. Having just mastered the method of refining sigil artifacts, he naturally needed more practice. He had plenty of materials anyway. His battles had yielded countless resources, with no shortage of various materials. All the resources of the Green Crane tribe were now in his possession. Lin Moyu was practically a mobile treasury. Just as he was about to get to work, the warship suddenly stopped, slowly rising from deep space. "We've arrived?" Lin Moyu checked the time. Without realizing it, 3 months had passed. Learning the method of refining sigil artifacts had taken a full 3 months. Having reached the destination, Lin Moyu temporarily set aside the idea of continuing to craft sigil artifacts. In the silent void, Lin Moyu surveyed his surroundings, faintly seeing a point of light. "Found it!" Lin Moyu revealed a slight smile and quickly headed over. This time he came to the outer domain, not only to obtain Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's final inheritance, but also to find Red Star Supreme. He had left a mark here before, and knew the approximate location. However, after so long, Red Star Supreme was no longer in the original spot. Fortunately, it hadn't moved far. Quickly traversing hundreds of millions of kilometers, Lin Moyu saw Red Star Supreme again. Red Star Supreme looked exactly the same as before, with no changes. The greatest advantage of a star awakening consciousness to become a Supreme is possessing an extremely long lifespan. Other Supremes live for about 200,000 years, twice as long as Saint Venerables. But for beings like Red Star Supreme, barring accidents, living for 100 million years is not a problem. This is their greatest advantage. But disadvantages also exist. Red Star Supreme's chances of advancing further to become a heavenly venerable are almost non-existent. There are advantages and disadvantages. The great world has always been fair in this way. Thinking more deeply, all origins have their causes and effects. Red Star Supreme sensed Lin Moyu's arrival. Its deep voice broke the silence. "Little one, why have you come back? Still haven't found your way home?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Greetings, Senior. I've already been home and back. This time I came specifically to find you." Red Star Supreme made an O sound. "You have business with me," Lin Moyu said. Junior was fortunate enough to obtain a boundary seashell. Boom! Flames erupted as boundless fire burst from Red Star Supreme's body, reaching millions of kilometers, turning the entire starry sky red. The originally cold and silent starry sky saw its temperature instantly soar to billions of degrees. Even Lin Moyu felt the impact. Quite uncomfortable. Lin Moyu's purple-gold body flashed brightly, blocking the scorching high temperature. If it were an ordinary divine venerable, they would have either died or been severely injured by now. Lin Moyu never expected Red Star Supreme to react so intensely. It was all because of hearing the 3 words, boundary sea shell. What secret does the boundary sea shell hold? Why would it cause such a reaction? Chapter 2092. That world has no heavenly venerables. Lin Moyu felt Red Star Supreme's aura was extremely unstable, its soul violently shaking. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Red Star Supreme seemed to be gritting its teeth, forcibly suppressing some emotion. After a long while, Red Star Supreme finally calmed down, the flames gradually subsiding. Red Star Supreme said in a low voice, "What do you plan to do?" "What does he mean by what do I plan to do?" Lin Moyu didn't understand at all, Senior. "What do you mean?" Red Star Supreme asked. "Now that you have the boundary seashell, don't you plan to leave this world?" Lin Moyu asked strangely. "Can one leave this world just by having the boundary seashell?" Red Star Supreme finally realized it had asked the wrong question. "Your realm is still lacking. You can't leave for now. But with the boundary seashell, when you reach the Supreme Realm, you can choose to leave." Lin Moyu shook his head, saying firmly, "I won't leave." Red Star Supreme asked again, "Are you sure you won't leave?" Lin Moyu affirmed again, "I'm sure. I have too many attachments in this world." Red Star Supreme sighed. "That's good. Back then I heard those heavenly venerables discussing whether to leave the great world. At that time some Supremes also agreed with the heavenly venerables' idea. I don't know if they ended up leaving in the end." Red Star Supreme had retreated early due to severe injuries, so it didn't know much about what happened afterwards. However, Lin Moyu knew that those heavenly venerables had indeed left the great world. Although choosing to leave for the sake of their own lives was understandable, Lin Moyu still didn't like their choice. Red Star Supreme also seemed to dislike their choice. Red Star Supreme's surface was roiling with flames, transforming into an old man wearing a red robe. The old man looked at Lin Moyu. "Judging by your expression, this old man already knows the answer. They still left in the end." Lin Moyu said, "Yes? They left." Red Star Supreme laughed loudly. "I knew it. Those heavenly venerables, they value their own lives above all else. What home? What friends and family? To them, it's all just a burden. For themselves, there's nothing they can't abandon." Red Star Supreme seemed to be laughing, but was actually cursing. In Red Star Supreme's eyes, those heavenly venerables were all selfish individuals, willing to give up and abandon anything for themselves. Lin Moyu didn't comment. He hadn't truly interacted with the heavenly venerables, only encountering fragments of their souls. But he felt Red Star Supreme was right. Those heavenly venerables were indeed somewhat selfish. If they weren't selfish, Mist Heavenly Venerable wouldn't have abandoned Little Mist. Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable was not much different, doing the same. Red Star Supreme's voice shook the starry sky. "It's one thing that they did it, but they even find all kinds of excuses, as if they had no choice." Lin Moyu asked, "When those heavenly venerables left back then, did they also take some Supremes with them?" Red Star Supreme said, "Definitely. Back then there weren't many Supremes in the Great World, but there were still over 10,000. How could all these Supremes have died in battle? Some survivors must have left with them, but they couldn't have taken everyone. Some Supremes wouldn't leave." Lin Moyu strongly agreed with Red Star Supreme's view. Everyone is different. Some would leave, some wouldn't. To leave the Great World, one needed to be at least at the Supreme Realm. How many of those Supreme's friends and family could reach the Supreme Realm? However, the fact that there were over 10,000 Supremes in ancient times still shocked Lin Moyu. Red Star Supreme looked at Lin Moyu. "Little one, give me an honest answer. If you reach Supreme, will you really not leave? It's fine if you really want to leave. At most, this old man will scold you a few times. I won't stop you." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I won't leave." Red Star Supreme nodded. "Good. For that answer alone, tell me, what business do you have with this old man?" Lin Moyu said, "After accidentally obtaining the boundary seashell, I accidentally saw the boundary sea and the great world. In the Boundary Sea, the Great World will collide with another world in about 1300 years. Red Star Supreme said in a low voice. Did you see that world above or below the Boundary Sea? How deep was that world submerged in the Boundary Sea? And how big was it compared to the Great World? Lin Moyu said, I saw it above the Boundary Sea. About 1/3 of that world was submerged in the Boundary Sea. In terms of size, it should be less than 1% of the Great World. Not very big. Red Star Supreme shook its head. It's already very big. The Great World only grew to its current size after devouring hundreds of worlds. But you say only 1/3 of it is submerged in the Boundary Sea, which is a good thing. Please explain. Senior. Lin Moyu didn't understand, and sincerely asked for guidance. He remembered Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable had said something similar. The Boundary Sea clearly had distinctions between above and below, but Lin Moyu didn't understand the difference. And now, Red Star Supreme was saying the same thing, making Lin Moyu even more curious about why. Red Star Supreme said, I'm not very clear on the specifics either. I've never been to the Boundary Sea. It's just that back then the Heavenly Venerables mentioned the Boundary Sea and talked about our world. When half of a world is submerged in the Boundary Sea, Heavenly Venerables will be born in that world. Why is our great world so powerful? Because when it was still very weak, half of it had already sunk into the Boundary Sea. So Heavenly Venerables were born in our great world. The worlds we encountered later all had no Heavenly Venerables. Lin Moyu finally understood that there was such a principle. Red Star Supreme continued explaining, this is just one aspect. It also depends on the size of the world. The larger the world, the more powerful beings it will have. Even without Heavenly Venerables, there will still be many Supremes. Moreover, this ratio increases exponentially. The larger the volume, the more astonishing the increase in numbers. The world you saw has no Heavenly Venerables. The strongest should be Supremes. And since it's less than 1% the size of the Great World, there shouldn't be more than 10 Supremes inside. Red Star Supreme made its judgment. And after hearing this, Lin Moyu felt a bit of a headache. 10 Supremes was already a lot. If the two worlds really collided, the Great World would very likely not be able to withstand it. The trump card of the human race, Old Star, could at most match one Supreme. All the others combined couldn't defeat one Supreme. The difference in strength was huge. Red Star Supreme said, You don't need to worry too much. There's still over 1,000 years left. If we make some preparations, we might be able to hold out. Lin Moyu looked at Red Star Supreme. How should we prepare? Red Star Supreme said, Long story. Basically, it involves using the stars in the Great World to form an array. I call it the 10,000 star Grand Array. It can gather the power of 10,000 stars to contend with the Supreme. However, setting up this array requires a lot of time. Lin Moyu asked, How many years does it take? Red Star Supreme said, One array requires at least 10,000 stars. After refining and arranging, it takes about 100 years. Lin Moyu quickly calculated. One array takes 100 years, so 10 arrays would take 1,000 years. But it couldn't be calculated like that. There's more than one array master. Red Star Supreme shattered Lin Moyu's fantasy. Only this old man can set up this array. It's my innate talent. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, finally understanding. Red Star Supreme had awakened consciousness as a star and achieved Supreme Realm. The 10,000 star Grand Array was its innate talent. Chapter 2093. That's your human race's own business. In ancient times, Supreme Realm beings were everywhere, and there were quite a few Heavenly Venerables as well. Red Star Supreme's 10,000 star Grand Array was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and wouldn't have had any effect back then. But now, the 10,000 star Grand Array was a trump card. Supreme Realm beings no longer existed, but the stars remained. Compared to ancient times, the Great World had shrunk significantly, with fewer star systems and scarce resources. but they could still manage to gather tens of thousands of stars. Lin Moyu calculated the time. He planned for the worst-case scenario. The two worlds would collide in 1,300 years. After the collision, the Supreme Realm beings from the other side would inevitably invade the Great World. By that time, the number of 10,000 star grand arrays would determine the life or death of the Great World. Each 10,000 star grand array took 100 years to set up. Lin Moyu needed to buy as much time as possible. Before that, he first needed to eliminate the various races and reunify the Great World as human territory. This way, they could avoid worries from within and focus all efforts outward. There was a saying among humans: to repel foreign invaders, internal stability must be achieved first. If they couldn't even handle internal affairs well, there was no point in talking about external threats. Lin Moyu said, "The current situation of the human race isn't very good. The various races have united and want to conquer the human race again." Senior Red Star Supreme interrupted Lin Moyu's words. "I understand what you mean, but I can't intervene in this matter." Lin Moyu was puzzled and looked at Red Star Supreme questioningly, wondering why in his heart. But he didn't ask out loud. He believed Red Star Supreme must have his reasons. Red Star Supreme explained, "Although I am a member of the Great World, I am not part of the human race. The affairs between the various races and the human race must be resolved by you." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and understood. Although Red Star Supreme was a member of the Great World, he was not part of the human race. The karmic ties between the various races and the Great World were only part of it. More of it was between them and the human race. So this karmic debt needed to be settled by the human race. If Red Star Supreme intervened, it might not necessarily sever the karmic ties, and he might even bring trouble upon himself. Even the Great World had difficulty bearing such karmic ties, let alone a single Supreme Realm being. At the same time, Lin Moyu also understood some of Red Star Supreme's thoughts. Red Star Supreme wasn't actually doing this for the human race, but for the Great World. He could take action and risk his life for the Great World, because the Great World was his homeland. He was a child of the Great World. But he wouldn't take action for the human race, as the human race didn't really have much to do with him. Moreover, Red Star Supreme disliked the heavenly venerables of the human race, thinking they were too selfish. If Red Star Supreme was also that selfish, he could have just left long ago and hidden in the deepest parts of the outer domain where no one could find him. He could even kill himself and take the boundary seashell. That way, even if the Great World collapsed, he could still survive. Lin Moyu fully understood and bowed to Red Star Supreme. "Thank you, Senior Red Star." Red Star Supreme nodded. "Regarding the 10,000 star grand array, I still need to make some preparations. I will go to the depths of the outer domain. When I'm ready, I'll come find you in the inner domain." At this point, a crimson rock the size of a mountain range flew out from Red Star Supreme's body. The rock burned fiercely, continuously shrinking until it was only the size of a fist, and landed in Lin Moyu's hand. Inside the semi-transparent crimson rock, fierce flames were burning, making it look like a firestone. However, when touched, it had no temperature at all. Red Star Supreme said, "Keep it with you. I will contact you when I come." Lin Moyu put away the stone. "Is there anything else this junior needs to do?" Red Star Supreme thought for a moment. "If you want to save time, prepare the stars. Other than that, there's nothing else." In the warship, Lin Moyu held the boundary seashell, feeling somewhat worried. The effectiveness of the 10,000 star grand array was unclear. Red Star Supreme said it could rival a Supreme Realm being, but it was only rivaling, not necessarily defeating a Supreme Realm being. Moreover, the 10,000 star grand array had never been used before, so its true effectiveness was unknown. 1,000 years later, when the two worlds collide, if the number of Supreme Realm beings from the other side exceeds Red Star Supreme's estimate, or if the effectiveness of the 10,000-star Grand Array is not as good. After some thought, Lin Moyu felt he still needed to rely on his own strength. He couldn't completely depend on Red Star Supreme. Only by being strong enough himself would he have confidence in overcoming the crisis. A simple plan formed in his mind. First, he needed to become stronger, then eliminate internal threats, and finally face external enemies together. The plan was very simple. As for the details within, Lin Moyu already had a draft in mind. Suddenly, the warship shook violently. The warship, which had been flying rapidly through deep space, suddenly seemed to hit an invisible solid wall and was forcefully knocked back. Lin Moyu reacted extremely quickly, immediately regaining control of the warship. What happened? Lin Moyu sensed enormous energy from the spatial fluctuations. The warship appeared in surface space, and Lin Moyu saw a grand array shimmering in the void of space. The array was extremely large, spanning billions of miles of space. The array cut off space, not even sparing deep space. An array of this scale was comparable to the strongest arrays of the human race. Lin Moyu looked at this array with a strange expression. The array had many similarities to human arrays, but it wasn't exactly the same. In his memory, besides humans, no other race was skilled in this type of array. Suddenly, the array lit up, then began to expand and deform. A massive aura transmitted through the array. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away the warship and disappeared with a step. Just as he left, a strange force swept through the void. 100,000 kilometers away, Lin Moyu's figure appeared. His expression became even more unpleasant. The space law had been forcibly interrupted, and he had only teleported 100,000 kilometers. Space had been sealed off, and the space law temporarily lost its effect, needing time to adjust and adapt. Boom! Brilliant light flashed in the distance, and the array collapsed with a rumble. Lin Moyu also saw the situation inside the array. The battle inside the array was extremely fierce, with various laws raging through space, accompanied by the power of rules. All high-level divine venerables. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. One side of the battle was actually the dragon race, and the other side fighting the dragon race Lin Moyu had seen before. It was the insect race. They're actually battling here. Lin Moyu watched from afar. In Divine City, he had seen news of the dragon race and insect race fighting before, but that was many years ago. He didn't expect them to still be fighting. The dragon race, a legendary existence in the great world. Very few people had seen the dragon race, but everyone knew they existed. Even for the human race, special methods were needed to see the dragon race. Many years ago, Sword Orchid Divine Venerable had a chance encounter and obtained a token from the dragon race, allowing her to find where the dragon race was located. In the end, she obtained the Dragon Soul Crystal from the dragon race. Using the Dragon Soul Crystal to enhance her soul, she ascended to Divine Venerable. The Dragon Soul Crystal not only helped her ascend to Divine Venerable, but continued to have effects over the long years. Sword Orchid Divine Venerable was now close to reaching the other shore realm. But regarding matters within the dragon race, Sword Orchid Divine Venerable kept her lips tightly sealed, not saying a word. There weren't many records about the dragon race and the human race. Lin Moyu had basically read them all. Vaguely, he could sense that the dragon race held an extremely transcendent position in the great world. But combining with what he knew about ancient times, it seemed the dragon race had already existed even back then. However, during the Great War of ancient times, the dragon race never took action. Lin Moyu felt that the dragon race was more like an observer, watching this world. As for the existence or destruction of the great world, the dragon race didn't seem to care. This feeling was very strange, and Lin Moyu could never quite figure it out. Chapter 2094. You don't have the right to know these things. In the starry sky, numerous massive elemental dragons were roaring, manipulating laws, and unleashing endless attacks. Gale winds, raging fires, thunderbolts, and frigid ice. Various elemental laws exploded, causing the starry sky to rumble incessantly, nearly engulfing billions of light-years of star regions. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of elemental laws, the insect race was also desperately fighting back. The insect race's appearance was extremely ugly, but their attacks were incredibly powerful. One after another, equally huge insects spat green mucus from their mouths, which transformed into sharp arrows shooting towards the dragon race. The elemental dragons seemed somewhat wary of the mucus, constantly dodging. The battle covered an extremely large area, with no small number of elemental dragons, exceeding 10,000. Each one was a high-level divine venerable, with many at the peak divine venerable level. Although the insect race's individual strength was weaker, their numbers were even greater, far exceeding the dragon race. The battle between the two sides was evenly matched, with no clear winner for the time being. The dragon race is indeed very strong. Lin Moyu admired this battle, at this moment becoming a spectator. The human race also had over 10,000 divine venerables, but over 10,000 high-level divine venerables already surpassed the human race. High-level divine venerables weren't common, not something you could just produce at will. Moreover, Lin Moyu clearly understood the internal structure of the dragon race. The dragon race had a pyramid structure, with elemental dragons being the weakest members. Recalling the dragon race he had encountered in the instance before, he had thought they were only at the super divine realm at the time. Now thinking about it, that was just an insignificant avatar of theirs. These before him were the true elemental dragons, all high-level divine venerable beings. As for those dragon race members in the small world, they were just insignificant mixed-blood dragons. According to Antares, those mixed-blood dragons didn't even belong to the dragon race, their bloodline diluted and polluted after who knows how many generations. Elemental dragons were the lowest level of existence in the dragon race. Above them were holy dragons, and then true divine dragons. The news he had seen before about the dragon race battling the insect race mentioned one divine dragon leading the team, accompanied by 10 holy dragons and 100 elemental dragons. Now it seemed the scale of the battle had expanded 100-fold, with over 10,000 elemental dragons. Holy dragons and divine dragons hadn't been seen yet, likely in the central area of the battlefield. To be able to fight the dragon race to this extent, the insect race's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Compared to the dragon race, there's even less information about the insect race. Where exactly did the insect race come from? Why doesn't the dragon race care at all about the destruction of the great world, yet they care so much about their clansmen being insulted? The battle between the two races has continued for so many years. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Right now, it seems the dragon race doesn't have the upper hand. Just as Lin Moyu was spectating, suddenly an elemental dragon discovered him. That frost dragon covered in ice flew towards Lin Moyu, opening its mouth to directly breathe out icy dragon breath at him. Lin Moyu reacted extremely quickly, spreading his wings of the undead to swiftly retreat, while simultaneously breaking the soul lock. The frost dragon pursued relentlessly, clearly not intending to let Lin Moyu go. It flapped its dragon wings, moving extremely fast, no slower than Lin Moyu. With space sealed off, Lin Moyu temporarily couldn't use space laws and could only rely on the wings of the undead to dodge. At the same time, he asked, "Why are you attacking me?" The frost dragon's voice carried anger. "You are an enemy of the dragon race. You must die." Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and understood why. It was because he had killed many dragons before. The dragon race had a special characteristic. If someone killed them, their aura would cling to the killer. Only the dragon race could see this aura, and it wouldn't disappear even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Although the dragons in the small world were mixed-blood dragons separated by who knows how many generations, this characteristic of the dragon race was still inherited. Back then, it was because of this that he was hunted by those mixed-blood dragons. He didn't expect that even in the great world, he would still be hunted because of this. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because of Antares, he didn't want to directly fight these dragons. After all, these were elemental dragons, already formal members of the dragon race. Killing them was different from killing mixed-blood dragons. Killing mixed-blood dragons didn't have much impact. But if he killed true dragon race members, the dragon race would likely attack en masse. Their attitude towards the insect race showed what the dragon race's attitude towards outsiders was like. Lin Moyu wasn't afraid, but if he really had to kill, he wanted to wait until Antares came out to kill together. Lin Moyu said, "Can we stop and talk properly?" The frost dragon didn't speak, continuing to chase and kill Lin Moyu. Countless icy arrows formed from the frost shot through space like raindrops towards Lin Moyu. This attitude clearly showed it wanted to kill Lin Moyu. If there was anything to say, it would be said after killing him. But how could they talk after he was dead? Lin Moyu's anger gradually rose. The other's realm was only high-level Divine Venerable, about Divine Venerable rank 7 if calculated carefully. If he wanted to kill it, it would take just a second. But after careful consideration, thinking of Antares and the dragon god he had briefly met before, Lin Moyu still held back. After some thought, he had an idea. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded from within his body. Then, an illusory 9-colored divine dragon appeared above his head, roaring at the frost dragon. He had summoned the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. The dragon soul crystal was a supreme treasure of the dragon race. If an outsider could obtain a dragon soul crystal, it meant they had gained the approval of the dragon race's upper echelons. Being able to obtain a 5-colored dragon soul crystal already meant being a friend of the dragon race. Obtaining a 7-colored one represented an extremely close relationship with the dragon race. In human history, those who could obtain dragon soul crystals could be counted on one hand. Someone like Lin Moyu, possessing a 9-colored dragon soul crystal, was absolutely impossible. Even the heavenly venerables of ancient times couldn't obtain a 9-colored dragon soul crystal. The implications were self-evident. When the 9-colored dragon soul crystal appeared, the frost dragon immediately stopped, standing dumbfounded in space. Lin Moyu also stopped. Man and dragon were separated by 10,000 miles, staring at each other. The frost dragon finally spoke. "How do you have a 9-colored dragon soul crystal?" The voice was crisp. "Actually, female. Oh no, female dragon." Antares had said before that genders in the dragon race were referred to as male and female dragons. And he had also said that some female dragons in the dragon race could be terrifying when they went berserk. At the time, he had complained a lot, even talking about his romantic history. But afterwards, Antares firmly denied saying those things, insisting Lin Moyu had misheard. Lin Moyu finally experienced what a berserk female dragon was like. This frost dragon, just now, was almost in a berserk state. Perhaps she was too excited from fighting the insect race and somewhat lost control. Lin Moyu said, "The dragon god gave it to me." The dragon soul crystal was indeed given by the dragon god. The dragon god had given a 7-colored one, which Antares forcibly upgraded to 9 colors. The dragon race never gave out 9-colored dragon soul crystals to outsiders. Antares naturally knew this, but the frost dragon before him might not necessarily know. Lin Moyu was betting she didn't know. After all, she was at the bottom level of the dragon race. How would she know about matters of the upper echelons? The frost dragon indeed didn't know that the dragon race never gave out 9-colored dragon soul crystals. She muttered, "What relationship do you have with the dragon god?" Lin Moyu looked at her and snorted lightly, narrowing his eyes at the female dragon before him. "You don't have the right to know these things. You." The female dragon was furious, but didn't know what to say for a moment. "Then do I have the right to know?" Chapter 2095. "Thank you, Brother Lin." A loud voice echoed through the starry sky, causing ripples even in the sealed space. Saint Venerable. Lin Moyu was slightly startled in his heart. He looked over at the sound, and saw a huge dragon covered in radiant light flying over. Holy dragon! Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this was a holy dragon. Holy dragons ranked in the middle tier of the dragon race. Higher than elemental dragons, but lower than true divine dragons. However, they already had the possibility of advancing to become divine dragons, so their actual status was not low. They possessed some real authority, with many elemental dragons under their command. This holy dragon before him had reached the Saint Venerable realm and was considered a powerful being even among holy dragons. His strength was not inferior to that of ordinary divine dragons, and he was already on the path to transforming into a divine dragon. It was estimated that he would become a divine dragon in the future. Lin Moyu silently thanked Antares, who had once told him about the internal structure of the dragon race, allowing him to understand what holy dragons meant. As a mid-level existence, although a Saint Venerable, he didn't need to be too polite. Moreover, being only mid-level, he wouldn't know too much. Lin Moyu was not flustered at all. Suddenly, he felt this holy dragon seemed somewhat familiar. The holy dragon's eyes also seemed to flash with a strange look. You're Shengguang. You're Lin Moyu. Man and dragon spoke in unison, calling out each other's names. Lin Moyu hadn't expected such a coincidence, to encounter an old dragon acquaintance even here. Back in the Dragon King Palace instance, Shengguang had left a good impression on him, considered a good dragon of upright character. Shengguang could also sense the aura on Lin Moyu's body. The dragon resentment on you is from killing those mixed blood dragons in the small world, right? Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, I'll help you clear it. He spat out a beam of white light. Lin Moyu didn't dodge or avoid it, allowing the light to shine on him. He felt as if something had disappeared, knowing this was the so-called dragon resentment. The resentment left on the killer's body after dragons are killed. The more dragons killed, the heavier the resentment. Lin Moyu had killed a great many mixed blood dragons. Fortunately, they were only mixed blood dragons with impure bloodlines, so the dragon resentment wasn't actually that much. Soon the dragon resentment was completely cleared. Shengguang said, "It's done. The resentment from the mixed blood dragons has all been removed." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thanks." Shengguang said, "I didn't expect you to come to the great world. Your cultivation speed is really fast, already a divine venerable. No wonder the dragon god values you so highly and praised you as a rare genius." Lin Moyu was very modest. The dragon god is too kind. Shengguang frowned and said, "But I remember the dragon soul crystal the dragon god gave you was a 7-colored one." Suddenly, Shengguang seemed to realize something and immediately exclaimed, "I know. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it." Lin Moyu smiled. What a clever dragon. Lin Moyu put away the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and changed the subject. Many years ago, you were already at war with the insect race. How come after fighting for so many years there's still no victor? Shengguang glanced at the battlefield. Even if we fought for another 100,000 years, there'd be no victor. Anyway, this isn't your business. It's our dragon race's own affair. Actually, fighting like this is quite good. It's a kind of training for the little ones in the clan. Lin Moyu heard the hidden meaning in Shengguang's words, but obviously he didn't want to say more. Lin Moyu was also tactful enough not to ask further. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Shengguang shook his head. "No need. We can handle things here. I've heard your human race has been having quite a bit of trouble lately. You should be careful." Lin Moyu made a sound of agreement. "Thank you for your concern. I'll be careful." The battlefield suddenly changed drastically. The elemental dragons that had been surrounding and attacking the insect race frantically retreated. A ball of green light exploded, transforming into a green sea spreading in all directions. All the dragons were retreating, avoiding the green light. Shengguang's eyes narrowed, and he roared angrily. "It's the insect mother's bone-corroding sea. Retreat! Quickly! Actually, there was no need for Shengguang to say anything. All the elemental dragons were already retreating. Lin Moyu also retreated along with them. Clearly the bone-corroding sea was terrifying. It was best not to touch it, if possible. Lin Moyu sensed a strange power from the bone-corroding sea. It didn't seem like a law, nor did it seem like a rule. He couldn't describe it. He had never seen such a power before. The bone-corroding sea was boundless, occupying billions of miles of space. Its area was large enough to cover several star systems, even vaster than his own bone hell. If the bone-corroding sea appeared in human territory, who knows how many people would die? The bone-corroding sea expanded to its limit. Shengguang let out a dragon roar. Be careful! They're coming. All the elemental dragons became alert, flapping their dragon wings and staring intently at the green bone-corroding sea. The sea surface bubbled. Then the bubbles burst. Countless giant insects over 1,000 meters long burst out of the sea, pouncing towards the elemental dragons. These insects were all high-level divine venerables, extremely powerful. The elemental dragons were prepared and spat out various colored dragon breaths, engulfing the giant insects. Shengguang didn't move. As a saint venerable holy dragon, it wasn't yet time for him to take action. Lin Moyu looked at the bone-corroding sea, finding it stranger the more he looked. This doesn't seem to be a power of the great world. The bone-corroding sea didn't belong to any law, nor did it belong to any rule. Lin Moyu thought of the cultivators from the Black Blood Great Realm. The power of the Black Blood Great Realm seemed similarly special. Shengguang's voice sounded, "Indeed. It's not from the great world." Halfway through his sentence, Shengguang suddenly stopped speaking. He seemed to realize he had misspoken, and didn't continue. But this half-sentence was enough. Lin Moyu already knew the insect race was not from the great world. No wonder there were so few historical records of the insect race. It seems the dragon race knew about this, but for some reason, the dragon race didn't speak of it. Lin Moyu looked at Shengguang meaningfully. Shengguang felt very uncomfortable under his gaze. He suddenly transmitted, "Don't look at me. There are some things I really can't say." Lin Moyu also transmitted, "I know." Antares said the same thing. Shengguang let out a strange cry. "Can you not mention his name?" Lin Moyu chuckled. "What's wrong? Is there some problem with Antares's name?" Shengguang said, "In our dragon race, that name is taboo." Lin Moyu asked, "What happens if I mention it?" Shengguang said, "You'll die. But you have the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. Ordinary divine dragons wouldn't dare touch you." "How is he doing?" Lin Moyu chuckled. "He's fine. He should be coming out soon." At these words, Shengguang's whole body bristled, his dragon scales standing on end. He looked at Lin Moyu in disbelief. The huge dragon mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. Lin Moyu had already gotten the answer he wanted. "As you said, you understand." "That's enough." Shengguang nodded vigorously. "I understand. I understand." "I know. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin." Shengguang called Lin Brother Lin in one breath. In just a few sentences, he had already treated Lin Moyu as a brother. The information Lin Moyu provided was very crucial to him. Lin Moyu looked at the bone-corroding sea. "Do you really not need my help?" Shengguang said, "No need. No need. We can handle it." Chapter 2096. The Insect Mother's Self-Destruction. Shengguang insisted that Lin Moyu's help was not needed and appeared confident. Lin Moyu did not press further. He simply became a bystander, watching the battle between the two races. Countless insects rushed out from the bone-corroding sea, all blocked by the elemental dragons. Although the number of insects far exceeded that of the elemental dragons, their combat power was far inferior. Eventually, they were all wiped out. Then, The bone-corroding sea began to shrink rapidly. At the center of the bone-corroding sea, a huge bubble was forming. Shengguang's expression changed slightly. The insect mother is coming. It's my turn to act. Brother Lin, be careful. The insect mother is very dangerous. Lin Moyu replied. Don't worry about me. I have the ability to protect myself. He had already sensed the power of the insect mother, which was at the Saint Venerable level, just like Shengguang. But so what? Even if a Saint Venerable wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be that easy. He was just a bystander now, not participating in the battle. The mere aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect him. Moreover, he could observe the true combat power of the insect race. Years ago, his consciousness had accidentally connected to the insect mother, almost getting injured by it. However, that insect mother didn't seem to be the one in front of him now. Lin Moyu was unfamiliar with the insect race and didn't understand their composition. He only knew a little from Antares, knowing that the insect race was a terrifying race. Now he also knew that the insect race was not from the Great World, but from outside it. Shengguang, cloaked in radiant light, approached the center of the bone-corroding sea and breathed out a thick dragon breath at the bubble that had expanded to its limit. The holy dragon breath fell on the bone-corroding sea, causing thick smoke to rise. Countless mists danced in the starry sky, forming cloud-like objects. The bubble burst, and a massive insect with thousands of tentacles flew out. The insect had hundreds of wings on its back, each incredibly sharp, with a wingspan of over 10,000 meters. Thousands of tentacles, as sharp as magical weapons, danced in the starry sky. Where the tentacles passed, the galaxy shattered, and the starry sky was torn apart with cracks. The bone-corroding sea rapidly shrank, returning to the insect mother's body. Lin Moyu then realized that the boundless bone-corroding sea was actually released by the insect mother. Shengguang and the insect mother clashed, their immense power wantonly raging in the starry sky. All the elemental dragons retreated, not wanting to be caught in the aftermath. So this is the insect mother. Its abdomen is quite large, probably filled with insect eggs. Lin Moyu observed the insect mother, analyzing various possibilities. The insect mother's power was very peculiar, not originating from the Great World. At this moment, Lin Moyu also noticed that Shengguang's power seemed special. Although his attacks contained light laws, they were somewhat different from what Lin Moyu knew about light laws. Lin Moyu suddenly realized, so, the dragon race is also not from the Great World. Like the insect race, the dragon race was not from the Great World. Lin Moyu had a hypothesis. No wonder the dragon race chose to be bystanders regarding the invasion and changes in the Great World. Because they were not creatures of the Great World, they naturally didn't care about its survival. The dragon race were the true bystanders, watching for millions of years. However, the dragon race had existed since ancient times. Even when the human race was at its peak, they acknowledged the existence of the dragon race, indicating the dragon race had other significance. Like the insect race, the dragon race was shrouded in mystery, making them hard to understand. Perhaps one day, when he was strong enough, he would know everything. Shengguang and the insect mother, both Saint Venerables, clashed, their battle's aftermath tearing through billions of miles of starry sky. Lin Moyu stood amidst the aftermath, his purple-gold body shining brightly, blocking all impacts. Some elemental dragons around him looked at Lin Moyu in surprise. The dragon race had strong physical bodies, and they could feel that Lin Moyu's physical body was no weaker than theirs. One by one, the elemental dragons were curious about Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu ignored their gazes, focusing on the battle between Shengguang and the insect mother. Shengguang fully unleashed his combat power, suppressing the insect mother. The insect mother constantly resisted, but was still suppressed. Finally, a huge phantom appeared behind the insect mother, showing a massive insect nest filled with countless insects. The insect nest trembled, and countless insects flew out, pouncing towards Shengguang. This is its rule world. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. The insect mother had unfolded its rule world. Shengguang let out a dragon roar, and a world also appeared above his head. The world was filled with radiant light, holy and pure as snow. This was Shengguang's rule world, looking sacred and noble. Clusters of white light flew out from the rule world, exploding in the starry sky. In an instant, it seemed as if countless white stars appeared in the starry sky, making it as bright as day. Under the holy light, the insect mother let out a sharp scream. The sound was extremely unpleasant, carrying a soul impact, causing the elemental dragons to show expressions of pain. The gap between Saint Venerables and high-level Divine Venerables was immense. Even a soul impact was hard for them to bear. Only Lin Moyu, also possessing a Saint Venerable level soul, was unaffected. Seeing the elemental dragons roaring in pain, Lin Moyu drew a rune with his hand. High-level rune, soul-stabilizing rune. Its function was to stabilize the soul and reduce external soul impacts. Lin Moyu didn't know if it would work, but he tried anyway. Soul-stabilizing runes flew out, exploding in the starry sky. Each soul-stabilizing rune could cover a large area, and the elemental dragons within its range showed reduced expressions of pain. Although they still had to endure the soul impact, it was much more bearable. It seems to work. Lin Moyu continued drawing soul-stabilizing runes, scattering them in various areas. He multitasked, drawing faster and faster, sending out soul-stabilizing runes like snowflakes. The elemental dragons protected by the soul-stabilizing runes cast grateful glances at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't feel much. He just acted according to his conscience, regardless of anything else. Shengguang and the insect mother fought for half an hour, their rule worlds clashing until a victor emerged. The insect mother's rule world began to dissolve under Shengguang's holy light. The insect mother screamed even more frantically, but it was futile. It seemed unable to escape its final fate. Suddenly, the insect mother's body began to swell. Shengguang's urgent voice rang out. "Run! It's going to self-destruct." A Saint Venerable's self-destruction was terrifying. All the elemental dragons immediately flew away, fleeing for their lives. Lin Moyu had experienced a Saint Venerable's rule world self-destruction before, and knew its terror. He also fled. But after glancing at Shengguang, Lin Moyu made a decision. Although he was fleeing, he moved in the same direction as Shengguang. Without the use of space laws, Lin Moyu's speed was not as fast as Shengguang's. The gap between a Saint Venerable and a Divine Venerable was immense. The three-light talisman on his body lit up, and Lin Moyu's speed suddenly increased, catching up with Shengguang. Shengguang shouted, "What are you doing here?" Lin Moyu smiled. "I'm here to help you." Boom! A strong explosion shook the starry sky, shattering it. The insect mother's body and its rule world exploded together, transforming into a green sea that swept out. The green sea carried terrifying corrosive power, even corroding space itself. Shengguang was enveloped in white light, resisting the green sea. Lin Moyu took out the golden sword. The runes on the golden sword flashed, weaving a huge shield that protected him from all angles. Lin Moyu and Shengguang, closest to the insect mother, bore the brunt of the impact. The other elemental dragons were relatively better off, using all their strength to protect themselves. Space completely shattered, and spatial chaos erupted, with Shengguang being the first to be swept into it. This was the moment Lin Moyu had been waiting for. With the space laws shattered, the laws were restored. Chapter 2097. This world has no future. The insect mother's self-destruction not only destroyed space, but also destroyed various restrictions. Originally, the dragon race had sealed off space to prevent the insect race from escaping, but now it was all destroyed in the insect mother's self-destruction. The Saint Venerable's self-destruction triggered turbulence in deep space, which even Saint Venerables found difficult to resist. The first to be swept in was Shengguang, who was closest, and the second was Lin Moyu, who had deliberately moved closer. Lin Moyu had experience with deep space turbulence, and with his mastery of space laws, he knew how to deal with it. Fully activating space laws, combined with the effect of the three-light talisman, formed a weak space-time power, giving Lin Moyu some room to maneuver in the space turbulence. Shengguang had already been swept away by the space turbulence, his huge body tumbling in the chaotic flow, temporarily losing control. Lin Moyu came to his side. Despite their vast difference in size, Lin Moyu used all his strength to materialize a giant hand and firmly grasp Shengguang. Go! With a shout, he fully unleashed his laws and threw Shengguang out of the turbulent deep space. At the same time, he took several steps himself to escape the turbulence. Lin Moyu didn't stop there, rushing to another area to pull back several other elemental dragons that had been swept into the space turbulence. Fortunately, the elemental dragons had been far away at the time and had fled quickly enough, so not many were swept into the turbulence. Shengguang stabilized himself and watched as Lin Moyu pulled back one elemental dragon after another. He knew that being swept into space turbulence likely wouldn't result in death, but where one would end up was unknown. They might end up at the edge of the world, millions of light years away. He was a saint venerable, and might be able to return. But for those divine venerables, once they lost their way, it might take thousands or tens of thousands of years to return. Though not life-saving, Lin Moyu's actions were certainly helpful. Combined with the earlier help from the soul-stabilizing runes, the elemental dragons all looked at Lin Moyu with goodwill. At least they acknowledged Lin Moyu. The aftershocks of the Saint Venerable's self-destruction gradually subsided, and the shattered space began to repair itself, though the repair process was slow and would take some time. The entire starry sky was still in a chaotic state, with spatial turbulence and spatial rifts everywhere. If a weaker divine venerable came here, they might be affected, or even injured. Shengguang's body was enveloped in brilliant light. Within the light, his body rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into human form. Lin Moyu was curious why Shengguang had changed into human form, and how he did it. This clearly wasn't the first time, as the whole process was very smooth and natural. Even after transforming into human form, he was already dressed. Even if he could transform himself, surely the clothes couldn't transform too. The clothes fit perfectly, as if tailor-made, and were very luxurious, embroidered with many divine dragon patterns, seemingly flaunting his status. In human form, Shengguang was handsome and tall, standing at 2 meters. Except for a pair of dragon horns on his head, he looked entirely human from head to toe. Lin Moyu looked at Shengguang with a strange expression. Shengguang smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. You might understand in the future." Clearly, this was another matter that couldn't be discussed, and Lin Moyu didn't bother to ask further. Since learning that the dragon race was not native to the Great World, Lin Moyu had many speculations about their origins. The most likely scenario was that the dragon race, like the insect race, came from a world outside, and not one that had been conquered by the Great World. It was just unclear in what capacity they had come to the Great World. The dragon race had existed for so many years, seemingly always watching the development of the Great World. Lin Moyu had already probed Shengguang before, asking roundabout questions and obtaining some information to support his guesses. Now he asked again, "Senior Shengguang, what exactly is the world outside like?" Shengguang, in human form, waved his hand. "Don't call me senior, I like you. In our dragon race terms, you're very much to my taste. Let's call each other brothers. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother." Lin Moyu immediately changed his form of address. "Brother Shengguang." Shengguang laughed heartily. "Good, Brother Moyu. As for your question just now, Big Brother can't tell you. If you want to know, go out and see for yourself. Big Brother believes you definitely have a way. If not, wait until I become a divine dragon. And you still have." Shengguang didn't continue, but gave Lin Moyu a meaningful look. Lin Moyu understood immediately, knowing that Shengguang was certainly under many restrictions and couldn't say certain things. However, from his words, much information had already been revealed. First, it confirmed Lin Moyu's guess that the dragon race indeed came from outside the world, and they had their own purpose for coming to this world. Moreover, Shengguang believed Lin Moyu could go out, and even if he couldn't, when Shengguang became a true divine dragon, he would have a way to take Lin Moyu out. Shengguang had also obliquely mentioned Antares. Without naming names, just a look was enough for Lin Moyu to understand. Shengguang meant that with Antares around, Lin Moyu didn't need to worry about whether he could leave or not. Lin Moyu looked at the tens of thousands of elemental dragons around. Can all members of the dragon race transform into human form? Shengguang shook his head. At least Saint Venerable Realm is required. Lin Moyu understood. Shengguang was surrounded by rule power, and the human transformation was related to rule power. Moreover, the rule power couldn't be too weak. Other shore realm wasn't enough. It had to be Saint Venerable. Rule power flowed around Shengguang's body, silently forming a barrier that prevented their conversation from spreading outward. Brother Moyu, listen to Big Brother. This world has no hope. You'd better make plans early. Lin Moyu's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he feigned ignorance. Why does Big Brother say that? Shengguang lowered his voice. I can't tell you the specific reasons, but what I can tell you is that this world has lost its future. In at most 1,400 years, this world will face a world-ending crisis. You need to cultivate to the other shore realm as quickly as possible. Let me calculate the time. By then I should be close to advancing too. At that time, even if that person hasn't come out, I can take you away. 400 years. Wasn't that the time when another world would collide with the Great World? The dragon race actually knew about this, clearly knowing far more than Lin Moyu had imagined. Lin Moyu asked. Only 1,400 years left. Shengguang said, That's right, 1,400 years at most. No matter what method you use, you must reach the other shore realm within 1,400 years. With your cultivation speed, little brother, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Moyu's cultivation speed was very fast, far beyond the understanding of anyone in the Great World. Anyone who knew Lin Moyu's age would be incredibly shocked. Shengguang knew how long Lin Moyu had been cultivating, but he was only slightly surprised. It seemed he could accept Lin Moyu's cultivation speed. At the same time, from his words, Lin Moyu felt that using 1,400 years to cultivate from Divine Venerable to Other Shore Realm seemed to be acceptable to Shengguang. If others heard this, they would definitely think it was a fantasy. Who could cultivate from Divine Venerable to Other Shore in just over 1,000 years? Is the cultivation speed in the dragon race all this fast? Lin Moyu thought to himself, while continuing to ask, but there are several Saint Venerables in our human race. Can't they do anything? Shengguang shook his head. Saint Venerables are useless. They'll all die when the time comes. Not one can escape. This world will be destroyed. Except for a few people. Everyone in this world will die. Chapter 2098. The rule world does not stop at perfection. Shengguang had already sentenced the great world to death in his heart. The great world would have no more hope, and everything would come to an end. When the time came, except for a few people, everything in the great world would perish. Whether human or other races, whether divine venerable or saint venerable, everything in the great world would be erased. The few people he mentioned were those who had obtained dragon soul crystals before. From 3-colored to 9-colored dragon soul crystals, as long as someone had obtained a dragon soul crystal, it meant they had gained the recognition of the dragon race. When the time came, they would have the qualification to live, while others could only wait for death. Lin Moyu asked if there was still a chance to save the great world, but Shengguang firmly answered that there was no chance. Lin Moyu didn't argue. He knew Shengguang wasn't talking nonsense, But from his perspective, the Great World truly had no future. He wanted to get more information from Shengguang, but Shengguang began to keep his mouth shut and said no more. He had already said too much and couldn't say any more. In fact, he shouldn't have said even this much. He was willing to tell Lin Moyu, mainly because he liked Lin Moyu and felt they had a connection. Shengguang reminded Lin Moyu again to reach the other shore realm within 1400 years, then left with the dragon race. Watching them disappear into the starry sky, Lin Moyu stood there with a flickering gaze, muttering to himself, "Brother Shengguang, what you know is not everything. Someone has already foreseen the future of the Great World and made arrangements. That person is someone even Heavenly Venerable's fear. He said the Great World still has a future. Besides this," Lin Moyu had another thought in his heart, "I also believe the Great World still has a future." His belief was unshakable. He didn't think the Great World was doomed to destruction. Heaven never seals off all paths. There was still a glimmer of hope. Lin Moyu believed that anything could have a turning point. It just depended on whether one could find that turning point. He summoned the warship again. The warship's surface had many cracks from the previous impact, but fortunately, it hadn't affected the internal arrays. The warship could still navigate in deep space without any issues. Lin Moyu summoned a set of sigil arrays from the treasure ship's storage. These were the arrays he had personally drawn to refine sigil artifacts. Flames burned fiercely at the center of the sigil array. Lin Moyu used the array to envelop the warship. Then he began to draw numerous sigils to strengthen the warship. With the experience of repairing and strengthening the golden sword, Lin Moyu's technique in strengthening and repairing the warship was much more proficient now. Sigils flew out one by one, landing on the warship, then being imprinted into the warship through the refining flames of the sigil array. The warship's shell originally had an array set up by Old Flame, but its defensive power wasn't very strong. Now Lin Moyu added a completely new sigil array on top of the original array. The combination of the two arrays directly increased the warship's defensive power by a level. Even if attacked by an other shore realm being, the warship could at least withstand a few hits, giving Lin Moyu enough time to put it away. At present, this warship was still very useful, or rather, the space array inside the warship was very useful. With his space law, Lin Moyu could enter deep space on his own, but he didn't yet have the ability to navigate quickly in deep space. If he waited until his space law became stronger, not to mention using space gates, once he could move freely in deep space, he could discard this warship. The warship became Lin Moyu's second sigil artifact. He had given it a shell, making it a semi-finished product. After finishing, the warship was covered in sigils, looking more substantial. He activated it again, entering deep space, flying towards the inner domain space. This trip to the outer domain space was considered successful for Lin Moyu. He had originally been worried about whether Red Star Supreme would be willing to help. But Red Star Supreme was not only willing, but also mentioned the 10,000 star Grand Array. Later, he encountered the dragon race and learned some secrets. The secrets of the Great World seemed to reveal another tip of the iceberg. Next, I need to focus on cultivation and increase my strength as much as possible. In 1400 years, I not only need to reach the other shore realm, but also try to reach the Saint Venerable realm if possible. If my talent hasn't weakened, perhaps I could fight a Supreme one-on-one, which could also share some pressure. The gap between Saint Venerable and Supreme was huge. Lin Moyu didn't know if he could challenge a Supreme across realms once he reached Saint Venerable. Perhaps he could, perhaps not. Either way, he had to try to know. In fact, Lin Moyu had another plan, but for now, this plan couldn't be implemented. If the plan succeeded, then not only would the Great World not perish, but there might even be a chance to devour that world, plunder its origin, and find an opportunity to establish a new divine path. But for now, that plan was still far off. At least he had to wait until he reached the other shore realm. Besides cultivation, I also need to prepare some backup plans. in case Red Star Supreme is wrong. And there are more than 10 Supremes in that world. Or if the 10,000-star Grand Array isn't effective enough, we must have backup plans to deal with it. Lin Moyu considered many possibilities. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. As they got closer to the inner domain space, the Starlight Law began to become more active. Starlight Refinement started operating again, refining starlight and condensing stars. The stars illuminated his soul, making the form of his rule world more complete and powerful. When it came time to truly construct his rule world, he would have a higher chance of constructing a perfect level rule world. A perfect level rule world was one of the foundations for ascending to Heavenly Venerable. If one couldn't even reach the perfect level in their rule world, there was no hope of becoming a Heavenly Venerable, even if they understood the virtual and real and saw the essence of the world. The mysterious master had told Lin Moyu that constructing a perfect rule world was very important and could not be neglected. Lin Moyu now somewhat understood the true purpose of the world tree fruit. It allowed one to give birth to the form of a rule world at the divine venerable realm, enabling people to come into contact with the rule world earlier and perfect and strengthen it. This laid a solid foundation for constructing the rule world in the future. With the form of the rule world, it was equivalent to opening the door to Saint Venerable. As long as one wasn't too unlucky, entering Saint Venerable was a certainty. Unfortunately, the world tree fruit matured too slowly. So far, there had only been one, which he had eaten. Lin Moyu examined his soul world, and already had some ideas about the rule world he would construct in the future. As his horizons continued to expand and improve, his ideas about the rule world also kept changing and improving. Initially, he had only thought of using the undying law to construct a rule world that was half gray and half white, half life and half death. Later, after understanding the virtual and real and seeing the true world, he felt he should add virtual and real characteristics to the rule world. After obtaining Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable's inheritance, he wanted to add various sigils to the rule world to evolve countless possibilities. Now, after seeing the Boundary Sea, he had a new understanding of his rule world. Lin Moyu felt he was being a bit too ambitious and somewhat unrealistic. But the brief experience of the Boundary Sea kept surfacing, making him feel he must do this. He even had an even more absurd thought. Perhaps the rule world is not limited to perfection. He felt that there might be higher levels of existence for rule worlds. Since it was a world of rules defined by humans, why couldn't he define it himself? Just as he was lost in thought, a series of mournful calls entered the warship. Chapter 2099. The Supremes Rule World. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. The voice was tragic and stirring, shaking people's hearts. The runes on the warship flickered brightly, and its speed became slower and slower. The tragic voice disturbed space, turning the entire space into a viscous state, making it difficult for the warship to fly. Lin Moyu was startled awake, feeling an indescribable sadness. Not just sadness, but also a heavy pain within the sadness. That kind of pain felt like someone was gripping his heart, preventing it from beating. Though not as painful as soul pain, it was even more uncomfortable. What happened? Lin Moyu controlled the warship, leaving deep space. The warship rose, and Lin Moyu saw a tall mountain. He was in the mountain forest. The mountain was over 1,000,000 kilometers high, beyond even Lin Moyu's eyesight. The appearance of such a high mountain in space was unimaginable. Lin Moyu maneuvered the warship towards the mountaintop, but the warship could never reach the true peak. Every time it was about to cross the peak, it was blocked by an invisible force. This force seemed like an array, but was different from an array. Lin Moyu felt somewhat familiar with this sensation. After thinking for a moment, he knew where he had entered. He had entered a rule world. The border he touched was the edge of the rule world, the world barrier, also called the world screen. With his current abilities, it was difficult to break through. Is this the Saint Venerable's rule world? or a Supreme's rule world? Lin Moyu thought to himself. If it was a Saint Venerable's rule world, that would be fine. But if it was a Supreme's, that would be much more troublesome. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land, but cannot rest in peace. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land, but cannot rest in peace. The tragic voice echoed in the rule world, making people's hearts ache more and more. Lin Moyu endured the discomfort and depression, flying in another direction. After passing the mountain before him, he saw an even more shocking scene. Mountains, countless mountains, tens or hundreds of thousands of mountains, forming an ocean composed purely of mountain forests. The warship flew through the mountain forests, which seemed endless, spanning billions of miles, comparable to a galaxy. This is a Supreme's rule world. Lin Moyu sighed, his expression not looking good. A Saint Venerable's rule world couldn't be this large. Only a Supreme's rule world could reach this scale. As for whether it could be a Heavenly Venerable's rule world, Lin Moyu thought it unlikely. This rule world had already lost its vitality, clearly left behind after death in battle. Although Heavenly Venerables also fought in ancient times, there were no records of any Heavenly Venerables dying in battle. Lin Moyu could only pray this was a Supreme's rule world, not a Heavenly Venerable's. Otherwise it would be even more troublesome. The warship flew for a long time without reaching the edge. Lin Moyu tried sending out skeleton divine generals to explore this rule world, just like exploring a secret realm. The skeleton divine generals flew in all directions, quickly sending back information. The skeleton divine generals discovered some unusual places. Lin Moyu immediately rushed over, helplessly finding that his space law had failed again. In the rule world, all rules were set by the master of the rule world. Plus, his mastery of space law wasn't very strong, so it was normal for it to fail. Lin Moyu arrived at the place where the anomaly was discovered. He saw a tombstone. Words were carved on the tombstone. My name is Yuan Hao, a divine venerable of the human race. Accidentally fell into this realm, searched everywhere, but found no way out. Cannot cultivate in this realm. Every 10 years there is a rainbow absorption event, absorbing flesh, realm, and lifespan. This venerable is unwilling to let thousands of years of cultivation become someone else's wedding dress. So I end my life here, erecting this tombstone as a warning to future generations. If you can find a way out, please help bring my body back and bury it in human territory. Lin Moyu sighed after reading the tombstone, surprised to find it was the tombstone of a human divine venerable. Through the tombstone's record, he could roughly deduce what had happened. Divine Venerable Yuan Hao had entered the outer realm to explore, but accidentally entered this place. He didn't know he had entered a rule world, and no matter how he searched, he couldn't find a way out. Moreover, every 10 years there would be a rainbow absorption phenomenon here, absorbing flesh, power, and lifespan. He believed someone was absorbing and devouring him. After many times, he might fall from Divine Venerable, unable to maintain even his realm, eventually falling to God King, true God, until death. For someone who had cultivated to Divine Venerable, this was naturally unacceptable. So, with no other options, he chose suicide and left this tombstone. The tombstone was both a warning and a last glimmer of hope, hoping that one day someone could bring his remains back. After all, he was a Divine Venerable. His remains wouldn't decay even after 100,000 years. But when Lin Moyu looked, there were no remains here. There were no creatures in the surrounding forests either. No beasts would have eaten his remains. If there were beasts, he would certainly have mentioned it on the tombstone. No beasts. Lin Moyu's eyes showed a hint of relief. This should not be a Heavenly Venerable's rule world. The reason for this judgment was that Heavenly Venerables could already create living beings. Though not creating from nothing, they could at least fuse and create new species of living beings. So Lin Moyu was 90% certain that in a heavenly venerables rule world, there would definitely be strong vitality. Strong vitality would give birth to various weak living beings. The appearance of beasts and such would be correct. Not being a heavenly venerables rule world, Lin Moyu relaxed a bit. He reached out his hand and grabbed, causing soil and rocks to fly. There was nothing under the tombstone. No remains. The remains are gone. A divine venerable's remains couldn't vanish into thin air. Even after 1,000,000 years, there would still be remnants. Now that the remains were gone, it could only mean that the rainbow absorption mentioned in the tombstone didn't spare even the corpse, absorbing it until not even dregs remained. Rainbow absorption. What exactly is it? Lin Moyu thought to himself. At this moment, the skeleton divine generals sent news again, making another new discovery. Lin Moyu immediately rushed over. This discovery was larger in scale. A group of houses built from trees. There were over a dozen houses, with traces of habitation. Judging from the style of the houses, those who lived here were not just humans, but other races as well. However, now the people here were all gone. Lin Moyu searched house by house, finally making a new discovery in one of them. On the wood of this house, a large number of words were recorded, in human script. This time the text was more detailed, with accurate time records. The person who carved the text was called Du Zhengran, a human divine venerable who had reached divine venerable rank 7. About 2,000 years ago, he accidentally entered this realm and tried every means but could not leave. In the 3rd year after he entered, the rainbow absorption appeared, absorbing part of his realm. Because he was a high-level divine venerable, his perception was more obvious. About 100 years of lifespan was absorbed, and his realm dropped somewhat. A divine venerable rank 7 feet's lifespan was at most over 5,000 years, and he was already over 2,000 years old at the time. In other words, he would die of old age here, after just 30 rainbow absorptions. Later, he discovered that even 30 absorptions was optimistic. As the number of absorptions increased, his realm kept falling, and his lifespan was also falling. He could at most endure a dozen absorptions, about 100 years. In these 100 years, he encountered some other divine venerables who had accidentally entered this place. Some were human. Some were from other races. They died one by one, due to the absorptions. He finally ended his own life when he was about to fall from divine venerable. Chapter 2100. No one escapes, a world of despair. Du Zhengran's records made Lin Moyu feel a chill down his spine. His words were filled with despair. He was the last to die among these people. The others either died due to the rainbow absorption, or couldn't bear it and ended their own lives. All those who came here were divine venerables. Regardless of their race, no one could accept the fate of their realm falling and becoming a cripple. Lin Moyu checked other houses but found no records like Du Zhengran's. However, there were traces of life, indicating that the people here were filled with despair at that time. What puzzled Lin Moyu the most was that during the decades they were here, these divine venerables from various races did not engage in large-scale fights, but lived peacefully together. This was very unusual, especially for races like humans and demons, who were sworn enemies and would not coexist peacefully under any circumstances. Even when facing a life-and-death crisis, they would first fight to the death upon meeting. Could there be some restriction on fighting here? Lin Moyu's heart stirred, thinking of a possibility. He had a skeleton divine general attack the mountain forest. The attack was not strong. Less than 1% of the skeleton divine general's full power. 100-meter tall, 10-meter thick tree was split in two by the sword energy, falling with a roar. Here, any mountain was so tall that its peak couldn't be seen, and its width was hard to estimate. The mountains were high, and the trees were large. In the mountain forest, 100-meter tall, 10-meter thick tree was just a sapling. Here, trees hundreds of meters thick, and so tall their tops couldn't be seen were everywhere. With the roar, the tree fell, and then there was no further movement. Lin Moyu looked at the wooden houses, which were also made from large trees. It seemed they hadn't encountered any trouble at that time. Could it really be possible to coexist peacefully? Lin Moyu naturally didn't believe such nonsense, and issued another order. The skeleton divine general used half its strength to unleash a stronger attack. A massive sword energy blasted out, hitting the mountain forest. The mountain was blasted open with a huge hole, and countless large trees were blown away. Although this wound was nothing to the entire mountain, and even more insignificant to the entire mountain range, in Lin Moyu's view, the commotion was already very intense, even causing the ground he stood on to shake. Moments later, the shaking stopped, and apart from the huge pit on the mountain, nothing else happened. Could I be wrong? If fighting were allowed here, it wouldn't be possible to coexist peacefully. Lin Moyu still didn't believe it, and issued a new order. 2 skeleton divine generals suddenly fought each other, attacking each other. This time, they still used half their strength, which wouldn't be enough to kill each other. As they fought, the rule world finally reacted. A roaring sound came from the sky, and then 2 unimaginable forces descended, accurately hitting the 2 skeleton divine generals. The 2 skeleton divine generals were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move, unable to even stand up. Lin Moyu understood. In this rule world, one could attack the mountains, but not other living beings. Lin Moyu tried several times, having the skeleton divine generals use their full strength to attack the mountains. The mountains were blasted full of holes, and countless giant trees were destroyed. But there was still no punishment. Only the 2 skeleton divine generals that had fought earlier remained pinned to the ground, unable to move. After understanding the rules, Lin Moyu felt even more puzzled. Why is it like this? Such rules must have a reason. Lin Moyu knew that everything had cause and effect. If he wanted to leave here, he had to find the cause and effect. But with the information he had now, it was difficult to find the correct cause and effect. Over countless years, many people must have entered this rule world, but no one had ever escaped. At least no humans had. If someone had, there would definitely be records in the Human Emperor's network. Those who died here should have left some information in their despair. This information might be helpful to him. The rainbow absorption occurred once every 10 years. He didn't know how long it would be until the next one. Lin Moyu didn't know if he could withstand the rainbow absorption. After all, this was a Supreme's rule world, and he wasn't confident. Even if he could withstand the rainbow absorption, so what? He couldn't sense any laws here, and couldn't cultivate. Eventually, he would die of old age here. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, he didn't have much time to waste here. If he delayed for 1,000 years, it would be too late when he got out. I must find a way out as soon as possible. Lin Moyu sent out more skeleton divine generals to explore. This world was too large. He had been here for half a day, and the skeleton divine generals had only explored a tiny fraction. Determined, Lin Moyu sent out all 5 billion skeleton divine generals to explore in all directions. The map of the rule world gradually became clearer, and finally, there was a new discovery. The skeleton divine generals found a curvature while flying, leading Lin Moyu to guess that this rule world was an enormous sphere. A spherical rule world was normal, but this sphere was excessively large, larger than a galaxy. Its diameter was unmeasurable. The skeleton divine generals spread out, flying in a grid pattern to avoid missing any traces. Finally, there was another new discovery, and Lin Moyu rushed over immediately. It was an enormous stone tablet. The stone tablet was tens of thousands of meters long and wide, square, made from stones from the high mountains of the rule world. The stone tablet was covered with numerous inscriptions, written in various languages of different races. Lin Moyu had studied the languages of various races and could understand most of them. Reading the inscriptions, Lin Moyu found that they recorded the experiences of divine venerables from various races who had entered this place. The inscriptions contained the insights of these divine venerables. They had also explored but ultimately failed to leave, though they made some discoveries. They recorded their findings on the stone tablet, hoping that future generations could leave this place. Unfortunately, until the most recent record from 500 years ago, no one had succeeded. The last record was left by a human divine venerable 500 years ago. From the stone tablet, Lin Moyu felt despair again. Despair mixed with unwillingness and hatred. The resentment left by each divine venerable. Each divine venerable, who ultimately couldn't leave, left their resentment in the inscriptions, and their bodies were gone. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land, but cannot rest in peace. The tragic sighs echoed in the rule world, making Lin Moyu frown uncomfortably. It wasn't physical discomfort, but an emotional one. His emotions were affected by the tragic voice, causing intense fluctuations. These intense fluctuations affected his calm thinking, making him feel despair. Those divine venerables who chose suicide in the end probably did so under the influence of this voice. Lin Moyu felt the voice had intensified since he entered, not because the sound grew louder, but because the emotions within it became stronger, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Suppressing his inner discomfort, Lin Moyu carefully read the inscriptions on the stone tablet, trying to stay calm. The inscriptions show that fighting is indeed not allowed here. Any fighting will result in punishment. So here, no matter how deep the hatred, it must be set aside. Currently, apart from the rainbow absorption every 10 years, no other dangers have been discovered. Not discovering doesn't mean there aren't any. Just like those divine venerables couldn't find a way out, it doesn't mean there isn't one. Lin Moyu pondered, glancing at the sky unintentionally. In the sky, at some unknown time, a crescent moon had appeared, a blue crescent moon, exuding a sense of eeriness. Chapter 21:01. This is the hero's tomb. Lin Moyu was very certain that when he first arrived in the rule world, there was no moon in the sky. His memory was not wrong. Now that the moon had appeared, it must signify something. He tried to have the skeleton divine generals fly towards the moon, but they couldn't get close at all. When they were still far away, the skeleton divine generals were blocked. Without being able to use space laws, Lin Moyu couldn't teleport to the moon either. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. After the moon appeared, the voice in the rule world became even more tragic, making people feel despair. Damn it! Lin Moyu tried to keep his inner peace, discarding all unnecessary thoughts. The voice directly echoed in his soul, penetrating his soul world, making it impossible to ignore. The rules set by the Supreme were not so easily evaded. The skeleton divine generals continued to explore, gradually making new discoveries. This world was too vast. Ordinary divine venerables entering here might not encounter anyone else for decades, or even centuries. The 10,000-meter stone tablet couldn't be discovered by everyone, nor could everyone leave information on it. Lin Moyu looked around, but all he found was despair. Those divine venerables couldn't provide any useful information. Finally, after 10 days, the 5 billion skeleton divine generals had fully explored this world. The entire rule world was indeed a sphere, just like an ordinary planet, but much larger, even larger than a galaxy. Apart from this, there were no other discoveries. Lin Moyu had tried every possible method, searching every corner of the rule world, but to no avail. Even Lin Moyu felt a sense of despair at this point. During these 10 days, the rule world was not without changes. The continuously repeating voice became even more tragic. The atmosphere of despair grew thicker, and the emotional pull was so intense that even Lin Moyu felt extremely uncomfortable. If even he felt this way, one could imagine how despairing other divine venerables must have felt. Under such emotions, It was normal for them to eventually choose suicide. Moreover, the blue moon in the sky had changed from a crescent to a half moon. In another half month or so, it would become a full moon. Lin Moyu had searched through all the records and guessed what the blue moon signified. When the blue moon became full, the rainbow absorption would occur. How lucky! Lin Moyu laughed at himself. He hadn't expected to encounter the rainbow absorption less than a month after entering. Lin Moyu wasn't afraid, in fact. He was somewhat interested, wanting to see what the rainbow absorption was. In the absence of an exit, perhaps he could find a clue through the rainbow absorption and see if there would be any changes in this world. The skeleton divine generals were already spread throughout the rule world, ready to detect any changes. At the same time, Lin Moyu had thought of a backup plan. If he still couldn't get out after the rainbow absorption, he would have to use this backup plan. During the half month, Lin Moyu didn't idle. Since he couldn't cultivate, he studied runes. The path of runes was vast and profound. Lin Moyu knew he was only at the beginner's level and had much to learn. By laying a solid foundation, he would achieve greater success in the future, mastering the power of rules and truly drawing ancient runes. Only then could he be considered to have truly entered the Hall of Runes. Fight 100 battles and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land but cannot rest in peace. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the tragic voice reached its peak. Despair enveloped the entire rule world. Lin Moyu ended his study of runes and looked up at the sky. The blue moon in the sky had become completely full, emitting a strange blue light that covered the land. In the blue light, Lin Moyu felt a chill, and the temperature of the entire rule world was dropping rapidly. At some point, frost had covered the high mountains and dense forests, turning the green world into a layer of icy white. It's coming. Lin Moyu knew that the rainbow absorption was imminent. Everything happening now had been recorded by those who came before, exactly the same. The blue full moon reached its peak, and then bloomed like a flower in an instant. The blue light formed a vortex, starting to absorb everything in the rule world. Frost flew backward, swirling with the blue vortex and being quickly absorbed. Countless lights were also pulled towards the blue vortex. The surrounding colors rapidly dimmed, becoming darker and darker. At this moment, the blue light was like a black hole, not even sparing light. Outside the blue vortex, a circle of rainbow appeared, looking eerily beautiful. Lin Moyu felt an invisible force fall upon him, as if trying to pull part of his soul out. At the same time, the laws within his body seemed restless, as if they wanted to leave his body. His purple gold body automatically activated, stabilizing the situation. The purple gold body shone brilliantly, his vital energy roaring like a dragon, constantly resisting the suction. Lin Moyu carefully sensed the suction, absorbing the soul, plundering the laws, shaking the foundational roots. Under the rainbow absorption, ordinary divine venerables can't resist. To resist the rainbow absorption, one must at least have a saint venerable soul and a strong physical body. The purple gold body, known as flawless and unblemished, can block the rainbow absorption. Facing the rainbow absorption, Lin Moyu remained unmoved, unaffected. After confirming that the rainbow absorption had no effect on him, Lin Moyu began to study it. Under the rainbow absorption, the entire rule world was undergoing tremendous changes. Countless high mountains trembled simultaneously, and massive amounts of energy flew out from the mountains, heading towards the blue vortex. Lin Moyu immediately understood that the mountains and forests usually absorbed energy, and during the rainbow absorption, they sent this energy to the blue vortex. He was so certain because he discovered that the energy being absorbed included the power of the skeleton divine generals. The power that had struck the mountains hadn't disappeared, but had been converted and absorbed, now sent to the blue vortex. No wonder the divine venerables' remains were gone. Lin Moyu finally understood. The divine venerables' remains were gone because they had been digested. The remains of divine venerables contained immense energy, which could even be used for refining artifacts and pills, so they naturally wouldn't be spared. In the next second, Lin Moyu's pupils contracted sharply. In the blue vortex, he vaguely saw human figures. Countless human figures. The figures stood in the vortex, shouting in unison, "Fight 100 battles, and die 10,000 deaths without regret. The soul returns to the old land, but cannot rest in peace." Lin Moyu realized that these were ancient human cultivators, warriors from ancient times, heroes of that era. They had died in battle, their souls returning here, leaving behind remnants that absorbed endless energy, hoping to one day return to the battlefield. Even in death, their fighting spirit remained, their remnants unyielding, never retreating. This is the hero's tomb. Lin Moyu stood in solemn respect, realizing he couldn't use his backup plan. He had originally planned to use the world-burning fire to try to refine this entire world. But now, how could he refine it? Unless he truly couldn't leave. How could he possibly refine this world? This was the resting place of countless heroes' souls, their tomb. As long as he had another way, he wouldn't harm these heroes. Lin Moyu made a bold decision. His soul world emerged, and the world tree extended a branch. The branch extended infinitely, carrying Lin Moyu's will towards the blue vortex. The invisible barrier in the sky didn't stop the world tree. Where the skeleton divine generals couldn't fly, the world tree easily reached. Finally, the branch of the world tree touched the blue vortex. Chapter 21:02. The obsession of the supreme of 100 battles. The branch of the world tree, carrying Lin Moyu's consciousness, made contact with the blue vortex. With a hum, Lin Moyu's soul world shook violently, and countless streams of consciousness flowed along the world tree. I still want to fight. I can still fight. What does it matter if my strength is exhausted? I can still self-destruct, burn my remaining soul, and kill you all. The soul of the human race never admits defeat. Never. Countless consciousnesses shouted in Lin Moyu's soul world, filled with sorrow, anger, helplessness, and unwillingness. Thousands of emotions intertwined, stirring Lin Moyu's emotions and shaking his soul. Lin Moyu firmly guarded his mind, solidifying his Tao heart, and expelled these emotions one by one. He couldn't accept these emotions. If he did, he would go mad. The emotions in the consciousness were nearly insane, already an obsession. Any one of them could drive a divine venerable mad. Incredibly terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had experience receiving the inheritance of heavenly venerables multiple times. His willpower was already far beyond that of a saint venerable. Finally, a voice rang out. Descendant of the human race. This voice was relatively stable, standing out among the countless streams of consciousness. His voice was above the other consciousnesses, and Lin Moyu felt his presence. With the help of the world tree, he saw the owner of the voice. A middle-aged man, clad in battle armor, with a burly figure and holding a giant warhammer, was looking at him with piercing eyes. At the same time, a majestic figure appeared in the blue vortex, as if the master of this world, overlooking the heavens and earth. Lin Moyu realized the identity of the other party, and spoke with some respect. Junior Lin Moyu greets the senior. My name is Bai Zhan, the supreme of the human race. The majestic figure spoke with a voice full of authority, revealing his identity. He was called the supreme of 100 battles, the supreme of the human race. Lin Moyu said, Greetings to the supreme of 100 battles. This junior accidentally entered your rule world. Please, supreme, allow me to leave. The supreme of 100 battles looked at Lin Moyu with a condescending gaze. You, a mere divine venerable. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Lin Moyu was taken aback. This supreme of 100 battles seemed different from the other supremes he had encountered. The other human supremes he had met, all valued and cared for the younger generation of the human race. But this supreme of 100 battles seemed different. Thinking about it, Many human divine venerables had died in the rule world, indicating that this Supreme of 100 Battles was not an easy person to deal with. The Supreme of 100 Battles said in a low voice, "When the Great War began, you divine venerables did not think of cultivating, did not guard your homeland, only knew how to flee. What use are you? You fled to the outer world, preferring to die there rather than fight the enemy. What right do you have to survive?" Lin Moyu was stunned, listening to the Supreme of 100 Battles. It seemed that many divine venerables had fled to the outer world back then. Did those divine venerables think the human race was finished? In ancient times, divine venerables were as numerous as dogs, far more than now. Among so many divine venerables, it was not impossible for some to be cowardly. At the critical moment of life and death, they chose to flee, which was also normal. Lin Moyu's mind turned, realizing something. "Senior, do you not know what happened later?" The Supreme of 100 Battles said in a deep voice, "Later. What happened later? I had already died in battle. In the end, I gathered the remnants of my old troops and went to the outer world to hunt down those cowards. Seeing you here, I know we must have won later. The human race must win, and those who fled to the outer world must die." Lin Moyu finally understood that this Supreme of 100 Battles was trapped in his own obsession. He was very brave, and his subordinates were also very brave, never retreating even in death. Such a person hated cowards the most. Normally, when the Great War began, the human divine venerables should have worked hard to cultivate, quickly become other shore beings, achieve Saint Venerable status, and join the battlefield. But some human divine venerables fled. He hated these fleeing divine venerables. After his death, he used his rule world to gather the remnants of his soul and his subordinates' souls, entering the outer world to hunt down those divine venerables. This thought became his obsession, so much so that no divine venerable who entered could leave. The Supreme of 100 Battles' memory was actually stuck at that moment of his death, completely unaware of what happened later. Lin Moyu said, "Senior, it seems you don't know what happened later." The Supreme of 100 Battles looked at Lin Moyu. With a movement, he entered Lin Moyu's soul world through the world tree. His gaze swept over. Divine Venerable Realm, Saint Venerable Soul, Rule World Form. You are a top genius of the human race. Someone like you wouldn't flee. You are qualified to talk to me. His tone changed slightly, still lofty and authoritative, but he acknowledged Lin Moyu's status, allowing him to speak. After all, top geniuses receive different treatment wherever they go. Even a supreme would have a different attitude towards such a top genius. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this supreme's obsession still retained some memory. Obsession is often chaotic. Lin Moyu feared encountering an irrational supreme's obsession, which would be terrifying, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Moyu said, "I want to tell you that our human race did not win, but we did not lose either." The Supreme of 100 Battles' aura fluctuated several times, his large eyes staring at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continued, "The Black Blood Great Realm is missing, the Great World is missing, severely damaged, and the Heavenly Venerables have all left the Great World." Impossible. The Supreme of 100 Battles roared, shaking the entire soul world. A yellow light emerged from Lin Moyu's soul, the soul gem of the Calamity Scepter shining brightly, blocking the Supreme's roar. If it were another divine venerable, their soul would have been scattered by this roar. Obsession is still obsession, prone to madness at any time. Lin Moyu felt a lingering fear but still said, "Senior, there's no need to be so angry. Although the Heavenly Venerables left, the Great World did not perish, and our human race survived." The Supreme of 100 Battles growled, "The Heavenly Venerables fled too. So they are cowards as well. Even the Heavenly Venerables would run away." Then he angrily said to Lin Moyu, "Why didn't you leave? A genius like you. Why didn't the Heavenly Venerables take you with them?" Lin Moyu said, "Senior, The Great War you experienced was already 2 million years ago. This time, the Supreme of 100 Battles was stunned. His memory had always been stuck at the moment of his death, completely unaware that so much time had passed. He murmured, "Time. So much time has passed." He didn't doubt Lin Moyu's words. As a Supreme, he could sense the truth with a slight perception. Lin Moyu suspected that after his death, he became an obsession, always in a state of confused slumber. It wasn't until just now that Lin Moyu awakened him. Lin Moyu said, "Over the years, our human race has also faced some disasters, but fortunately, we have survived. I just want to tell you, Senior, that divine venerables are very precious to the human race now. Many human divine venerables have died here over the years. Please, Senior, don't kill any more." The Supreme of 100 Battles closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu continued to ask Senior, "Do you know Red Star Supreme?" Chapter 21:03. They indeed know each other. The Supreme of 100 Battles' eyes lit up. "Brother Red Star. How is he? Did he also die in battle?" "That guy, like me, would fight to the death without retreating." From the look of the Supreme of 100 Battles, it seemed his relationship with Red Star Supreme was quite good. Lin Moyu said, "Red Star Supreme did not die in battle, but he was severely injured and retreated to the outer domain to heal. I met Red Star Supreme not long ago. If you want to find him, I can show you the way." The Supreme of 100 Battles looked at Lin Moyu, and after a moment said, "All right, I believe you. Tell me where Brother Red Star is." Lin Moyu unfolded the star map and showed the location of Red Star Supreme to the Supreme of 100 Battles. The Supreme of 100 Battles said in a low voice, "I will let you go and promise not to kill any more human divine venerables. But if you dare deceive me, I will come for you." As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and a light dot flew out, landing in Lin Moyu's soul world. "This is my mark. If you dare to erase it, I will sense it and come to kill you immediately. If you dare deceive me, I will also come through the mark to kill you." After saying this, the Supreme of 100 Battles returned to the blue vortex. The blue moonlight enveloped the world, and Lin Moyu's vision became blurry. When his vision cleared again, Lin Moyu found himself back in the real starry sky. In the distance, starlight shone, and various laws returned simultaneously. He had left the rule world of the Supreme of 100 Battles. He could vaguely see a faint light flying into the distance, which was the rule world of the Supreme of 100 Battles. The Supreme of 100 Battles seemed to believe his words, but didn't fully trust him. After all, he was just a small divine venerable, and the Supreme of 100 Battles would prefer to believe Red Star Supreme's words. So he went to find Red Star Supreme to get the answer from him. Lin Moyu exhaled. At least from now on, he won't mistakenly kill human divine venerables anymore. Those who died in the rule world of the Supreme of 100 Battles could only be considered unlucky. No one would avenge them. Who would dare seek revenge against a Supreme, even if it was just an obsession? It was still stronger than a Saint Venerable. All Lin Moyu could do was bring this matter back and inform the Human Emperor Network so that all human divine venerables would know. Fortunately, he didn't need to use the world burning fire. He wasn't even sure if the world burning fire would have worked. Given the character of the Supreme of 100 Battles, once his obsession went mad, who knew what he would do? Mutual destruction seemed very likely, and Lin Moyu couldn't withstand that. Lin Moyu let out a sigh of relief, took out the warship again, and flew towards the inner domain. After the journey through the rule world, his direction had shifted, altering his original route. Lin Moyu looked at the star map. Fortunately, the inner domain is not too far away. Since I'm here, I might as well follow this route back. If all goes well, I should return to the inner domain in 20 days and enter the territory of the Cold Water Tribe. I'll pass through the Cold Water Tribe and settle the accounts from 100,000 years ago. In the entire Great World, the human race was considered an enemy to all. The rights and wrongs of 1,000,000 years ago no longer mattered. To the various races, it might have been the human race's fault. But to the human race, the fault lay with the other races. As a member of the human race, Lin Moyu naturally stood on the side of the human race. He wanted to sever the karmic ties of the great world, to save himself and his friends and family. As for right and wrong, it no longer mattered. In this cruel great world, strength was the only truth, and power was justice. He continued to study and research runes, trying to improve his mastery and understanding of them as much as possible. The starlight refinement method continued, and as he got closer to the inner domain, its efficiency also increased. The great world had been relatively peaceful in the past year. The alliance of various races had been formed, but the internal details were still being discussed. With over 200 races, there were many matters to discuss. Although everyone knew that ultimately, a few strong races would lead. The demon race and the golden eagle race, as old powerful races, naturally had significant influence. Surprisingly, the new member, the bull demon race, also showed great strength. The bull demon race had 2 saint venerables and 6 other shore beings. Their strength was second only to the 2 old powerful races. If their population were larger, the bull demon race could also be considered a powerful race. For many years, the bull demon race had remained neutral, not participating in the Great War against the human race even 100,000 years ago. All races thought the bull demon race would remain neutral this time as well. But, for some reason, the bull demon race chose a side. This choice was understandable. There were many smart people among the races, and after analysis, they understood the general reason. Whether the 100 Races Alliance or the human race won, they would eventually target the bull demon race. Even at the beginning of the war, both sides might aim to eliminate the bull demon race. The bull demon race was an unstable factor. If the 100 Races Alliance and the human race fought to mutual destruction, the bull demon race might take advantage, so they wouldn't give it that chance. The bull demon race couldn't remain neutral. They had to choose a side to survive. Between the human race and the 100 Races Alliance, they chose the 100 Races Alliance. After joining the 100 Races Alliance, the bull demon race demonstrated sufficient strength to gain significant influence. In the starry sky, a massive palace floated. Inside the palace, a huge round table stood in the center, surrounded by representatives of various races, over 100 in total. The weakest among them were peak divine venerables, with over 20 other shore beings and 3 saint venerables from the demon race, the golden eagle race, and the bull demon race. Abyss demon venerable sat on his throne, his voice hoarse. The alliance is formed. Next, we need to form a coalition army. The coalition army will be composed of forces from various races, with the number of troops allocated based on population. We must obey unified command. Only then can we have a chance to defeat the human race. The Saint Venerable of the Golden Eagle race, Black Gold Saint Venerable, said in a low voice. Of course, we must obey command. Just like 100,000 years ago, as long as we unite, the human race is nothing. Although the human race has recovered somewhat over the past 100,000 years, they are not much stronger than before. The key is, they no longer have Shaozhantian. We have a chance to destroy them completely. The Saint Venerable of the Bull Demon race, Blood Bull Saint Venerable, laughed. Even if Shaozhantian were here, it wouldn't matter. Our Bull Demon race has ways to deal with him. But I've heard that the human race has produced a top genius. If we encounter him, let me have him. The blood and flesh of a top genius from the human race should be quite delicious. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with bloodlust, causing many to avoid his gaze. Many present knew that Blood Bull Saint Venerable's greatest hobby was eating living beings, especially enjoying eating geniuses alive, claiming their blood was the most delicious. He ate beings from many races, without any particular preference. Abyss Demon Venerable laughed sinisterly. All right, then let Blood Bull Saint Venerable have him. But I have one condition. Can you also take care of the human race's foundation? Blood Bull Saint Venerable patted his chest. No problem. It's just a half-step supreme. We'll handle it. Chapter 21:04. This Venerable grants you the position of supreme. In the ancestral land of the Bull Demon tribe, a 1,000-meter-tall statue of the Bull Demon God stood. In front of the Bull Demon God statue, Blood Bull Saint Venerable stood quietly. The pair of bull horns on his head glowed, crackling with lightning and surrounded by thunder. Blood Bull Saint Venerable bowed to the Bull Demon God statue. His voice, respectful, my lord. Are we really going to take action this time? After he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the Bull Demon God statue began to glow, waves of soul fluctuations emanating from it, and then the statue's eyes suddenly moved. The eyes of the statue became lifelike. Looking at Blood Bull Saint Venerable, this world's time is running out. It will soon be destroyed. When the world is destroyed, the world's origin will appear. A wisp of my will is descending. According to this world's time, it will fully arrive in 1,000 years. You will carry my will and approach the world's origin. At that time, I will grant you the position of supreme. Blood Bull Saint Venerable was overjoyed. His eyes filled with excitement. Thank you, my lord. May I ask if you can also help my brothers? The statue's aura suddenly changed. Are you bargaining with me? Blood Bull Saint Venerable was startled, immediately prostrating himself on the ground, trembling. I dare not. I am merely requesting, begging, my lord. His tone was extremely sincere, almost groveling. It was hard to imagine a Saint Venerable behaving so humbly. The statue continued to glow, seemingly satisfied with Blood Bull Saint Venerable's performance. Rest assured, as long as we obtain the world's origin, you and your brothers will all be granted the position of supreme. After speaking, the statue's light began to dim. However, a power continued to descend, albeit very slowly. Blood Bull Saint Venerable remained kneeling for a while before standing up. He took a deep look at the statue, then turned and left. As he turned, his eyes became sharp, showing no trace of fear. Another star was refined, entering his soul, becoming part of his soul world. At this moment, Lin Moyu had already condensed 68 stars, not far from 100. But this was just Lin Moyu's first small goal. His ultimate goal was far beyond 100 stars. He aimed to refine thousands, even tens of thousands of stars. The more stars condensed through the starlight refinement method, the greater the benefit to the formation of the rule world. Lin Moyu left the warship and looked towards the starry sky ahead. He had already entered the inner domain space, with the Cold Water tribe just tens of millions of kilometers away. Standing here, he could sense that the Cold Water tribe was already shrouded in a barrier. It wasn't an array, but a demonic barrier. Barriers covered the star systems of the Cold Water tribe, and these star systems were interconnected, forming a massive barrier covering the entire tribe. Within the barrier, deep space navigation was impossible. The Cold Water tribe was a weak tribe, like the Green Crane tribe, with the strongest member being only a peak divine venerable. For Lin Moyu, exterminating them posed no difficulty. Lin Moyu had already made a plan, similar to the one used against the Green Crane tribe, attacking star system by star system. He would spare no one in the Cold Water tribe, leaving no survivors. All resources from the star systems would be taken, especially the stars, which would be used to set up the 10,000 star grand array in the future. With the experience of destroying the Green Crane tribe, Lin Moyu knew how to execute this plan even more perfectly. A formation disc appeared in his hand, the same one used to seal space. Lin Moyu used the method of refining sigil artifacts to modify the formation disc, making it easier to control. The purpose was to change the range covered by the formation disc, allowing it to cover any desired distance. This way, when exterminating a star system, he wouldn't alert the next one. Since the Cold Water tribe had demonic barriers, it meant they had already allied with the demon race, and there might be powerful demons stationed within. Half a day later, the modification of the formation disk was complete. Then Lin Moyu took out a second formation disk, which was used to block communication, rendering communication artifacts useless and preventing messages from being sent out. With the two formation disks working together, complete isolation of information could be achieved. Combined with the demonic barriers, Lin Moyu could trap and kill them all. A day later, both formation disks were modified, turning ordinary formation disks into sigil artifacts. Lin Moyu arrived at the edge of the barrier, lightly pressing his hand against it, sensing its frequency. He adjusted his aura, quickly synchronizing with the barrier, and then silently merged into it. He had done this many times before, and was very adept at it. Entering the barrier, he continued to sense the spatial fluctuations. The space within the Cold Water tribe had been altered by the barrier, but Lin Moyu quickly adapted to the sealed space with his keen soul sensitivity. The space law flowed through his body, and with a step, Lin Moyu disappeared into the starry sky. At first, each step covered only 100,000 kilometers, but after a few steps it reached 1,000,000 kilometers, and he continued to accelerate. In just half a minute, Lin Moyu fully adapted to this starry sky, his speed returning to its peak. The barrier was now completely ineffective against Lin Moyu. Perhaps overly confident in the demonic barrier, the Cold Water tribe had not stationed troops at the border, not even patrolling the star system edges. Lin Moyu arrived at the edge of the nearest star system and saw this scene, revealing a cruel smile. "That's perfect. The debt from 100,000 years ago will be settled now. I heard the Cold Water tribe produces cold water, one of the best water sources for making tea, second only to Tao water. This time, the Saint Venerables can drink to their heart's content." The two formation disks activated, covering the entire star system as Lin Moyu willed. "Who is it?" The strong members of the star system immediately sensed something, flying out with angry shouts. 5 divine venerables. Not bad. Lin Moyu didn't care, pointing a finger, and the bone hell appeared. The bone hell enveloped the entire star system, with hellfire boiling, rivers of fire surging, and hell fiends flying out. "Damn it! What is this? Ah!" Screams rang out. Facing the bone hell, the 5 divine venerables had no power to resist and were devoured by the hell fiends in the blink of an eye. The entire star system fell into disaster, with millions of hell fiends slaughtering everything. However, the planets and stars remained intact. Lin Moyu didn't let the hell fiends consume them. These were resources for the human race to be taken away. The containment sigil array flew out, collecting the star system in an instant. Lin Moyu put away the formation disks and moved to the next star system. In just half an hour, an entire star system of the Cold Water tribe had vanished from existence. All the people were dead. Even the planets were gone, leaving the starry sky empty and eerie. Lin Moyu sensed the changes in the bone hell, which was now closer to upgrading. Once the Cold Water tribe is exterminated, the bone hell should upgrade. Once you're all dead, the debt will be settled. Lin Moyu's eyes grew cold, and his killing intent began to boil. Chapter 21:05. The karmic ties of the past will soon be severed. A silent killing intent enveloped the Cold Water tribe. This weak tribe had no idea that death had already descended upon them. 100,000 years ago, this tribe was once powerful, producing beings at the other shore realm and nearly producing a Saint Venerable. At that time, they united with other tribes and invaded the human star region together. They slaughtered humans indiscriminately, whether ordinary people or cultivators, infants in swaddling clothes, or women and children. None were spared. The population density of the human race was much higher than that of the Cold Water tribe. Countless human planets were destroyed, and an uncountable number of humans were killed. The hatred between them had grown so deep that it could not be filled by a sea of blood. Lin Moyu's heart was cold and devoid of pity. In his eyes, what he was doing was merely severing karmic ties. The Great World had once invaded the Cold Water Tribe's world, plundering its origin. This was the initial cause. However, the then powerful Great World did not destroy the Cold Water Tribe, but gave them a space to survive. In the countless years that followed, the Great World protected the Cold Water Tribe, preventing invasions from other powerful worlds. The rights and wrongs were hard to say, but the weak Cold Water Tribe would not understand these complexities. They didn't even have a saint venerable, and were as weak as ants in the Boundary Sea. As a powerful existence, the Great World was willing to give an ant a space to survive, making it hard to discuss right and wrong. Under the protection of the Great World, the Cold Water Tribe's life became stable, and strong individuals began to emerge within the tribe. At their peak, they had several supremes. However, the cause planted earlier led to the subsequent effect. When the Black Blood Great Realm invaded, various tribes rebelled, and the Cold Water Tribe joined them. At that time, the human race suppressed the rebellion, and the strong members of the Cold Water Tribe were once again nearly wiped out. The originally weak ants, though wanting to resist the strong, often ended up being crushed. Fortunately, they still survived tenaciously. The ancient era ended, the heavenly venerables left the Great World, and they still existed. Moreover, the rebellion of various tribes did not end, and the war continued. Although the human race was severely wounded at that time, they were still not weak, and remained dominant in the war. With the departure of the heavenly venerables and the death of the supremes, the human race could no longer suppress the various tribes as they once did. This situation continued until 100,000 years ago, when the tribes formed a coalition and invaded the heartland of the human race, nearly exterminating them. This was the second bitter fruit from the cause planted long ago. The human race tasted the bitter fruit, and at the last moment, Xiao Zhantian emerged, saving the human race from the brink of extinction. Back then, Xiao Zhantian probably didn't understand the virtual and real, nor did he understand karma. I don't know why he ultimately stopped, but if he understood karma and saw the ancient events clearly, perhaps he wouldn't have stopped. Lin Moyu didn't know why Xiao Zhantian stopped in the end, but he must have had his reasons. However, that no longer mattered. For many, 100,000 years was too long. The cause, from 100,000 years ago, no longer needed to be pursued. Now, Lin Moyu only knew that he had to sever this karmic tie with his own hands and end it completely. For the Great World, for the human race, and for himself. The karmic ties of the past will soon be severed. The bone hell spread through the starry sky, enveloping the Cold Water Tribe. Under the triple space lock, no one in the Cold Water Tribe could escape. Not even a message could be sent out. The other members of the Cold Water Tribe had no idea what was happening here. Lin Moyu transformed into the god of death, bringing death. One star system after another disappeared, and the starry sky of the Cold Water Tribe became increasingly desolate. The Cold Water Tribe had a total of 99 star systems, fewer than the Green Crane Tribe. When Lin Moyu used the Bone Hell to destroy the 58th star system, the Bone Hell finally reached its limit and began to upgrade. Lin Moyu temporarily stopped, quietly waiting for the Bone Hell to complete its upgrade. He couldn't remember exactly how many cultivators the Bone Hell had devoured, but he knew the number of high-level cultivators it had devoured was not many. It relied mainly on quantity to fill the gap. The Bone Hell had now upgraded from Divine Venerable rank 7 to rank 8, and future upgrades would become increasingly difficult. With each rank increase, the requirements would multiply. However, Lin Moyu was not worried. There were plenty of enemies, and the Bone Hell would not lack nourishment. The Bone Hell boiled in the starry sky, its flames growing more intense, and the rivers of hellfire becoming more turbulent, flowing with blood and burning flames. Hell fiends jumped into the rivers of hellfire, bathing in blood and enduring the burning flames. They roared and howled, growing stronger and more numerous. The starry sky twisted under their roars, and the bone hell seemed to be transforming from illusion to reality, about to descend into the real world. Lin Moyu vaguely saw an incredibly terrifying door, slightly ajar, with a sinister and terrifying aura seeping out. The Gate of Hell. Lin Moyu looked at it and thought of the origin of the bone hell's technique. The bone hell connected to the real hell, drawing its power from the real hell. Behind this door was the real hell. It had never appeared before, and this was the first time it manifested before Lin Moyu. Just looking at this door, Lin Moyu felt its terror, imagining how terrifying the real hell must be. Feeling the aura from the hell world, Lin Moyu murmured, "Is the hell world the other side of the great world?" With his current knowledge and realm, he could make some judgments and guesses. Everything has both virtual and real sides, and the great world is no exception. The great world he usually inhabited was the real side, and hell was the virtual side of the great world. The essence of the bone hell was the power of the virtual side of the great world. Lin Moyu had a slight realization. He knew that when the gate of hell truly opened and the virtual power fully descended, the bone hell might become a true hell, mastering life and death. However, pure virtual power was not enough. Everything needed a balance of virtual and real, even the smallest grain of sand. The bone hell, naturally, couldn't be purely virtual power. Lin Moyu had an epiphany and extended his hand to wield the laws. The Undying Law's Star River appeared beneath his feet, along with the Time and Space Law's Star Rivers. The Starlight Law's Star River had always been present, and the Starlight refinement method had never stopped. The 4 star rivers appeared simultaneously, and Lin Moyu wanted to add a touch of real power to the bone hell. He first used the Starlight Law. The Starlight Law was the most peaceful and easiest to integrate. The starlight fell into the bone hell, and the moment it entered, the rivers of hellfire boiled violently. The starlight was like water poured into a boiling oil pot, causing a violent reaction, with countless sparks exploding, blood waves surging, and the entire river of hellfire roaring. The hell fiends in the river of hellfire howled in discomfort. Lin Moyu immediately stopped the starlight, realizing that the Starlight Law couldn't integrate into it. If even the most peaceful Starlight Law couldn't integrate, then the Time and Space Laws were even less likely to work. After all, his mastery of these 2 laws was still too low. He hadn't fully grasped them, let alone integrate them. Lin Moyu was unwilling to give up and began to try integrating the Undying Law. Chapter 2106. The First Virtual Real Technique. The Undying Law, as Lin Moyu's innate law, was the first law he mastered, akin to a talent. As his realm continuously improved, Lin Moyu's control over the Undying Law also grew stronger. The power and practicality of the Undying Law had never disappointed Lin Moyu. Even when fighting across realms, the Undying Law could play a surprising role. Lin Moyu skillfully infused the Undying Law into the bone hell. This time, the bone hell's reaction was not as intense as before. Although there was some discomfort, it was still within an acceptable range. There's hope. Lin Moyu adjusted the law to adapt to the bone hell. As a member of the White Star level techniques, the bone hell could originally bear the Undying Law. However, bearing it was just bearing it. It was not the same as now, where Lin Moyu wanted to integrate the Undying Law with the technique. Originally, the law was just on the surface of the technique, but now Lin Moyu wanted to embed the law inside the technique, a completely different concept. My technique, my law, must be entirely under my control. With a touch of dominance, Lin Moyu believed that his own things must be fully controlled by him. Under Lin Moyu's control, the Undying Law finally penetrated. The bone hell seemed to accept the Undying Law, and the 2 began to merge. The Undying Law split into 2 within the bone hell. The power of death merged with the river of hellfire, integrating with the hell fiends in the river, making them stronger. The power of life merged into the river of hellfire, blending with the blood. This blood came from countless alien beings, and it seemed to still contain a trace of unexhausted vitality. Stimulated by the power of life, the last bit of vitality was activated and began to bloom. On the banks of the river of Hellfire, flowers began to appear. Purple flowers, each taller than a person, with petals covered in blood veins, yet emitting a blue glow, incredibly enchanting. These are Manjusaka flowers. Lin Moyu suddenly remembered a legend that in hell, there blooms a flower called Manjusaka. The name of the flower is equivalent to the Other Shore Realm, but it is not the Other Shore Realm. The Other Shore Realm represents power, strength, and infinite vitality. But the Manjusaka flower represents death, eeriness, terror, and despair. At the moment the Manjusaka flowers bloomed, Lin Moyu felt the bone hell become more real. The faintly visible gate of hell seemed to open a bit more, with more power flowing out. Hell is virtual. The law is real. Advance, Lin Moyu said loudly, his voice like a decree, following his words. The bone hell began to advance officially amidst roaring sounds, its range continuously expanding, increasing by 100-fold, covering 100 billion kilometers of starry sky. Just advancing from Divine Venerable rank 7 to rank 8, its range could expand 100-fold. This growth rate even shocked Lin Moyu, the owner. However, after thinking carefully, he understood. The original growth shouldn't have been this large, mainly because of himself. The intervention of the undying law gave the bone hell both virtual and real characteristics, making it more perfect in a sense. This triggered a qualitative change, causing the bone hell to expand 100-fold instantly. Originally, the bone hell could only cover some smaller star systems. For larger star systems, Lin Moyu often chose to cover the main life planets within, letting the bone hell and the undead army cooperate. But from now on, there was no need for the undead army to cooperate. The bone hell, with a range of 100 billion kilometers, could almost completely cover most star systems in the Great World. Lin Moyu strengthened the undying law, and the law's star river surged, with a large amount of the undying law pouring into the bone hell. The two forces were merging. After the bone hell expanded, the hellfire became fiercer, and the river of hellfire grew wider, eventually transforming into an endless long river. On both sides of the river, the purple flowers with blue light and blood veins bloomed enchantingly, making one's heart race. The hell fiends grew stronger, quickly breaking through from Divine Venerable rank 7 to rank 8. Their power increased, and their numbers also grew. Originally, there were 10 million hell fiends, but the number directly increased tenfold, reaching over 100 million. Not bad. Lin Moyu was extremely satisfied with the changes in the bone hell. He didn't expect that his sudden idea of integrating the law into the bone hell would yield such good results. The advancement of the bone hell lasted for 3 days before it ended. The gate of hell gradually disappeared, and the infusion of the undying law also stopped. From this moment on, the bone hell not only connected to the real hell, but also to Lin Moyu's undying law. Lin Moyu sensed the changes brought by the bone hell. This is my first virtual real integrated technique. Let's see its effect. Lin Moyu was somewhat impatient. He put away the bone hell and flew towards the nearest star system. He flashed through the starry sky step by step, crossing nearly 100 billion kilometers in a very short time, arriving in front of a star system. This star system consisted of 2 life stars, 7 resource stars, and a giant star, with a diameter of over 6 billion kilometers. If it were before, Lin Moyu would have the bone hell cover the 2 life stars, and simultaneously deploy the undead army to surround the entire star system. Under the triple lock of the formation, Lin Moyu could ensure that no information would get out. Previously, everything had gone smoothly. Now it became even smoother. After the bone hell advanced, there was no need for the undead army. 2 formation discs flew out, positioned to Lin Moyu's left and right, and were then activated. Space was instantly sealed, and all communication methods failed. The divine venerables guarding the star system immediately sensed something and rushed out at the first moment. The star system shone brightly, and the protective formation automatically activated. Lin Moyu casually pointed, and the bone hell appeared, instantly covering the entire star system. The protective formation shattered on the spot, and the next second, screams rang out as several divine venerables of the Cold Water tribe died on the spot. Their realms were not high. Among the 6 divine venerables, the strongest was only a high-level divine venerable. The other 5 were just rank 3 to rank 5 divine venerables. Even the high-level divine venerable couldn't last a second. The hell fiends hadn't even acted yet. The hellfire alone had already burned them to death. Their deaths were peculiar. Although they were burned to death by the hellfire, their flesh melted like ice and snow, all falling into the river of hellfire, becoming its nourishment. Very strong. Lin Moyu watched and muttered to himself. A high-level divine venerable couldn't even withstand the hellfire, showing that the bone hell had become much stronger than before. Not only had its range increased, but it had also become more ferocious. Over 100 million hell fiends swept through the star system like a storm. After a gust of wind, there were no more living beings in the star system, and the 2 life stars became extremely silent. Not a single member of the Cold Water tribe was left. Even the insects on the planets were completely burned to death. All the plants were turned into nourishment by the hellfire, becoming food for the bone hell. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's orders, the bone hell wouldn't even spare the planets. Truly accepting everything. Not picky at all. Lin Moyu smiled, took out the containment sigil array, and packed up the entire star system. With the bone hell's advancement, Lin Moyu's plan became even simpler. Chapter 2107. Push the blame to the ghost race as much as possible. The human race was once the master of the great world, and had an intelligence system that other races knew nothing about. This intelligence system was managed by the Sigil Saint Venerable. The main reason was that to operate this system, a large number of sigil masters were needed to drive it through sigil arrays. Currently, within the human race, the Sigil Saint Venerable was the most suitable person for this role. The human race's intelligence system spanned various star regions. Although part of it had been destroyed over the past 100,000 years, it could still play a significant role. Within the domain of the Great World, any significant event could hardly escape the notice of the Sigil Saint Venerable. The Sigil Saint Venerable received a report from his subordinates and immediately rushed to the central temple. He urgently said to the Heavenly Saint Venerable and the House Saint Venerable, "I just received news that the star systems of the Cold Water tribe are rapidly disappearing." The Heavenly Saint Venerable was initially stunned, but quickly realized something. "Is it Lin Moyu?" The Sigil Saint Venerable shook his head. "I can't be completely sure, but it's highly likely to be him. The Cold Water tribe is too far away, and we have very little information." The House Saint Venerable lightly tapped the table. "It should be Lin Moyu." "Little Mist, what do you think?" Beside the House Saint Venerable, Little Mist was squatting on the ground, fiddling with something that looked like a new toy. Little Mist's eyes were clear. The master has indeed returned. "I can sense the master's approximate location." Little Mist had a strong connection with Lin Moyu. Ever since Lin Moyu returned to the domain, Little Mist had sensed him. The House Saint Venerable's thoughts moved, and a star map unfolded in the air. "Little Mist, point out Lin Moyu's approximate location." The star map changed from vertical to horizontal, directly covering Little Mist. Little Mist carefully sensed for a moment, then pointed to a direction in the starry sky. "It's roughly here." Looking at the location Little Mist pointed to, the House Saint Venerable smiled. "I knew it." The location Little Mist pointed to was precisely the star region where the Cold Water tribe was located. With Little Mist's confirmation, it could be completely certain that the incident with the Cold Water tribe was Lin Moyu's doing. At the same time, it could also be confirmed that the incident with the Green Crane tribe was also Lin Moyu's doing. At that time, they had released the news about the ghost race, and it wasn't a mistake. The How Saint Venerable asked. Sigil Saint Venerable, based on the current situation of the Cold Water Tribe, how long do you think it will take for the Cold Water Tribe to completely disappear? The Sigil Saint Venerable replied. The Cold Water Tribe has already disappeared by 2/3. It should take about another month. The How Saint Venerable said, All right, in a month, we will release the news, saying that we have discovered traces of the ghost race. But we won't say where we discovered it. All the major races know that our human race has ancient monitoring artifacts. Let them guess. The How Saint Venerable planned to push the incident with the Cold Water Tribe onto the ghost race, to delay the time before Lin Moyu was discovered. The Sigil Saint Venerable and the Heavenly Saint Venerable both agreed with the How Saint Venerable's suggestion. The Sigil Saint Venerable said, I will continue to monitor and release the news once Lin Moyu leaves the Cold Water Tribe. It's a pity that part of the ancient array has been destroyed. Otherwise, the entire great world would be under our surveillance. The Heavenly Saint Venerable said, Lin Moyu has now received the inheritance of the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable. Given time, he might be able to repair the ancient array. The Sigil Saint Venerable also smiled. I hope that day comes. Little Mist suddenly interjected. The Master can definitely do it. The Master's luck is excellent. Her words made the three laugh. The How Saint Venerable especially liked Little Mist, treating her like his own daughter and taking her everywhere. The How Saint Venerable chuckled. I don't know how Lin Moyu does it, silently wiping out an entire race. Such a method. Truly impressive. The Heavenly Saint Venerable nodded. Even the star systems are gone. Indeed extraordinary. They were very curious about Lin Moyu's methods and wanted to ask him when he returned. 2006 days later, Lin Moyu had wiped out the Cold Water Tribe. All the star systems of the Cold Water Tribe were erased, leaving none, except those not within the tribe. From then on, the Cold Water Tribe was removed from the Great World, with only a few scattered survivors, as good as non-existent. After erasing the Cold Water Tribe, Lin Moyu quickly entered the warship and dove into deep space, disappearing without a trace. The Cold Water Tribe was gone, and the original star region was empty, becoming a barren land. Lin Moyu left no traces. The bone hell devoured everything, even its own aura, leaving nothing detectable. Shortly after Lin Moyu left, an invisible aura descended upon him. The aura came from the Great World Rune, ignoring the barriers of deep space. Lin Moyu felt a lightness in his body, knowing that this light feeling came from the Great World Rune. Another karmic tie had been severed, reducing the burden on the Great World Rune. Lin Moyu could vaguely sense the joy of the Great World Rune, and even he felt a sense of relief. At this moment, he and the Great World were in sync. As the aura of the Great World Rune grew stronger, the reward finally arrived. Lin Moyu once again smoothly entered a state of enlightenment. Just before entering this state, he summoned the star rivers of time and space laws. The Great World Rune would reward him based on the laws he was cultivating. Having had this experience once, Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't make a mistake the second time. In the state of enlightenment, various principles of the two laws continuously flowed into his soul. His control over the laws gradually increased, far faster than if he were to comprehend and cultivate on his own. 8 days after Lin Moyu left the Cold Water Tribe, the human race released news. They had discovered traces of the ghost race, confirming that the ghost race was still within the domain. The news spread quickly, reaching all races within just 2 or 3 days. All races knew that the human race had ancient arrays, making it difficult to hide anything from them within the great world. This had been an advantage of the human race since ancient times, so it was not surprising that they could discover traces of the ghost race. The legendary ghost race reappearing within the domain caused concern among all races. However, the human race did not release more specific information, nor did they say where the ghost race had appeared. Worried, the various races began searching, and soon discovered that the Cold Water Tribe was gone. When the strong members of the various races arrived at the Cold Water Tribe's territory, they were all speechless with shock. The Cold Water Tribe, like the Green Crane Tribe, had disappeared without a trace, completely wiped out. This time, Abyss Demon Venerable also came. He inspected the entire star region, but found nothing, no traces at all. The other shore beings and Saint Venerables who came with him were the same, finding nothing. Blood Bull Saint Venerable asked, "Could it be the human race?" Abyss Demon Venerable shook his head. "No, we have been fighting the human race and know their actions well. Moreover, wiping out an entire race silently is not something one person can do. It must require a large force." Blood Bull Saint Venerable, think about it. If it were you, could you do it? Blood Bull Saint Venerable shook his head. "I couldn't." Indeed, he couldn't. With his ability, wiping out the Cold Water Tribe was not difficult. But to do so silently, erasing the entire Cold Water Tribe without leaving any traces, was beyond him. With no other explanation, they had to believe that it was the work of the ghost race. Chapter 2108. Can and Cannot. All the races began to guard against the ghost race, continuously strengthening their defenses. The demon race started setting up barriers. Apart from the human race's grand array, the demon race's barrier was considered one of the most perfect defenses. The Cold Water Tribe had previously been protected by a barrier. But, unfortunately, they were still silently wiped out by the ghost race. All the races were in a state of panic, and the newly formed 100 Races Alliance began to waver. To stabilize the alliance, the demon race began to strengthen the barriers for all the races. At the same time, the demon race also requested all the races to search for ancient records, trying to find as much information related to the ghost race as possible. 100,000 years ago, the various races had seized many things from the human race, including some ancient records. As long as they searched carefully, they might discover some clues. Although the demon race had made promises, the 100 Races Alliance's attacks on the human race still became disorganized and uncontrollable. The races had no heart for a great war, and temporarily sought only to protect themselves. Lin Moyu sat in the warship, meditating with his eyes closed. The aura of enlightenment had long dissipated. This time, the enlightenment lasted for 2 days, twice as long as before. The rewards from the Great World Rune were more than before, and Lin Moyu also gained more benefits. The control over the time law and space law both increased from 20% to 22%. Although it seemed like a small improvement, Lin Moyu knew how difficult it was to cultivate these two laws, especially the time law, which was even more challenging than the space law. Most of the Enlightenment time was spent on the time law, with a small portion on the space law. Lin Moyu aimed to advance both laws simultaneously and always maintain their fusion state. Each law increased by 2%, which would have taken decades without the state of enlightenment. Now, it only took 2 days, which was extremely fast. After the enlightenment ended, Lin Moyu began to fuse the two laws. With the previous foundation, the fusion of the laws was completed smoothly. The power of time and space flowed through his body, causing Lin Moyu's perception of time to fluctuate, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, constantly changing. From the outside, Lin Moyu seemed to have a feeling of separating from this world. When the power of time and space was pushed to the extreme, Lin Moyu seemed to not exist in this world. As the initiator, Lin Moyu also vaguely had this feeling. For a moment, he seemed to be observing this world from another perspective. This feeling was very mysterious, as if he stood at the highest point of the world, able to see many things that were previously impossible to see. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, not even 0.01 seconds. If Lin Moyu's soul were not sensitive enough, he wouldn't have felt it at all. After completing the fusion of the laws, Lin Moyu stopped cultivating. He felt his own body and muttered to himself, "My idea was correct." Helping the Great World Runes sever karmic ties can indeed earn the Great World Runes rewards, allowing me to enter the state of enlightenment. With the help of the enlightenment state, I can cultivate at the fastest speed. But this method also has its drawbacks. If I enter enlightenment multiple times, it seems to reduce the effectiveness of the enlightenment. After entering enlightenment, a trace of the enlightenment aura will remain on my body, which will affect the next enlightenment. The enlightenment aura dissipates very slowly and requires time. But for now, I should be able to enter enlightenment one more time. And then I need to rest for a while. I should return to the human star region first, and inform the Saint Venerables about this, so they can be prepared. Lin Moyu controlled the warship, flying towards the human star region. At this moment, the various races had already started a war with the human race. Many routes to the human star region were blocked, making it impossible to pass through even deep space. Lin Moyu searched all the way, and finally found an unblocked route through the perception of the space law. He flew through the dark void between the Azure Dragon Star region and the Vermilion Bird Star region. The only drawback was that the dark void was affected by the power of the Black Blood Great Realm, making the entire space relatively chaotic. The dark void was filled with countless star beasts, and was also invaded by the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. Occasionally, there would be space rifts and space turbulence in deep space. Except for beings like the killing Saint Venerable who thrived in such environments, most people disliked the dark void. Lin Moyu didn't want to alarm the various races for now, nor did he want them to know he was outside, so he chose a more difficult path. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu and several Saint Venerables reached a rare consensus, forming a tacit understanding. The various races turned their homes upside down, searching through the materials they had seized from the human race, and finally found some hidden records. The records confirmed the existence of the ghost race, and what shocked them the most was that the ghost race was created by an ancient heavenly venerable. That heavenly venerable was extremely mysterious, creating the ghost race and then leaving them, disappearing without a trace. The records were incomplete, only revealing that the ghost race had incredibly terrifying combat power, capable of killing people invisibly. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass grew, which indeed matched the experiences of the Green Crane and Coldwater tribes. Besides this, what shocked them the most was that a heavenly venerable could create a race. The Saint Venerables and other shore beings of the various races gathered again, and someone asked, "Abyss Demon Venerable, do you know if a heavenly venerable can create a race?" Among the various races, the demon race had a long history, and had once produced a heavenly venerable. Few races had produced heavenly venerables, and those that did were later exterminated by the human race. Very few races that had produced heavenly venerables survived to the present day. The demon race was one, and it seemed the Golden Eagle race might have had one too, but it was not confirmed. Abyss Demon Venerable said, "Although our race produced a heavenly venerable in ancient times, that ancestor died in battle shortly after becoming a heavenly venerable." His words disappointed many. Abyss Demon Venerable continued, however. The ancestor left a few words, saying that not all heavenly venerables are the same. It cannot be denied that the human race's heavenly venerables were very strong. At that time, we were lucky to produce a heavenly venerable, but we were far inferior to the human race's heavenly venerables. As for whether heavenly venerables can create races, we are not sure. Black Gold Saint Venerable of the Golden Eagle race said, "Indeed, our ancestor also said that the human race's heavenly venerables were very powerful. If it weren't for the Black Blood Great Realm restraining the human race's heavenly venerables at that time, we would have been exterminated long ago." Everyone was speechless, not knowing what to do. Someone worriedly said, "The ancient human race's heavenly venerables were so powerful, and the race they created must be equally terrifying. How should we deal with this?" Abyss Demon Venerable sneered, "There's no need to worry too much. Although the ghost race was created by a human heavenly venerable, that heavenly venerable is long gone, and the ghost race is completely out of the human race's control. Otherwise, Why didn't the human race deploy the ghost race 100,000 years ago? If the ghost race were truly that terrifying, would the human race have ended up in such a state back then? The appearance of the ghost race this time is just an accident. Maybe next time, they'll go to the human race's territory. We don't need to worry. His words slightly reassured the strong members of the various races. In the ancestral land of the bull demon tribe, the aura on the 1,000-meter-tall bull demon statue was steadily and slowly growing stronger. The statue emitted a faint light. Blood Bull Saint Venerable once again came before the statue and respectfully asked, "My lord, can a heavenly venerable really create a race?" After a moment, a voice came from the statue. Can and cannot. Chapter 21:09. The Black Blood Great Realm has not disappeared. The bull demon statue connected to some unknown existence, one that could promise the position of supreme and possessed astonishing power. Blood Bull Saint Venerable could obtain many unexpected answers from him. Can and cannot. This answer left Blood Bull Saint Venerable puzzled. However, the unknown existence continued. This great realm once had powerful heavenly venerables, who indeed had the ability to create new species, but that is not the same as creating life. Blood Bull Saint Venerable still didn't understand. Is there a difference? Creating new species and creating life seemed the same to him. You will understand when you reach that realm. Do you have any other questions? Blood Bull Saint Venerable sensed that the other party seemed to be in a good mood today and was speaking more politely than usual. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to ask, "We received news that a heavenly venerable from the ancient human race once created a race called the Ghost Race. The Ghost Race was used by that heavenly venerable to deal with enemies. Later, the heavenly venerable disappeared, and the Ghost Race also vanished. But after 1,000,000 years, the Ghost Race has reappeared." Blood Bull Saint Venerable recounted the recent events that happened to the Green Crane tribe and the Cold Water tribe. The bull demon statue seemed to fall into deep thought. Blood Bull Saint Venerable waited patiently, not urging him. He knew the other party must have heard and was thinking. However, the fact that it took so long for the other party to think made Blood Bull Saint Venerable's heart pound. He realized that the ghost race might not be ordinary. After a long time, the statue finally spoke again. That was a powerful heavenly venerable who seems to have reached the Tao venerable realm. The ghost race would indeed be a rather terrifying race. Blood Bull Saint Venerable asked, "Lord, how should we defend against them?" The statue replied, "If it is indeed as I think, then there is no defense. Not only you, but even ordinary supremes would retreat in fear. Anyone below supreme encountering the ghost race will surely die." Blood Bull Saint Venerable gasped. He never expected the ghost race to be so terrifying. But thinking about the heavenly venerable's original intention of creating the ghost race to suppress rebellions, if they were too weak, how could they suppress anything? At that time, there were still some supremes among the various races. The light on the statue changed, becoming dimmer than before. Blood Bull Saint Venerable knew that the other party's consciousness had already left. He bowed slightly to the statue, and then turned to leave. As he left, he sent a message to Blood Bull Saint Venerable, sharing what he knew and advising him to be cautious and avoid confronting the ghost race directly. In the dark void, a light dot was flying rapidly, moving at an astonishing speed. The space in the dark void was somewhat chaotic, with frequent space rifts appearing, making the use of a warship inconvenient. Lin Moyu abandoned the warship, relying on the space law to traverse the dark void himself. In terms of speed, Lin Moyu was faster and more flexible. The surrounding light had long been swallowed up. Lin Moyu's body glowed with purple light as he shuttled through the endless void. This was his second time in the dark void, and with his current strength and realm, Lin Moyu had a deeper understanding of the dark void. The dark void was once one of the battlefields, and also the chosen invasion point of the Black Blood Great Realm. It was filled with the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. If the Great World Rune were intact, it would surely expel all this power. But now, the Great World Rune was severely damaged and had no strength to clear the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. Besides the Dark Void, many places in the Great World still had remnants of the Black Blood Great Realm's power. Lin Moyu even suspected that some strong beings from the Black Blood Great Realm were still hiding, barely surviving. They seemed to have a way to put themselves into a state of slumber, where their life force wouldn't diminish, waiting for the right moment to awaken again. Has the Black Blood Great Realm really disappeared? Lin Moyu recalled the scene he saw in the Boundary Sea, where the Great World was moving alone in the vast ocean. At that time, he didn't see the existence of the Black Blood Great Realm and wondered if it had already left. After the two worlds collided and fought, they each went their separate ways. But now, in the Dark Void, Lin Moyu felt that the Great World hadn't gone far. He recalled the first time he encountered a strong being from the Black Blood Great Realm in a secret realm. Due to the origin technique, he was almost killed by the strong being from the Black Blood Great Realm across space. The Black Blood Great Realm is still here. They haven't left. But where did they go? And why couldn't I see them in the Boundary Sea? The Black Blood Great Realm has hidden itself. They won't easily let go of the Great World. If the enmity between the various races and the human race was a blood feud, then the enmity between the Great World and the Black Blood Great Realm was also a blood feud. In the end, only one side could survive. Lin Moyu felt that things were becoming more complicated and troublesome. Many matters were intertwined, becoming a tangled mess, hard to unravel. Lin Moyu crossed the dark void at the fastest speed, getting closer and closer to the human race. Finally, Lin Moyu sensed a trace of the Human Emperor Network's aura. However, he was still some distance from the human star region. He could only sense the aura of the Human Emperor Network, not yet able to communicate with it. Lin Moyu stopped in the darkness and took out a formation disk, quickly activating it. The formation disk emitted a brilliant light, crossing the void and disappearing into the endless darkness. The formation disk activated, temporarily connecting the power of the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu waited for several minutes until the aura of the Human Emperor Network was strong enough to communicate. Human Emperor, present. The response from the Human Emperor Network was swift. After connecting the power of the Human Emperor Network with the formation, communication was no longer a problem, though it couldn't interfere with reality. Lin Moyu asked, "Which Saint Venerable is present?" Soon the voice of Hao Saint Venerable sounded. "I am here." As Hao Saint Venerable spoke, another faint voice could be heard in the background. "I am here too. I am here too." Lin Moyu recognized Little Mist's voice and couldn't help but smile. Hao Saint Venerable asked, "Lin Moyu, did you do what happened to the Green Crane tribe and the Cold Water tribe?" Although they were 90% sure, they still needed confirmation from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu quickly recounted his recent actions and inquired about the human race's recent activities. Hao Saint Venerable did not hide anything, explaining their dissemination of the ghost race information to divert attention. Lin Moyu hadn't expected that he would unknowingly cooperate with the Saint Venerables. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, how much do you know about the ghost race?" Hao Saint Venerable replied, "Not much. We only know of its existence. Our records on the ghost race are limited, with many lost 100,000 years ago. I have asked the Human Emperor Network to send you all the information we have on the ghost race." Lin Moyu received the information and quickly reviewed it, committing it to memory. Hao Saint Venerable asked, "When do you plan to return?" Little Mist's voice also chimed in, "Master, remember to bring a gift for Little Mist when you come back?" Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. "I don't plan to return for now since you've given me such a good identity. I'll make good use of it and do more things as the ghost race." Hao Saint Venerable was not surprised by Lin Moyu's decision and did not interfere. From the beginning, he advocated for Lin Moyu's free growth. As seniors, they only needed to support him quietly from behind. Chapter 21. 10 months later, the god of death reappears. The great calamity that occurred 100,000 years ago caused the human race to lose a lot of information. Some were stolen, some were erased, and much information was completely damaged. At that time, the human race did not have the human emperor network, so once those materials were lost, they were lost forever. Today, the human race has very little information about the ghost race. In the limited information available, the ghost race is described as very powerful. They once fought for the human race, suppressing rebellions from various tribes. Several tribes were exterminated by them, and their combat methods were somewhat similar to Lin Moyu's. Later, the ghost race disappeared for unknown reasons, only to reappear many years later. Each time they appeared, the ghost race would cause a massacre. Their targets seemed to include not only foreign races, but also the human race. From the bits and pieces of the ghost race's past, Lin Moyu carefully analyzed and combined it with the last words left by the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable, who advised him to find the ghost race. Lin Moyu made a bold guess. The ghost race was a race created by a certain Heavenly Venerable in ancient times. This race possessed extremely strong combat power and was adept at manipulating the power of the void, which led to their formidable results. The power of the void is terrifying, and even a Saint Venerable would find it difficult to contend with. Even Lin Moyu, who now also mastered a bit of the power of the void, feared that he would be doomed if he encountered the ghost race. No wonder the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable told me to wait until I became a Saint Venerable before seeking out the ghost race. He knew all along. Is the Heavenly Venerable who created the ghost race still around? Or has he, like other Heavenly Venerables, already left? A Heavenly Venerable capable of creating a race with the power of the void would be a top-tier powerhouse, even among Heavenly Venerables. However, since the Saint Sigil Heavenly Venerable advised him to seek out the ghost race after reaching the Saint Venerable realm, there must be a reason. A wave of consciousness swept over Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked around and sensed a large number of star beasts flying towards him in the void. The power of the formation disk had attracted the attention of the star beasts. In the endless darkness, the formation disk was like a blazing flame, very conspicuous. Although the star beasts were powerful, most of them lacked intelligence and acted purely on instinct. Lin Moyu calmly put away the formation disk. These star beasts were not worth his attention. If they hadn't come, it would have been fine, but since they had, they wouldn't be leaving. They would become nourishment for the Bone Hell. The Bone Hell, after reaching Divine Venerable rank 8, had integrated the Undying Law. Its power had greatly increased, but so had the requirements for advancement. The dozens of star systems from the Cold Water tribe were like a drop in the bucket, barely improving the Bone Hell. Lin Moyu didn't mind at all. The more nourishment, the better. Dozens of star beasts approached from all directions, the weakest at Divine Venerable rank 1, the strongest at Divine Venerable rank 3. Lin Moyu felt a bit disappointed. Too weak. Not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Such a small number of star beasts was indeed a drop in the bucket. Lin Moyu thought that even if he devoured all the star beasts in the dark void, it might not be enough for the Bone Hell to advance again. The Bone Hell appeared, instantly enveloping all the approaching star beasts. Terrifying sounds echoed from within the hell, accompanied by the star beasts' terrified roars. Seconds later, the Bone Hell disappeared, taking the star beasts with it, leaving the void completely calm. After devouring dozens of Divine Venerable level star beasts, the Bone Hell remained calm, showing no signs of improvement. Lin Moyu scanned the dark void. No rush. I'll deal with you all later. The star beasts in the dark void wouldn't escape, so there was plenty of time to deal with them. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lin Moyu disappeared into the darkness. Since the silent disappearance of the Cold Water tribe, the great world seemed to have fallen quiet again. The demon race quickly set up barriers for various races to prevent attacks from the ghost race. With stronger barrier protection, the races seemed much more at ease. Only Blood Bull Saint Venerable held no hope in his heart. He had received news from Blood Bull Saint Venerable and knew how terrifying the ghost race was. If encountered, even he would have to flee for his life, let alone the so-called strong barriers of the demon race, which were useless. But he couldn't say these things. If he did, the 100 Races Alliance would surely waver. The human race would seize the opportunity to strike, breaking them one by one. Although the 100 Races Alliance seemed numerous, few could truly confront the human race head-on. Even the demon race, alone, would struggle to contend with the human race. Most of the weaker races were just cannon fodder in the eyes of the strong races. The demon race and the golden eagle race clearly understood this. While the demon race set up barriers, the golden eagle race led the 100 Races Alliance in launching even more ferocious attacks on the human race. At least on the surface, they wanted the human race to think they were united. The 100 Races Alliance, in terms of numbers, already surpassed the human race. In recent years, the human race had lost more battles than they had won. However, they felt this was the human race deliberately showing weakness. Each time the human race retreated quickly, but in reality, they hadn't suffered much loss. They didn't dare to pursue, as the defenses of the human star region were too strong. The starry sky was filled with arrays. If they dared to charge in, they would surely suffer heavy losses. But they also knew that this stalemate was not a solution. The demon race had proposed concentrating their forces to attack one star region. As long as one star region was breached, the human race's defense system would have a gap. But the premise was to catch them off guard, concentrating the strongest forces of all races for a decisive strike. Originally, this plan was being prepared, but the sudden appearance of the ghost race disrupted it. Part of the demon race's forces had already gone to set up barriers for various races, so the surprise attack plan had to be postponed. The Ximu tribe, located on the edge of the domain space, was very far from the human star region, possibly the farthest tribe. If you drew a straight line on the star map, the nearest human star region the Ximu tribe could reach would be the Azure Dragon Star region. They would have to pass through 7 other tribes to get there. The Ximu tribe was a plant-based race, surrounded by other races, giving them a sense of security. In terms of strength, the Ximu tribe was very weak, similar to the Cold Water tribe. They occupied 86 star systems, but each star system was small, with limited resources. The Ximu tribe was once powerful. 100,000 years ago, they were very close to becoming a strong race. And at that time, they were near the human race. Later, they were decimated by Shao Zhantian, leaving them crippled. At their weakest, the Ximu tribe didn't even have a divine venerable. Such a race should have had no place in the cruel great world. But fortunately, they still had some use. The Ximu tribe produced a fruit called the Ximu fruit, which contained immense vitality and was needed by all races. As a result, several slightly stronger nearby races kept them around, specifically to produce Ximu fruits for them. Even in the 100 Races Alliance, the Ximu tribe had no place. Once powerful, the Ximu tribe had now become slaves, living seemingly stable but actually very difficult lives. Lin Moyu, sitting in the warship, took a long detour, navigating along the edge of the domain space, arriving at the Ximu tribe's territory from the rear. 100,000 years ago, you should have perished. Living an extra 100,000 years, your luck has run out. There were no demonic barriers here. Lin Moyu easily flew in. Months later, the god of death, once again, made his grand entrance. Chapter 2111. Kill you. Take the ancestral tree. The saying goes that persimmons are picked when they are soft. But Lin Moyu did not come specifically to pick soft persimmons. He came for the Ximu fruit, or more precisely, for the Ximu ancestral tree. The Ximu fruit contains a peculiar power that is useful to many races, but useless to humans. Lin Moyu needs the Ximu fruit to obtain something from it. The Ximu race is very special. In ancient human records, information about the Ximu race was classified as top secret. In ancient times, humans had already researched the Ximu fruit. Because of the secrecy of the information, even during the Great Catastrophe 10,000 years ago, humans managed to keep this information intact, and it was not obtained by other races. Other races only thought that the Ximu fruit could help them cultivate and improve their skills, but they had no idea of its true use. Lin Moyu arrived outside a galaxy, enhanced his vision to the limit, and saw the situation within the galaxy, even the conditions on the planets. On a life-bearing planet, about half of the land was covered with a peculiar type of tree. The fruits on these trees were the Ximu fruits. Nearby, many Ximu people were tending to these trees, picking the ripe Ximu fruits. When picking the Ximu fruits, a strange hatred would appear in the eyes of these Ximu people. But they hid it well, so outsiders would not notice. Only those who knew the inside story would understand where the Ximu people's hatred came from. The Ximu race is very special. They have no gender distinction. Every Ximu person is both a father and a mother, reproducing asexually. These trees, which appear to be trees, are actually the avatars of the Ximu people, and the Ximu fruits on them are their children. To personally pick their own children and turn them into someone else's fruit, how could the Ximu people not hate? But for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to send out the Ximu fruits. Over the past 10,000 years, countless Ximu fruits, countless of their own children, have been sent out. A pitiful race, but also a sinister one. A cold smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips. Others might not know about the Ximu race, but he knew very well. The Ximu fruit contains a peculiar energy. When consumed and absorbed, it can improve one's cultivation level. However, it can also form a seed within the body. This seed is very secretive and will not be discovered. Unless a Saint Lord consumes the Ximu fruit, it is unlikely to detect the seed's presence. Those who have consumed the Ximu fruit and formed a seed within their body are called seeded ones by the Ximu race. The actions and words of the seeded ones can be known by the Ximu people. To be precise, they are known by the father of the Ximu fruit. For countless years, the Ximu race seemed to be confined here, constantly oppressed. In reality, they were fully aware of what was happening outside. Around the Ximu race, a surveillance network composed of several races monitored them. After all, the Ximu race was once very powerful, even stronger than them. If the Ximu race were to rise again one day, it would be disastrous for them. Fortunately, for 10,000 years, the Ximu race had been very obedient, with no other thoughts, just to survive. 5,000 years ago, the Ximu race finally seized an opportunity to send some of their people out, leaving the domain and heading to the outer domain. The Ximu race hoped to form a new branch outside and develop well, eventually returning to kill their way back. At that time, humans had not yet recovered their vitality and were frantically seeking opportunities in outer space, with the entire race in a state of extreme frenzy. Those Ximu people who escaped were unfortunately encountered by a human god, and not just any god, but a peak god, who exterminated them on the spot. However, the Ximu race did not know this. To maintain secrecy, they cut off all contact. They did not know that their only hope sent out had already been lost. Lin Moyu came this time to eradicate the Ximu race and avenge the blood feud of 10,000 years ago. Secondly, to sever the cause and effect and receive the reward of the Great World Rune, and to comprehend the Tao again. Thirdly, for the Ximu ancestral tree. As long as he obtained the Ximu ancestral tree, he could control all the Ximu seeds, equivalent to bringing countless eyes and ears to the human race. Who knows how many Ximu fruits had been sent out in 10,000 years? How many seeded ones there were? Lin Moyu guessed that the seeded ones were likely spread throughout the great world, in all races. It was possible that even humans had them. Although the Ximu fruit was useless to humans, curious ones might have tasted it. The hell of bones flew out, enveloping a galaxy. Screams echoed as the Ximu people on the life-bearing planet were quickly devoured, and the Ximu trees were all burned into juice, merging into the river of hellfire. The hellfire accepted everything, burning everything into juice and sending it to the river of hellfire. Lin Moyu brought death, descending upon galaxy after galaxy. 86 galaxies disappeared from the starry sky in less than half a month. But this time was different from before. Due to the special nature of the Ximu race, at least 4 races were monitoring them nearby. These monitors were alarmed when they noticed the abnormality of the Ximu race. They only saw a gray mass of gas enveloping the galaxy, and then the galaxy disappeared. Lin Moyu used the laws of space to hide his figure, making it difficult for others to discover him. A gray mist shrouded the periphery of the Hell of Bones, making it hard to see unless one got close. Some brave ones approached, but as they got close, the Hell of Bones would suddenly expand and devour them. Anyone who dared to approach became nourishment for the Hell of Bones without exception. Lin Moyu was bold. He wanted to use his own way to tell all races that the ghost race truly existed. The monitoring races, filled with fear, reported the situation. Unlike the human race with the Emperor's network, their information spread slowly. By the time the news reached the ears of the Saint Lords of various races, Lin Moyu was already standing in front of the Ximu ancestral star. On the ancestral star, a giant Ximu tree, towering 10,000 meters high, stood between heaven and earth. This was the Ximu ancestral tree. As long as he obtained it and used some secret methods, he could control all the Ximu fruits sent out. In this way, the human race would gain countless eyes and ears. For safety, Lin Moyu chose to act personally this time. The Hell of Bones was too dangerous and might kill the Ximu ancestral tree. The Hell of Bones still shrouded the galaxy, turning the entire galaxy into a cage. The nearby monitors had been eliminated by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu descended openly from the sky, landing directly in front of the Ximu ancestral tree. The 6 rare god-level Ximu people watched Lin Moyu with extreme vigilance. All 6 were high-level gods, far surpassing Lin Moyu in realm. They still did not dare to act. There was only one reason: Lin Moyu was human. Once pierced by Xiao Zhantian, even after 10,000 years, the Ximu race still feared humans. Seeing these high-level gods cowering, Lin Moyu felt that this race no longer had a reason to exist. Finally, one god gathered the courage to ask Lin Moyu, "Human, what are you here for?" Lin Moyu replied, "To kill you and take the ancestral tree." His tone was extremely calm. As he spoke, Lin Moyu was still examining the Ximu ancestral tree, not even glancing at the gods. He did not care about the feelings of these high-level Ximu gods, not even considering them. And rightly so, for what was there to see in dead people? Chapter 21:12. Actively seeking death. Anger rose, and the 6 high-level godlords trembled all over with rage. Since when could a mere 3rd-level godlord come before them so arrogantly and declare he would kill them? This was the ancestral star of the Ximu race, not the ancestral star of the human race. Yet they still did not take action. One god lord growled, "Don't think you can do whatever you want, just because you're human." Lin Moyu chuckled lightly, with a hint of disdain. "It seems your spirit has been broken. After the battle with Saint Xiao, even your will to fight is gone. Originally 50,000 years ago, you tried every means to send out some of your people, thinking you could make a comeback. Now it appears that even if those people were still alive, it would be useless." Lin Moyu's words left the 6 of them stunned. This matter was extremely secret. Even within the Ximu race, very few people knew about it. How did Lin Moyu know about it? And he spoke of it so casually. How do you know about that? Who exactly are you? What did you do to those clansmen? 3 questions came from 3 godlords in succession. From their voices, one could hear that they were very frightened and afraid. Lin Moyu's words had scared them. Lin Moyu said, "Perhaps you'll be able to reunite with them soon." His tone remained calm, without any fluctuation. But falling on the ears of the 6 godlords, It was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. They were not stupid. Otherwise, they would not have cultivated to the level of high-level godlords. They fully understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. A sense of despair grew from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, someone could not bear it any longer and let out an angry roar, charging towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled. "You finally show some spirit, but it's too late." Gray mist surged from his body, and the Hell of Bones appeared at will, swallowing up that god lord. The hell fiends pounced like wolves and tigers, starting to frantically gnaw. Screams rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, that god lord perished, body and soul destroyed. Having easily killed a high-level god lord, Lin Moyu acted as if he had done something trivial. "Next, it's your turn. But you can rest assured, I still have use for the Zimu ancestral tree, so I'll keep it for now. When it's no longer useful, I'll send it down to accompany you." The remaining 5 high-level godlords were completely despairing. One of them said, in a trembling voice, "Can you really not spare us?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "When you invaded the human race 100,000 years ago, you should have been able to imagine this day would come. You don't need to resist. The more you resist, the more painful it will be. All these years, you've worked hard to produce so many seeded ones. From now on, you won't need to send fruits to others anymore." That high-level godlord spoke again. "You are human, and have come for revenge. We will accept it and won't resist. But can you grant us one last request?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Let's hear it." "Perhaps I will agree. Can you please spare our ancestral tree? You can take it away, but please don't destroy it. This is the last trace of our Ximu race in this world. We beg you." The group knelt down before Lin Moyu. This final request from 5 high-level god lords on the verge of death moved Lin Moyu slightly. "Let me think about it." He did not agree immediately. The Ximu god lord's request made him feel something was not quite right. Silently, his soul power enveloped the Ximu ancestral tree. Not just the trunk, but also the intricate roots and numerous branches. No matter how the Hell of Bones acted, it would be limited by Lin Moyu's soul, and would not harm even a bit of the Ximu ancestral tree. As his soul power flowed, encompassing the Gimu ancestral tree, Lin Moyu suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He actually sensed a trace of life force from within the ancestral tree. In its deepest part, there was a life being nurtured. Is the ancestral tree being reborn? The Ximu ancestral tree had long since died. Its current function was more like a magical artifact that could be used to control all the Ximu fruits. After all, it was the origin of the Ximu race, the ancestor of the entire Ximu race. All Ximu people flowed with its blood. At the same time, it was also the spiritual totem of the Ximu people, worshipped daily. Lin Moyu carefully sensed it. With his extremely keen soul, he perceived the extraordinary nature of this life form. Undeniably, this life form was very powerful, with an extremely vigorous life force, even stronger than a godlord. Because of the ancestral tree's wrapping, it could not be sensed at all from the outside. It might be born as a transcendent realm being, which was simply an inconceivable existence. Even the dragon race seemed unable to reach this level. At the same time, Lin Moyu sensed intense resentment and anger within the life form. Lin Moyu gradually understood the origin of this life form. It was a killing spirit, born from the condensed resentment of countless Ximu people using the body of the Ximu ancestral tree as a vessel. This kind of life form was extremely powerful, born as a transcendent. It might not have the realm, but it could possess the battle power of a transcendent realm, and might even be stronger than an ordinary transcendent. It was somewhat unreasonable. However, its drawback was that it only knew how to kill, without much wisdom. It was more like a killing weapon than a true living being. The Ximu race nurtured such a life form within the Ximu ancestral tree for the purpose of killing. They wanted to kill all the races that had oppressed them, which of course included the human race. If he really kept the life form inside the ancestral tree and brought it back to the human race, who knows when the life form inside might descend, carrying the collective resentment of the Ximu race. The surrounding humans would inevitably suffer. At that time, who knows how many people would die. A smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips, his gaze growing increasingly cold. He said softly, "Don't worry. I'll keep your ancestral tree." Hearing this, smiles appeared in the eyes of the 5 high-level god lords. But Lin Moyu continued, "The ancestral tree is still useful to me, but the thing being nurtured inside, I won't keep." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 5 high-level god lords changed drastically. All 5 of them charged towards Lin Moyu as if they had gone mad. Countless wisps of mist surged from Lin Moyu's body, instantly enveloping them and encompassing the entire planet. Screams rang out as the 5 high-level god lords were surrounded by hell fiends. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. The 8th level god lord Hell fiends quickly tore them to pieces. Not just them, but all the Ximu people on the planet could not escape. Even the planet itself, Lin Moyu intended to take it all away. A few minutes later, there were no more living beings on the planet, only a desolate land remaining. The containment formation flew out, and Lin Moyu unhesitatingly packaged up and took away the entire star system. Then he too vanished from space. 2 days later, the powerful experts of the 100 Race Alliance arrived, belatedly. But the result was the same as before. They found nothing. Lin Moyu had done a very clean job, leaving no traces behind. However, this time, there were several eyewitnesses. Through their descriptions and recorded images, they learned some information about the ghost race. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord said in a low voice, "So this is the ghost race. The entire body is shrouded in mist, unable to see what's inside." The Black Golden Saint Lord of the Golden Eagle race said softly, "Where the mist passes, even star systems disappear. It's really just like the records say. Where the ghost race passes, nothing remains." It was clear that the 2 of them were very wary. Obviously, the ghost race made them feel quite troublesome, especially since the ghost race came and went without a trace, swallowing up a star system each time before disappearing, then reappearing in the next star system. Fear appeared in the eyes of the Blood Bull Saint Lord as he snorted hot air. "So this is the ghost race." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord said, "Now that we have traces of the ghost race, we should take the initiative instead of being passive. Let's see if we can kill them." The Black Golden Saint Lord felt the Deep Abyss Demon Lord's words made sense. "I agree with what the Deep Abyss Demon Lord says." The Blood Bull Saint Lord's face changed drastically. "What initiative?" "Actively seeking death." But he couldn't say that out loud. Chapter 2113. To repel foreign invaders, one must first ensure internal stability. Through that terrifying great figure, the 2 Saint Lords of the Bull Demon clan had already come to deeply believe in the fearsome nature of the ghost race. Even ordinary transcendents would retreat at the sight of the ghost race, while Saint Lords would certainly die if they encountered them. Just this statement alone was enough to illustrate how terrifying the ghost race was. He did indeed have trump cards that could kill the hidden experts of various races. But he was also only a Saint Lord, and his trump cards were useless against the ghost race. Now the Deep Abyss Demon Lord and Black Golden Saint Lord were discussing how to deal with the ghost race. He felt these 2 fellows were seeking death, but he couldn't say that. The Blood Bull Saint Lord was very anxious inside. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's gaze swept over Blood Bull Saint Lord. "Do you have any good ideas?" The Blood Bull Saint Lord pretended to think, "At present, there are no good ideas. The ghost race appears and disappears unpredictably. No one knows where they will show up next. First it was the Blue Crane clan, then the Coldwater clan, and now the Ximu clan. These 3 races are completely unrelated, and their locations are very different." The Black Golden Saint Lord said, "Actually, there is some connection. They are all located on the edge of the domain, very close to the outer space. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's voice was cold. That's right. This is the common point of the three clans. I guess the ghost race has actually been active along the boundary between the inner and outer domains. So the three attacks were all on races in the marginal areas. The Black Golden Saint Lord continued. Besides the same location, these three clans have another thing in common. They don't have any transcendence in their clans. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord agreed with his view. The Black Golden Saint Lord is right. This is another common point. So we can deduce that the ghost race can sense the strength of various races, and they choose to attack weaker races. From this, we can infer that the ghost race is actually not as strong as we thought, just that their actions are too mysterious. If we can catch them head on, we may be able to deal with them. The two Saint Lords spoke in turn, making their case eloquently. If he hadn't received warnings from that great figure, even the Blood Bull Saint Lord would have almost been convinced. But now, no matter what they said, the Blood Bull Saint Lord felt it was untrustworthy. He could only go along with it, planning to make a show of effort without actually exerting himself, and flee immediately if things looked bad. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord said in a low voice, "There's a human saying I think is good. To repel foreign invaders, one must first ensure internal stability. If we want to join forces against the human race, we must first resolve the ghost race issue. If we can't even maintain internal stability, how can we talk about attacking the human race together?" His words were decisive, determining the direction of the 100 Race Alliance's actions going forward. Then the 100 Race Alliance began to make arrangements against the ghost race, setting up various defensive measures and conducting close surveillance. As long as the ghost race dared to appear again, several Saint Lords would take action immediately to deal with them. The Blood Bull Saint Lord listened to their discussions, rarely offering opinions, only thinking about how he should escape if they really encountered the ghost race, and in what posture he should flee. In the human divine city, the Heavenly Saint Lord looked at the battle situation just reported by the Human Emperor Network. It seems the information we released has taken effect. With Lin's cooperation, the 100 Race Alliance has begun to make arrangements against the ghost race, and the pressure on the front lines has eased considerably. The Hao Saint Lord drank tea with a smile. We expected this would happen. This is good. We can take the initiative during this opportunity and let those youngsters get some good training. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "The battlefield is the best place to temper people. Although our casualties in recent years have been higher than in previous years, the speed of cultivation has also accelerated, and many talented individuals worth nurturing have emerged in our race. In recent years, because of the constant battles with the 100 Race Alliance, many talented individuals have emerged from the human race during the fighting. They have already been marked by the Human Emperor Network and are being intensively cultivated. The War God Temple has also recruited many people from among them, passing on secret techniques from within the War God Temple to further enhance their combat power. The human race's foundation and resilience are much stronger than other races. Especially when facing pressure, they show even more astonishing performance. The more time is delayed, the better it is for the human race. Now the human race needs to turn from passive to active and begin to take the initiative to attack. This way, the pressure faced by the 100 Race Alliance will increase. Both sides have their own considerations, constantly making arrangements and changing strategies. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu, who is regarded as the ghost race, was still immersed in his own cultivation. Shortly after he left the Zimu clan, the reward from the Great World Rune arrived as scheduled. Lin Moyu once again felt the joy of the Great World Rune, and some of the karma entangled around it lessened. As a member of the Great World, Lin Moyu also felt a sense of relief. Under the reward of the Great World, he successfully entered the state of enlightenment, and the enlightenment time increased compared to last time, reaching 3 days. During the 3 days of enlightenment, most of the time was spent cultivating the laws of time, and the remaining time was spent cultivating the laws of space. The mastery of the two laws improved again, from 22% to 24%. Like last time, the improvement was still only 2%. Although the enlightenment time increased by 1 day, a 50% increase compared to last time, the degree of understanding of the laws did not change, still at 2%. The reason for this was that resistance appeared in the enlightenment state, which Lin Moyu called Tao poison. The remaining power from the previous 2 enlightenments accumulated like poison, affecting the effectiveness of this enlightenment. Lin Moyu spent some effort to merge the 2 laws. I can't continue anymore. I need to wait for a period of time to digest the residual toxicity produced by enlightenment. 3 enlightenments, in a short period of time, made Lin Moyu feel the after effects of enlightenment. This also shows that everything has 2 sides. Even the best pills have toxicity. Lin Moyu sensed the residual Tao poison in his body. He could feel the Tao poison slowly dissipating. Very slowly, but fortunately very steadily. After careful calculation, he got a rough number. It will take about 50 years. 50 years for the Tao poison to completely dissipate. Then I'll go back first and use these 50 years to comprehend runes. The warship sailed silently through space, flying quickly through vast distances along deep space. Just a month later, Lin Moyu returned to the dark void. Then he left the warship and traversed the dark void alone. With his mastery of spatial laws reaching 24%, his control over the laws was stronger, and his perception of space became more acute. Now each step could reach 50 million kilometers, 1 step per second. At the Saint Lord level, only the Saint Lords of the Golden Eagle clan could compare when initiating spatial jumps. But the flexibility of spatial laws was far beyond what the Golden Eagle clan's Saint Lords could compare to. If he activated the time laws as well, time would double, 2 steps per second, reaching a speed of 100 million kilometers. Going a step further, merging the 2 laws, the effect of spatial laws would double again, reaching an astonishing speed of 200 million kilometers per second. Lin Moyu only needed a few steps to cross ordinary galaxies. However, the effect after merging the 2 laws was still not as good as the 3 light rune. If he used the 3 light rune, the speed could reach 450 million kilometers per second. This speed had already far surpassed ordinary transcendent realm beings. Only some transcendent realm beings, who specialized in speed, might be able to compare with Lin Moyu. Although it was still slower than the wings of death, it was more flexible and could be used in actual combat. He tried to see if he could draw more powerful runes, but unfortunately did not succeed. Although his understanding of runes had increased a lot, the 3 light rune was still his current limit. To draw more powerful space-time runes, he needed to advance further in his attainment of runes. Space-time distorted around him as Lin Moyu appeared and disappeared silently, traversing the dark void without a sound. Chapter 21. 14. I'll just bring the things back. In the Divine City, at the entrance of the Central Divine Palace, the Heavenly Saint Lord, Hao Saint Lord, and Fu Saint Lord were present. The 3 great Saint Lords of the human race waited there, gazing up at the sky. Behind Hao Saint Lord, Little Mist was still playing with a new toy. In Little Mist's hands, streams of laws rotated like currents, forming delicate little vortexes. Little Mist's talent for cultivation was extremely high, but for now she was more interested in playing. Hao Saint Lord had once taken Little Mist to tour various galaxies, collecting many toys. In between cultivation sessions, Little Mist would play with different toys, able to enjoy them for long periods. Human Emperor. Where has young friend Lin reached? The Heavenly Saint Lord suddenly asked. The voice of the Human Emperor Network responded, "He'll arrive in a few minutes." The Human Emperor Network monitored the entire human race. From the moment Lin Moyu began returning, the network had informed the Saint Lords. Fu Saint Lord said, "Young friend Lin said he would give us a surprise. I wonder what it could be." Hao Saint Lord's eyes gleamed. Actually, it's not hard to guess. Think about what young friend Lin did on this trip. What did he do? He disguised himself as the Ghost Race and wiped out the Blue Crane, Coldwater, and Zimu clans. Then he erased those star regions. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, I don't know what method young friend Lin used to bring back so many planets, Fu Saint Lord belatedly realized. Do you mean young friend Lin didn't destroy the planets, but brought them all back? What else could it be? How Saint Lord smiled. Fu Saint Lord, you shouldn't focus solely on studying runes all the time. Sometimes you need to think about other things too. Fu Saint Lord smiled. I'm not good at that sort of thing. The heavenly Saint Lord laughed. Fu Saint Lord has devoted his life to runes. You know what he's like. It's fine if he doesn't think about it. Keeping things simple is good too. How Saint Lord nodded. Perhaps it's because he's simple enough that old Zhu was able to become the Fu Saint Lord. Suddenly, Little Mist, who had been playing with her toy, called out happily, Master is back. As soon as she spoke, the three Saint Lords saw Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu appeared in space, outside the Divine City, still 1,000,000 kilometers away. A second later, their gazes shifted downward as Lin Moyu appeared before the three of them. Master! Little Mist happily tossed aside her toy and pounced over, clinging to Lin Moyu like a koala. The heavenly Saint Lord, and How Saint Lord's eyes, showed a hint of surprise. Lin Moyu's movement, just now, had greatly shocked them. Not because Lin Moyu's speed was too fast, but because Lin Moyu had ignored the Divine City's defenses. The Divine City was filled with various arrays. Lin Moyu had disregarded them all. This display revealed Lin Moyu's powerful mastery over the laws of space. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Greetings, seniors. Fu Saint Lord nodded with a smile. Not bad. You've reached God Lord 3rd level. The heavenly Saint Lord asked, Congratulations, young friend Lin. Your control over spatial laws has advanced further. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Seniors need not worry. Spatial laws alone cannot directly break into the Divine City. I also use temporal laws to achieve this effect. The fusion of temporal and spatial laws produced space-time power. Space-time power was incredibly mysterious. Although Lin Moyu was clearly right before their eyes, it felt as if he wasn't in this time point. Though the Divine City had many arrays were ultimately inanimate objects. They had not detected Lin Moyu at all. To these arrays, Lin Moyu was not in the same time node as them, so naturally they had no effect. Hearing Lin Moyu's answer, the heavenly Saint Lord finally relaxed. Otherwise, facing someone who could control spatial laws, wouldn't the Divine City's defenses become a joke? How Saint Lord looked at Lin Moyu with great satisfaction. Where's the surprise you mentioned? Right here. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and dozens of containment formation talismans flew out. Hundreds of talismans hovered in midair, glowing brightly. The Saint Lord stared wide-eyed at the talismans filling the sky. This is... Fu Saint Lord reacted most strongly, exclaiming excitedly, Containment formation talismans. Lin Moyu smiled. Senior has a good eye. Indeed, these are containment formation talismans. The heavenly Saint Lord now understood, and urgently asked Fu Saint Lord, Are these the containment formation talismans? We've been unable to fully research. Fu Saint Lord answered decisively, That's right. I wouldn't mistake them. These are definitely containment formation talismans, he anxiously asked Lin Moyu. It's said that containment formation talismans can trap enemies when attacking, conceal oneself when retreating, and even contain all things. Is that true? Lin Moyu confirmed Fu Saint Lord's words. Indeed it is. Seniors can see for yourselves. Lin Moyu activated the talismans. One only needed to probe inside with soul power to see the conditions within the talismans. Inside the talismans, vast spaces were revealed, each containing planets. Each talisman represented a galaxy. A full 300 galaxies had been packaged up and brought back by Lin Moyu. Although 300 galaxies wasn't a huge amount, it could at least accommodate large numbers of humans and provide sufficient resources for hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Lin Moyu all the containment formation talismans to the Saint Lords. These resources in his hands wouldn't be of much use. The Saint Lords would find suitable locations to release the galaxies and transform them into environments suitable for human habitation. Then Lin Moyu took out another containment formation talisman. This contains the Ximu ancestral tree. As seniors know, controlling the Ximu ancestral tree allows one to control all the seated ones. The Heavenly Saint Lord's eyes lit up. That's right. This way, our human race will gain many more eyes and ears. How Saint Lord asked, "Young friend Lin, who do you think should control the Ximu ancestral tree?" Lin Moyu looked at Fu Saint Lord. "Let's not trouble two masters for one task. We should leave this matter to Fu Saint Lord." Fu Saint Lord was in charge of the human race's intelligence system. It was most fitting to give him the Ximu ancestral tree. Lin Moyu wasn't worried about it affecting Fu Saint Lord's cultivation. After all, Fu Saint Lord wasn't alone. He had the entire Su family and many rune masters behind him. Fu Saint Lord said, "No problem. Leave this matter to me." Lin Moyu continued, however. "There's one issue to deal with first. The Ximu people gathered all their resentment and used the ancestral tree to nurture a life form. When this life form is born, it will likely reach the transcendent realm immediately. It would cause great disaster then. A transcendent realm life form, if it appeared, even if immediately suppressed, the mere shockwaves of battle would be enough to destroy billions of light years of space. If there were any galaxies nearby, the people in those galaxies would be unlikely to survive. But the Ximu ancestral tree was still useful now. The life form inside was connected as one with the ancestral tree. Killing the life form directly would destroy the Ximu ancestral tree along with it. Fu Saint Lord thought for a moment. We could place it in an uninhabited galaxy. That way, even if the life form emerges, it won't cause much trouble. Lin Moyu said, "I considered that too, but it's not very suitable. This kind of strange life form born from resentment is very difficult to truly kill. If it escapes, it would be very troublesome." The implication was that even Saint Lords might not be able to completely kill this kind of life form. No one knew what abilities this life form might possess. A life form nurtured from the resentment of countless Ximu people over countless years, who knew what special abilities it might have. This was not a good gamble to take. How Saint Lord suddenly said, "There's another way. In the treasury there's a magical item called the Heart and Soul Stone." The Heavenly Saint Lord's eyes also lit up. That could work. We can use the Heart and Soul Stone to control it. No matter how much resentment it has, it can be used for our human race. How Saint Lord said, "Since it specializes in killing, I think we should let Old Killer control it. It might greatly increase Old Killer's combat power." "What do you think, young friend Lin?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I have no objections." Lin Moyu only wanted to cultivate. He naturally didn't want to manage this kind of thing. He just brought the items back. The rest was for them to worry about. Chapter 21:15. You claim second. No one dares claim first. The Heart and Soul Stone was once a powerful magical item of the Soul Spirit race. After conquering the Soul Spirit race, the human race obtained a few of them. Over the years, some were consumed, leaving only a few remaining. The Heart and Soul Stone can be used to control souls, but it also has limitations. It needs to be used when the mind is just about to awaken, and cannot be used on soul bodies with mature intelligence. The Soul Spirit race once used the Heart and Soul Stone to control those giant space beasts that were about to awaken intelligence. It could also control some anomalies like the Red Star Supreme being that awakened intelligence later, as long as it was used before they awakened. Beings controlled by the Heart and Soul Stone are called Heart and Soul beings. The former Soul Spirit race once had a vast army of Heart and Soul beings under their command. Using the Heart and Soul Stone to control the Ximu ancestral tree is indeed the best choice now. After discussion, the Saint Lords decided to let the Killer Saint Lord carry out the control. Among the Saint Lords, except for the Fu Saint Lord, the Killer Saint Lord has the weakest combat power. But the Killer Saint Lord excels at stealth and assassination, and can often play unexpected roles. If he could have the assistance of a heart and soul being, it might further enhance the Killer Saint Lord's combat power. Moreover, according to Lin Moyu, the life form inside the Ximu ancestral tree could reach the transcendent realm upon birth. If nurtured well for a period of time, it might possess Saint Lord level combat power. The Fu Saint Lord stared intently at Lin Moyu. His meaning couldn't be clearer. He wanted to learn the containment formation, and wanted Lin Moyu to teach him. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't keep it secret. But dismantling runes was not easy to learn. It required extremely high talent and a very keen soul. Lin Moyu didn't know if the Fu Saint Lord could learn it. But before he could speak, the Fu Saint Lord suddenly bowed to Lin Moyu. Master Lin, I humbly request you to teach me the formation. Lin Moyu was stunned. It was one thing for others to call him Master Lin, but for even the Fu Saint Lord to call him that. You're a Saint Lord after all, and currently the #1 in the human race's rune techniques. Is it appropriate to call me Master Lin? This way, wouldn't my status be higher than a Saint Lord? Then how should the Hao Saint Lord and Heavenly Saint Lord be addressed? Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Beside them, the Hao Saint Lord and Heavenly Saint Lord suddenly burst out laughing. They weren't surprised at all by the Fu Saint Lord's actions. Having known each other for many years, they knew the Fu Saint Lord too well. The usually quiet and reserved Fu Saint Lord would turn into a complete fanatic, even somewhat crazy when it came to runes. Concepts like seniority meant nothing to him in this context. This was the Fu Saint Lord's personality, and also his way. The Hao Saint Lord said, "Young friend Lin, don't mind the Fu Saint Lord's words. If you're willing to teach, then teach him a bit. If not, just ignore him." The Heavenly Saint Lord also laughed and said, "Old Hao is right. You don't have to teach if you don't want to. It's fine to tease him a bit." The two of them were joking about the Fu Saint Lord. They could joke, but Lin Moyu couldn't. After all, when he first came into contact with runes, the Fu Saint Lord had given him a lot of help. That book, Rune Language, was also given by the Fu Saint Lord. Lin Moyu said, "Fu Saint Lord, I've actually already organized the method for drawing the containment formation. It was originally meant for you." However, the Fu Saint Lord's eyes revealed extreme joy. "However, what?" Lin Moyu said, "However, it involves the method of dismantling runes, which may be a bit difficult to cultivate. You can try it first, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can come ask me." Lin Moyu spoke euphemistically, but everyone could understand. It was clearly not easy to learn. As he spoke, Lin Moyu handed over a jade tablet. The jade tablet already had the method for dismantling runes recorded, as well as the method for drawing the containment formation. Actually, the containment formation itself wasn't difficult. The difficult part was dismantling runes. If one couldn't do that, they wouldn't be able to complete the containment formation. The Fu Saint Lord took the jade tablet, scanned it with his soul, and his aura surged wildly. The extreme joy in his eyes increased even more. He immediately said, "Thank you, Master Lin. I'll go study the formation now." After saying this, the Fu Saint Lord rushed impatiently towards his cultivation room. In his view, nothing was more important than the containment formation. The Hao Saint Lord said, "Only by being so obsessed with the way of runes could he achieve the way through runes and become a Saint Lord." The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "Indeed, how could one achieve the way without wholeheartedly devoting oneself?" Lin Moyu didn't speak. He understood very clearly that achieving the way through runes was indeed very difficult. If one only wanted to achieve the Saint Lord's way, as long as their talent was decent and they worked hard enough, the probability of becoming a Saint Lord wasn't low. But if one wanted to become a supreme being, besides hard work, they also needed to look at talent and opportunities. None of these could be lacking. As for becoming a heavenly lord without supreme talent, it wasn't even worth thinking about. Lin Moyu knew that even if the god's path hadn't been cut off, the Fu Saint Lord's upper limit would only be a supreme being, and the weakest kind of supreme being at that. Not just the Fu Saint Lord, but all the Saint Lords in the human race were like this. Their rule worlds weren't strong enough, barely reaching an ordinary level. They couldn't be considered perfect, and had no chance of becoming heavenly lords. The heavenly Saint Lord smiled and said, "This guy, he's really impatient." The Hao Saint Lord was clearly in a good mood too. "Young friend Lin, do you plan to go out again after coming back this time?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I plan to seclude myself for a period of time to study runes and solidify my foundation." The Hao Saint Lord nodded. "In that case, I'll take you to a place where you can cultivate freely without worrying." Lin Moyu also knew that his previous cultivation had damaged the cultivation rooms in the Divine City. This time he was going to study runes, which would inevitably involve experiments. He didn't know how much commotion it would cause, so the Divine City indeed wasn't very suitable. Little mist cleverly got down from Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu was going to cultivate, and there was no use for Little Mist to follow. Before leaving, Lin Moyu specially looked in the direction where Old Yan was. There, formations were rising, and one could vaguely see the Lizard God War Palace. Clearly, Old Yan was still researching. Anyway, the Lizard God War Palace wasn't of much use for now, so let him research slowly. After leaving the Divine City, the Hao Saint Lord quickly accelerated. As a Saint Lord, his speed was already at the extreme. Even without using spatial laws, his speed was no slower than Lin Moyu's. Around him, all laws were distorted, leaving only the power of rules. Relying on the powerful rule power, the Hao Saint Lord forcibly tore through space, achieving an effect similar to spatial law teleportation. Seeing this, Lin Moyu immediately used time laws, increasing his speed to 100 million kilometers per second. But even so, he still couldn't keep up with the Hao Saint Lord. He then fused the two laws of time and space, forming space-time power, and accelerated again. His speed reached 200 million kilometers per second, barely keeping up with the Hao Saint Lord. Lin Moyu knew this was already his fastest speed in normal conditions. If he wanted to go faster, he would either have to use the Three-Light Rune or the Wings of Death. The Hao Saint Lord smiled and said, "Space-time power, it's really not bad." He was somewhat envious, but more so proud. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You flatter me, Senior. I've only just touched the surface." The Hao Saint Lord said, "This old man tried to comprehend it before. Forget about time laws. I couldn't even touch the surface of spatial laws. You've not only comprehended both laws, but also fused them, so you don't need to be too modest. It's really not bad. In the current world, if your talent is ranked second, who would dare claim first?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "My sister." The Hao Saint Lord was speechless, then burst into laughter. Right, you're correct." Lin Moyu asked, "Where are we going?" He felt the direction was a bit off, as if they were flying towards the very center of the Divine City Star region. The Divine City's location was already the core, but it wasn't the very center. The Divine City Star region was very large, and the true center was still some distance from the Divine City. The Hao Saint Lord acted mysterious. "You'll know when we get there." Chapter 21:16. The physical form of the human emperor network. The Hao Saint Lord said, "Let's hope so." After learning of Lin Moyu's speed, the Hao Saint Lord no longer flew himself, but got into his own warship. The two of them talked about Lin Moyu's journey in the warship. Lin Moyu recounted what had happened with the Blue Crane, Coldwater, and Zimu clans, and also mentioned the space tree. When the Hao Saint Lord heard that Lin Moyu had killed the space tree, he showed a shocked expression. "You actually encountered that fellow?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Yes, I was lucky enough to encounter him. That fellow was quite unlucky." The Hao Saint Lord said, "The space tree mastered spatial laws. It must not have been easy to kill, right?" It wasn't too bad. Mainly because you had injured him before, and he hadn't fully recovered. Plus, I also know spatial laws, so I was able to kill him. Lin Moyu spoke lightly. But the Hao Saint Lord knew very well how difficult it must have been. Even he wasn't confident he could kill the space tree. Yet Lin Moyu had managed to do it. Lin Moyu, who was only at the 3rd level Godlord realm, had already reached such a terrifying level of true combat power. Lin Moyu then spoke about the rule world left behind by the 100 Battles Supreme Being, recounting his experience at that time, once again shocking the Hao Saint Lord. The Hao Saint Lord sighed. Our human race loses many godlords in the outer domain every year. I never thought that quite a few people actually died at the hands of ancient predecessors. Lin Moyu said, the 100 Battles Supreme Being died in battle in ancient times. His remnant soul had become an obsession, carrying his rule world. For countless years, he had been chasing and killing those cowardly escapees in the outer domain. Actually, knowing this doesn't change anything. We can only say those godlords were unlucky, but I've already communicated with him, and he won't target human godlords anymore in the future. The Hao Saint Lord said, let's hope so. As they chatted along the way, Lin Moyu only spoke of what needed to be said. He didn't mention that he had gone to the outer domain to find the Red Star Supreme Being, nor did he speak of seeing the Boundary Sea. Of course, he also wouldn't tell the Hao Saint Lord about the news that the Great World might be destroyed in 1400 years. These matters were too despairing. Even if he told the Hao Saint Lord, it wouldn't help. They would need to be discussed eventually, but not now, and not with the Hao Saint Lord. Lin Moyu planned to discuss it with Old Star first, and then see how to handle it. Without realizing it, Lin Moyu's perspective on issues had changed, and his position had surpassed that of the several Saint Lords. His goal was no longer just for the human race to survive, but for the entire Great World to survive. He saw further and thought more broadly. The warship finally reached its destination. Lin Moyu sensed many powerful auras. There were many transcendent realm beings here, at least over 30. Among the transcendent realm auras, there was a special and powerful force that moved Lin Moyu. Leaving the warship, he finally saw the situation ahead clearly. Billions of kilometers away, a ball of flames hung in space, with the flames constantly jumping, extremely intense. The diameter of the flames exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers, looking like a sun, burning fiercely. But Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the flames were not a sun. This was a huge energy body between virtual and real, with both virtual and real dual properties. So, this is the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Here, the power of the Human Emperor Network was unprecedentedly strong, and the source of everything was this ball of flames. Having dealt with the Human Emperor Network for so long, he was extremely familiar with its aura, and naturally wouldn't mistake it. The Hao Saint Lord smiled and said, "That's right. This is the physical form of the Human Emperor Network. If you want to look, you can look more. The Human Emperor has thick skin and won't be shy." Lin Moyu carefully observed the Human Emperor Network. His soul eyes automatically activated, and countless law lines appeared in his vision. He discovered that the Human Emperor Network gathered almost all the law lines in the world. At the same time, the power of the Human Emperor Network extended outwards along these law lines, covering the entire human star region. Lin Moyu had thought many times about how the Human Emperor Network affected the entire human star region. The most likely method was some kind of formation, but he never imagined that the Human Emperor Network actually utilized the law lines that already existed in the Great World. It used the laws as its eyes and ears, weaving the laws to form an area and turning it into its own territory. By this calculation, as long as the power of the Human Emperor Network was strong enough, it could completely cover the entire Great World. Not just the human star region, but even the entire inner domain space, and even the outer domain space could be covered. Obviously, it was still far from reaching the limit of the Human Emperor Network, Outside the physical form of the Human Emperor Network floated flat jade stones. The jade stones were circular, about 100 meters in diameter, like cushions. On each jade stone sat people. Some jade stones had only one person, while others had 3 to 5 people drinking tea and chatting. These people were all transcendent realm beings. Human transcendence. Lin Moyu saw several familiar faces: Jade Lady, Old Lin, Songji. The human race naturally had more than just 30-some transcendent realm beings. This was only a portion of them. Another portion was in the War God Temple, and another portion was in the army. The arrival of the Hao Saint Lord and Lin Moyu also attracted everyone's attention. Jade Lady revealed a beautiful smile. "It's the Saint Lord. You've finally brought young friend Lin here." Old Lin was drinking tea with Jade Lady and also smiled, saying, "Young friend Lin, long time no see." The Hao Saint Lord smiled and said, "Come, let's go say hello." The two went over to greet everyone, exchanging pleasantries. The personalities of transcendent realm experts varied. Not everyone was as enthusiastic as Jade Lady. Most people were silent and reserved. They preferred to spend time cultivating rather than chatting. Occasionally, they would chat with people they were familiar with. The Hao Saint Lord had already explained to Lin Moyu on the way here that when transcendent realm experts cultivate, they cause too much disturbance. Ordinary places were no longer suitable for their cultivation. A casual outburst of aura could potentially destroy a star system. Even if they cultivated in void space, they might affect passing cultivators. Such accidents had happened quite a few times, so they later arranged for the transcendent realm beings to be here. In the place closest to the physical form of the Human Emperor Network, controlled by the Human Emperor Network, if there was any problem, the Human Emperor Network could quickly respond and intervene in reality. Moreover, with the transcendent realm beings together, they could discuss the Tao, benefiting each other. If there was any action needed, the Human Emperor Network would directly open a transmission to send them away at the fastest speed. All in all, there were many benefits to doing it this way. Lin Moyu was very humble. As a junior, he kept his posture very low. The transcendent realm experts wouldn't look down on Lin Moyu either. Some of them knew that Lin Moyu's combat power was astonishing. Moreover, Lin Moyu had the Saint Lords backing him, so they had to give face to the Saint Lords. The whole atmosphere became very cordial. Even those who usually didn't speak a word politely greeted Lin Moyu. After a round of greetings, Lin Moyu said to Jade Lady, "Jade Lady, how is Yuzuo doing now?" Jade Lady smiled and said, "Young friend Lin, don't worry. Miss Yuzuo is doing well at home. Although her cultivation talent isn't top tier, it's still excellent. I've already announced that I will personally teach her." Lin Moyu knew Jade Lady was giving him face, and immediately bowed. "Thank you, Jade Lady." Jade Lady said, "Miss Yuzuo misses you quite a bit. When you have time, go visit her at the Jade family." Lin Moyu nodded. "I will." After chatting for a while, the Hao Saint Lord led Lin Moyu to fly towards the physical form of the Human Emperor Network. They circled around to the back of the Human Emperor Network's physical form, and Lin Moyu saw huge cultivation rooms. "You can cultivate here. Just pick any room." As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent palm suddenly formed in the air, slapping down towards the Hao Saint Lord. Chapter 21. 17. Those heavenly lords are selfish. The transparent palm was silent and without warning. Even with Lin Moyu's keen soul, he only had a slight sense of it. By the time he sensed it, the palm had already landed on the back of Hao Saint Lord's head. Hao Saint Lord had no reaction at all throughout. When the palm landed, his whole body staggered, and then he began spinning uncontrollably in space. Lin Moyu felt this palm was very clever, seemingly carrying some special rule. Although it had no attacking power, it left Hao Saint Lord in a very awkward state. After spinning over 100 times, Hao Saint Lord finally managed to stop. He called out to the Human Emperor Network's physical form. "Human Emperor, you've gone too far. The human emperor's voice sounded faintly. Whether it's too far or not, you know in your heart. How Saint Lord shouted. What do I know? You know what I mean. The human emperor network's voice was extremely calm, without a trace of emotion, yet it made Lin Moyu laugh out loud. He felt the human emperor network was a bit angry, though it wasn't showing it. This feeling was very peculiar. The human emperor network continued. If you can't figure it out, I can slap you a few more times to help you think. How Saint Lord immediately waved his hand. No need. This was the human emperor network's home turf. Whether he understood or not, How Saint Lord knew it was best not to suffer losses right in front of him. There was no benefit to arguing with the human emperor network here, even if he was a Saint Lord. Listening to their conversation, Lin Moyu roughly understood why the human emperor network was angry. It was most likely because of what How Saint Lord had said earlier. He remembered How Saint Lord saying, "If you want to look, go ahead and look more. The human emperor has thick skin and won't be shy." Evidently, the human emperor's skin was not thick. The physical form of the human emperor network was the human emperor's body. Looking at it too much would make the human emperor unhappy. However, this incident also allowed Lin Moyu to witness the power of the human emperor network. Its physical form was between virtual and real, possessing both virtual and real powers. Lin Moyu knew very well that when virtual and real powers were combined, they would undergo a qualitative change and become extremely powerful. Like his Hell of Bones, just by incorporating the law of immortality, the power of the Hell of Bones increased several times over, and its range expanded to a diameter of 10 billion kilometers. He had once guessed that the power of heavenly lords was the combination of virtual and real powers. It seems the human emperor network is also one of humanity's trump cards. Not much inferior to Old Star, humanity has more than one trump card. After all, they are the masters of this world. It's natural for them to be stronger than other races. Lin Moyu said to the human emperor network, "Human emperor, I will be cultivating here for a while." The human emperor network shot out a beam of light, pointing towards some distant cultivation rooms. These cultivation rooms all lit up, and the human emperor network's voice sounded. "These are all empty cultivation rooms. You can choose anyone you like." Lin Moyu turned to How Saint Lord and said, "Then I'll go cultivate." "Thank you, Senior." How Saint Lord waved his hand. "Go ahead." "Good luck." Lin Moyu casually chose a cultivation room and stepped into it with one stride. The door of the cultivation room closed automatically, completely isolating it from the outside world. Except for the human emperor network, no one would know what happened inside the cultivation room. How Saint Lord said, "Human emperor, please keep an eye on him. No need for you to remind me." The human emperor network's tone was still calm, but clearly he was still angry. How Saint Lord said, "Human emperor, your temper is quite big today." The human emperor didn't respond. How Saint Lord laughed awkwardly and very tactfully left. On his way back, he greeted the Transcendent Realm experts again. Fortunately, when the human emperor's palm came down earlier, he was already on the backside, so these Transcendent Realm experts didn't see it. Otherwise, his face as a Saint Lord would really have nowhere to hide. The huge body of the Red Star Supreme being slowly rotated, with red flames erupting. Within the flames, the image of an old man wearing a big red robe was projected. This was the human form that the Red Star Supreme Being had transformed into. The Red Star Supreme Being looked into the distance, murmuring, "Someone has come. Why does it feel familiar?" A point of light rapidly enlarged before his eyes. The Red Star Supreme Being finally saw clearly, and his expression changed slightly. "It's actually a rule world." He called out loudly, "May I ask which Supreme Being has come?" The rule world also projected a human figure, and at the same time, the voice of the 100 Battles Supreme Being sounded, "Red Star Brother, it's me." A look of joy appeared on the Red Star Supreme Being's face. Brother 100 Battles. The 100 Battles Supreme Being laughed loudly, laughing somewhat crazily. You're really still alive. That's wonderful. The Red Star Supreme Being saw that something was not quite right with the 100 Battles Supreme Being. The 100 Battles Supreme Being before him was neither his true body nor his soul, but only a remnant soul. Inevitably, sadness welled up in the Red Star Supreme Being's eyes. Brother 100 Battles. You still died in battle. He also knew the 100 Battles Supreme Being's personality, fighting to the death without retreat, dying after 100 battles. Anyone else might have fled, but the 100 Battles Supreme Being never would. This was his way, unshakable. The 100 Battles Supreme Being didn't care at all. Red Star brother, there's no need to be sad. I walked my own path. No matter the outcome, there's no need to be upset. The Red Star Supreme Being looked at him. How did Brother 100 Battles find me? The 100 Battles Supreme Being recounted his encounter with Lin Moyu. It was that little fellow who awakened me. Over these many years, I've also absorbed quite a bit of power. Although I can't be revived, I can maintain the consciousness of my remnant soul. I must thank that little fellow called Lin Moyu. Otherwise, I don't know how many more years I would have slept. Over the past 2 million years, the Red Star Supreme Being had also awakened a few times, but each time he awoke, it wasn't for long. Moreover, the outer space was too vast. In all these years, the two had never encountered each other. The 100 Battles Supreme Being spoke of some ancient matters. The Red Star Supreme Being had withdrawn from the battlefield early due to severe injuries, and didn't know about later events. Now hearing the 100 Battles Supreme Being's account, along with what Lin Moyu had said, the whole story finally came together. The 100 Battles Supreme Being was indignant. Those heavenly lords are all cowards, actually abandoning the great world. The Red Star Supreme Being sighed deeply. Perhaps the heavenly lords had their own difficulties. The 100 Battles Supreme Being completely disbelieved the Red Star Supreme Being's words. Red Star brother, you don't need to make excuses for them. Those heavenly lords are just like that, selfish and self-centered. As long as they can survive, they don't care about anything else. The Red Star Supreme Being said, let's not talk about past events anymore. Let's discuss the future instead. The 100 Battles Supreme Being said, does the great world still have a future? Perhaps it does. Whether it does or not, we still need to do something. All right, I'll listen to you. In my current state, I can't do anything except kill. The Red Star Supreme Being didn't stand on ceremony. I've been considering a plan. Let's take it step by step. We still have time. No need to rush. On the back of the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyu enters the training room. He discovered that this practice room was not an entity, but was made entirely of energy, a state of creation out of nothing. 2. This is the product of the Human Emperor Network's interference in reality. What is the realm of the Human Emperor Network? It is very strong. Lin Moyu was thinking, when suddenly 2 beams of light appeared in front of his eyes. The appearance of Xing Lao appeared in one beam of light, and a vague figure appeared in another beam of light. Lin Moyu looked at the other party, and knew the other party's identity in his heart, the Human Emperor. Xing Lao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, our realm is called Half-Step Supreme. Chapter 2118. You are the only variable. Lin Moyu bowed to the 2 of them. Greetings, Elder Star and Human Emperor. Elder Star was somewhat surprised. How did you know he was the Human Emperor? Lin Moyu said. His hand. His hand. Elder Star looked at the Human Emperor in confusion, but couldn't see anything special about the Human Emperor's hand. Just because he couldn't see it, doesn't mean Lin Moyu couldn't. Earlier when the Human Emperor slapped Hao Saint Lord, the hand that appeared was identical to the hand of the person before him now. Therefore, Lin Moyu was 90% certain that this person was the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor's voice sounded, Your powers of observation are surprising, Lin Moyu said. The human emperor flatters me. The human emperor's tone was calm. I never exaggerate. It truly is surprising, surpassing everyone in the human race, including him. The human emperor referred to was Elder Star. Elder Star wasn't upset, and chuckled. This old man's eyes aren't what they used to be. It's normal I can't see clearly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Moyu. Young Lin, do you know why we've come to find you? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I'm not omniscient. How would I know? Elder Star didn't seem to be in any hurry. Why don't you guess? The human emperor interrupted Elder Star's words. Stop wasting time. Let's get to the point. Elder Star sighed. You're just no fun. Well then, let's get to the point. Earlier when you were talking to Little Hao and Little Tian, we were listening to, we feel you must have hidden some things, and the Human Emperor Network sensed the aura of a boundary seashell on you. So it was about this. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. I was originally planning to come find you after some time. I didn't expect you to come to me first. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out the boundary seashell. I accidentally obtained a boundary seashell and saw some things. The human emperor stared at the boundary seashell, his gaze changing slightly. Did you see the boundary sea? Lin Moyu nodded. I did. Elder Star took a sharp breath. Such luck. Tisk tisk. Even in ancient times, those who could obtain a boundary seashell were extremely rare. How was it? What did the boundary sea look like? Lin Moyu shook his head. Not good. The Heavenly Saint Lord wasn't wrong in his spirit journey. We really are about to collide with another world. Elder Star's expression became serious. How much time do we have left? 1,400 years. This number greatly exceeded Elder Star's expectations. Elder Star frowned. It's faster than I thought. I originally estimated we had about 10,000 years. 10,000 years versus 1,400 years. A sevenfold difference. The accuracy of this estimate was far too low. Elder Star looked at the human emperor. Have little Tian prepare for another spirit journey as soon as possible, to see if we can encounter that world again. Tell him to remember the feeling from last time. If he enters that world, look carefully and gather as much information as possible. The human emperor closed his eyes, clearly sending out a message. A few seconds later, the human emperor said, I've notified him. The Heavenly Saint Lord says he needs a few more days to prepare, since it hasn't been long since his last spirit journey, and some materials still need to be gathered. Elder Star said, whatever materials he needs, tell him to take them from the treasury. He knows. Don't worry. We won't interfere. Elder Star turned his attention back to Lin Moyu, young man. What do you think we should do? In 1,400 years, do we have a chance? Lin Moyu said, we have a chance. And this matter may be a blessing in disguise for us. Elder Star became interested. Tell me, what are your thoughts? Lin Moyu had originally wanted to discuss this matter with Elder Star. Now that Elder Star had come to him, and even brought the human emperor along, he might as well share all his ideas. As the foundation of the human race, Elder Star's position was different, and what he knew far surpassed the various Saint Lords. Discussing with him might yield some results. Lin Moyu explained the Red Star Supreme Being's million-star array plan, and also shared his own method for saving the Great World. Elder Star listened intently, constantly pondering. According to what the Red Star Supreme Being said, there are no heavenly lords in that world. Lin Moyu said, as long as there are no heavenly lords, we have a chance. I have the corpse of the Forest Supreme Being, which should be able to kill Supreme Beings of the same level. Elder Star also knew about Lin Moyu's techniques. Corpses were his weapons, and he could use corpses to instantly kill enemies of the same level. Elder Star murmured, in that case, it really is an opportunity. Lin Moyu said, but before that, We need to stabilize internally and unbind the Great World. The Great World is too heavily burdened by karma, and the Great World rune is already overwhelmed. The human emperor spoke, his tone calm. Then just kill them all. Elder Star said, although the 100-Race Alliance is just a bunch of rabble, when united their power cannot be underestimated. The human emperor said, that's because we don't want to pay too high a price. After all, we've already sacrificed too much in the past. But if we want to resolve this, some sacrifice is inevitable. The human emperor used the calmest tone to speak the cruelest words. Sacrifice is inevitable. Indeed, that was the reality. In a war between races, how could there be no sacrifice? Someone always has to be on the front lines. Elder Star didn't quite agree with the human emperor's words. Although sacrifice is inevitable, we can still try to control it and minimize casualties as much as possible. We still have time. We don't need to decide the outcome immediately. The human emperor said, it's only 1,400 years. If we want to properly set up the million-star array, it will take several hundred years. We have at most 500 years. 500 years may seem like a long time, but it's actually very short. The catastrophe from 100,000 years ago didn't cause the human race to collapse immediately. It lasted for over 3,000 years. Now facing the 100-Race Alliance again, trying to end the war in a few hundred years would be very difficult. Moreover, what's needed now isn't just victory, but to completely exterminate all other races, leaving none alive. The Human Emperor Network analyzed the power balance between both sides. Whether in terms of number of Saint Lords, Transcendent Realm experts, God Lord Realm powerhouses, or the strongest foundations of each race, the human race was not at an advantage compared to the 100-Race Alliance, and was even slightly disadvantaged. Just based on the surface comparison of forces, ending the war in a few hundred years was almost impossible. Elder Star said, relying on just us naturally won't work. Forget 500 years. Even 5,000 years wouldn't be enough. Our original plan was to use 10,000 years to slowly erode the various races and finally achieve victory. The entire plan might take tens of thousands of years to complete. But now, the human emperor looked at Lin Moyu. Now, you are the only variable. If they wanted to resolve the war in a few hundred years, their only hope was Lin Moyu. Elder Star chuckled. Do you feel a lot of pressure? Lin Moyu looked completely relaxed, seemingly unconcerned. Pressure creates motivation. 500 years is a bit short, but it's not impossible. Elder Star smiled and said, then it all depends on you. Whatever you need, just say the word. As long as we have it, it's all yours. The human emperor said, I've given you the highest authority in the Human Emperor Network. All information is open to you. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Lin Moyu asked, how is my sister doing? The human emperor said, she's doing well. She has already reached the peak of the Godlord realm and is likely to enter the Transcendent realm soon. However, she's currently in seclusion cultivating. I haven't told her you're back, Lin Moyu said solemnly. Tell my sister that when advancing to the Transcendent realm, she must not take shortcuts. She has to cross over by herself. All right. Chapter 2119. No race wants to sacrifice themselves. The formations in the cultivation room began to operate, expanding the space and accelerating time. This cultivation room was equipped with many formations to assist cultivation, with the time formation being one of them. It could accelerate time up to 100-fold, meaning 100 days of cultivation inside would only be 1 day in the outside world. Lin Moyu had used time chambers before and knew the differences. Under 100-fold acceleration, laws would be distorted, making it more difficult to comprehend them. Overall, the actual efficiency would only increase about 20% to 30-fold. Moreover, the stronger the laws one cultivated, the weaker the time acceleration effect would become. Later, when cultivating in the Divine City, because he was cultivating spatial and temporal laws, Time acceleration didn't help his cultivation at all, so he never used it. Now, he wanted to cultivate runes, which didn't involve laws. Lin Moyu thought he could try using time acceleration to gain more time for himself, since he only had 50 years for this seclusion. If his idea worked, he could turn 50 years into 5,000 years. The human race was pressed for time now, as was the great world. He had to make use of every moment, and couldn't afford to waste any. According to the description in the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord's inheritance, for an ordinary genius to fully digest this inheritance would take at least 10,000 years, or even longer. How could the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord's lifelong learning be so easily mastered? Even for top-tier geniuses, it would be impossible to fully comprehend without a few thousand years. Lin Moyu knew he had a special talent for runes. Perhaps he could surpass those top-tier geniuses and shorten the time needed. Time was accelerated 100-fold, and laws became visibly distorted, with law lines becoming chaotic. Lin Moyu raised his hand and began to draw runes. A rune formed at his fingertip. Not right. Under time acceleration, the rune also underwent slight deformation. Lin Moyu frowned. The rune's deformation was due to tiny changes in his movements while drawing it. The root cause was still the time acceleration. This tiny deformation wouldn't matter much when drawing ordinary runes. But for complex runes, or rune arrays, the impact would be magnified. Every tiny difference would accumulate, greatly weakening the rune's effect, or even causing the entire array to collapse. 100-fold time acceleration won't work. After several attempts, Lin Moyu realized he had been too optimistic. He originally thought time acceleration wouldn't affect runes, but clearly that wasn't the case. Changes in time affected everything. It was impossible for there to be no impact at all. With no choice, he had to adjust the time flow rate, gradually reducing the speed. The time flow rate decreased in increments of 10-fold. Each time it decreased by 10-fold, Lin Moyu would try drawing runes, carefully feeling the changes. After repeated attempts and adjustments, when the time flow rate finally dropped to 20-fold, the influence of time finally disappeared. In this state, the runes drawn were the same as usual. Lin Moyu tried several more times, and found that 24 times was the limit. Even one more fold wouldn't work. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something. His mastery of temporal laws was 24%, and the limit of time's influence on him was also 24 times. It seems that the stronger my mastery of temporal laws, the weaker time's influence on me becomes 24 times it is then. 50 years becomes 1,200 years. Let's see what level I can reach in these 1,200 years. At the very least, I need to master all runes and arrays except ancient runes. Lin Moyu set a goal for himself, then calmed his mind and began cultivating. While cultivating runes, Lin Moyu also divided a bit of his attention to continue the Starlight Refinement technique. The Starlight Refinement technique didn't require much mental effort. Lin Moyu was already used to maintaining it. Now in his soul world, there were already over 90 stars, just one step away from 100 stars. The Starlight Refinement technique wasn't affected by the time flow rate. The speed of starlight coming from outside wouldn't change, so the speed of the Starlight Refinement technique wouldn't change either. Stars increased at a steady rate of 1 every 10 days, neither fast nor slow, very stable. Lin Moyu also had his own requirements for the Starlight Refinement technique. He hoped that by the time he reached St. Lord and truly constructed his rule world, he could reach 10,000 stars. To construct a powerful rule world, he needed to at least reach the perfect level mentioned by the mysterious master, or even surpass perfection. Time passed, day by day. In the past 20 years, the human race had intensified their attacks on various races, showing increasingly aggressive behavior. The army formed by the 100 Race Alliance went from winning more often than losing at first, to winning and losing equally. Until now, they had begun to lose more often than they won. In these 20 years, many talented individuals had emerged from the human race, each with formidable combat power, able to fight above their level. This surprised the various races, but they mostly assumed these were geniuses secretly cultivated by the human race, only now being revealed. Only the human race itself knew that wasn't the case at all. The battlefield was the best place for tempering. Old Star and the human emperor had jointly formulated a new strategy to use the battlefield to temper human cultivators. Of course, the changes on the battlefield were also related to the ghost race. In the past 20 years, the demon race hadn't focused on the battlefield, but had been constantly setting up powerful barriers for various races. They feared the ghost race might appear again. If it devoured a few more races, the 100-race alliance would no longer have 100 races. At that time, with everyone in panic, how much fighting strength would the alliance still have? With the demon race busy, command of the battlefield was left to the Golden Eagle race. The Golden Eagle race had their own ideas. They didn't want their own people to sacrifice too much, so they had always been unwilling to engage in direct large-to-scale battles with the human race. This was also the reason for the reversal in victories and defeats between the 100-race alliance and the human race in the past 20 years. But in these years, the ghost race never appeared again. It had disappeared, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The ghost race was as elusive as its name suggested. In a huge palace, the powerful experts of the 100-race alliance gathered. Everyone's gaze fell on the Deep Abyss Demon Lord. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's expression was gloomy, his aura like dark clouds pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Clearly at this moment, the Deep Abyss Demon Lord was not in a good mood. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord's voice was extremely gloomy. In another 10 years, the barriers for all races will be set up. This is already our demon race's strongest barrier. There are deep abyss demon eyes for surveillance within the barriers. As long as the ghost race appears, we will definitely detect it. This is all our demon race should do. We are an alliance. We are one entity, but killing intent appeared in the Deep Abyss Demon Lord's voice. But what have you all been doing in these 20 years? The army retreats, refusing to engage in direct combat with the human race, squandering what was originally a favorable situation. I know you all don't want your people to sacrifice, but this is war. How can there be no sacrifice? When we formed the alliance, what did we say? To work together to attack the human race. The effort mentioned here means real, full effort, not pretense. As he spoke, he looked towards the Black Golden Saint Lord of the Golden Eagle race. The past 20 years of battlefield command had been under his direction. The current situation, he bore half the responsibility. The Black Golden Saint Lord had thick skin and remained unmoved. His scales flowed with golden light as he smiled and said, "Our war with the human race cannot be judged by temporary gains and losses. Besides, it's only been 20 years, which isn't much. You also said at the time that to repel foreign invaders, we must first ensure internal stability. So we also wanted to eliminate the ghost race first. Then we could fight the human race with all our might. Why don't we wait until all the barriers are set up? When the various races have no more worries, then we can deal with the human race full force. How about this? At that time, we'll launch a full-scale attack on the human race together, to properly test the human race's current strength." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord stared at him without speaking, but the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The Black Golden Saint Lord maintained his smile, not backing down. Chapter 21:20. How to divide the three Saint Lords. No race is willing to sacrifice itself. The best outcome is for others to sacrifice more while preserving their own strength. Such thinking is understandable, as everyone is considering their own race. But when every race thinks this way, the alliance is already in name only. Although the Deep Abyss Demon Lord was very displeased, he couldn't erupt on the spot. In the end, he suppressed his anger and said, "Then let's wait until the barriers are fully set up, and then we'll have a proper battle with the human race. But let me make it clear. In this battle, if anyone doesn't put in effort, don't blame this Demon Lord for being unkind." The Black Golden Saint Lord laughed heartily. Don't worry. We'll definitely give it our all. When the time comes, I'll cut down a human transcendent for you to enjoy with your wine." The Blood Bull Saint Lord laughed. "And the flesh will be mine. I've heard that human transcendent flesh is quite delicious, and this old bull wants to have a taste too." Another 10 years passed, making it 30 years since the Ghost Race last appeared. The battles between the 100 Race Alliance and the human race continued, with the human race still maintaining a record of more victories than defeats. Although the human race also suffered significant casualties, they were better off compared to the 100 Race Alliance. In each major battle, the human race produced many geniuses, with their cultivation levels continuously rising. In just these 30 years, the number of people who achieved the God-Lord realm exceeded that of the previous few hundred years. Growing amidst the flames of war, the resilience of the human race was continuously unearthed. The demon race's barriers were finally set up in each race, and the abyssal eye demons had all taken action. They used abyssal fire to monitor each barrier. As long as the ghost race appeared, they would be immediately detected, and the strong ones from each race would rush over to annihilate the ghost race. In their view, the fact that the ghost race did not choose races with transcendent beings only indicated that their strength was insufficient to deal with transcendent beings. Except for the Blood Bull Saint Lord, no one took the ghost race seriously. Once the barriers were fully set up, the 100 Race Alliance began to take action according to their plan from years ago. The armies were mobilized, and the strong ones all came out. 100 light-years outside the Vermilion Birdstar region of the human race, there floated a large number of warship wrecks, countless fragments of magical treasures, and innumerable corpses. This was one of the battlefields between the 100 Race Alliance and the human race, where the fighting had lasted for decades. The casualties on both sides were beyond counting. When the number of casualties reached billions, it was truly horrifying. The brutality of racial wars and the various great battles were unimaginable in small worlds. But everyone knew this was a real war, a matter of life and death. The human race always carried a sense of urgency. From the Human Emperor Network to the high levels of the human race, everyone was told that if they couldn't win this battle, it meant death. As a result, the potential of the human race was stimulated, and they performed exceptionally well in every battle. The human army was stationed in space, numbering over 100 million. War fortresses were lined up, with over 1,000 powerful fortresses emitting astonishing auras. Inside the fortresses, formations operated like giant eyes, monitoring the starry sky. Outside the fortresses, countless warships formed battle arrays, ready to unleash incredible combat power at any moment. The war god fortress flew in from afar, silently merging into the army. Inside the fortress, dozens of strong individuals sat in the conference hall, with the Sword Saint Lord at the head. To the right of the Sword Saint Lord was a beautiful woman, while the left seat was empty. When the War Saint Lord arrived, he directly sat in the empty seat to the left of the Sword Saint Lord. The Sword Saint Lord tapped the table lightly with his finger, making a crisp sound like a sword's hum. The conference hall immediately fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on the Sword Saint Lord. However, some people's eyes occasionally fell on the woman to the right of the Sword Saint Lord, mainly because she was so beautiful that it was impossible not to look. Even though everyone here was a transcendent, having lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years and seen countless beauties, their strong Tao hearts were still firmly attracted. But the woman didn't care about others' gazes. She leaned lazily on the chair, her eyes half closed, as if she were asleep. Sitting next to the Sword Saint Lord and still so relaxed, showed the woman's strong mind. The Sword Saint Lord had no objections to the woman's behavior. His gaze, as sharp as a sword, swept over everyone. The armies of various races are mobilizing, and they will have a direct confrontation with us here. After decades of war, both sides have been training their soldiers, and the transcendent beings haven't taken much action. But this time is different. They will deploy Saint Lords, Transcendents, and a large number of God Lords. Currently, we know that 3 Saint Lords will take action: the Deep Abyss Demon Lord, the Black Golden Saint Lord, and the Blood Bull Saint Lord. In addition, there are about 60 transcendents. I ask everyone to be prepared for this great battle. In this battle, we are only allowed to win, not to lose. In the human army, the Sword Saint Lord's words were the highest command. No one dared to disobey his orders. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains. Not just empty words. The Sword Saint Lord then made various arrangements, assigning tasks to each transcendent. Such a large-scale war would affect a vast star region, with an impact range possibly reaching several light-years. Even for transcendents, it would take time to support each other, so preparations had to be made before the battle, and no position could afford any mistakes. After the meeting, the transcendents left to make their arrangements according to the Sword Saint Lord's instructions. Even the dozen transcendents brought by the War Saint Lord were properly arranged by the Sword Saint Lord. In the Legion, large formations continuously operated, channeling the power of the Human Emperor Network. With the help of the Human Emperor Network, the human race's efficiency was extremely high. Any order could be transmitted to every soldier's ear in a very short time. The conference hall became quiet, with only the Sword Saint Lord, the War Saint Lord, and the woman remaining. The War Saint Lord's gaze also fell on the woman. Fairy Han, your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. No wonder those old fellows can't help but take a few more glances. The woman slightly bowed to the War Saint Lord. Mo Han greets the War Saint Lord. The War Saint Lord laughed heartily. Fairy Han, no need to be so polite. I have a good relationship with your younger brother. If you don't mind, just call me Elder Brother. The Sword Saint Lord's eyes lit up. Great. Then what should you call me? The War Saint Lord waved his hand. Let's each call our own. Don't try to take advantage of me. The Sword Saint Lord snorted. If you offer yourself up, naturally I won't let the opportunity slip. The War Saint Lord said. In any case, I won't let you take advantage of me. Seeing the two Saint Lords bickering like children, Lin Mohan couldn't help but smile. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, pleasing to the eye. The Sword Saint Lord waved his hand. Enough joking. I haven't taken Mohan as a disciple, so you can call me whatever you like. The War Saint Lord was stunned. You didn't take Fairy Han as a disciple? Why? The Sword Saint Lord gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I'm not worthy, all right. The War Saint Lord was stunned. He never expected the Sword Saint Lord to say such a thing. No matter how terrifying Lin Mohan's talent was, she was still just a God Lord at that time. A Saint Lord saying he wasn't worthy to take a God Lord as a disciple was unimaginable. However, now that Lin Mohan had become a transcendent, she could barely be considered a peer. The Sword Saint Lord didn't want to dwell on this matter. Let's not talk about this. Let's discuss how to divide the 3 Saint Lords in the 100 Race Alliance. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 2121. The Supreme Inheritance is not worthy of Lin Mohan. The Sword Saint Lord's words about how to divide them up made it seem like they had already decided the outcome. She didn't even consider the possibility of not being able to defeat them. In her eyes, the 3 Saint Lords were like 3 dishes. It was just a matter of who would eat which one. The War Saint Lord said, My War God Spear should be able to counter the Black Golden Saint Lord without issue. Lin Mohan said, The Deep Abyss Demon Lord has hunted Mo Yu several times before. As his sister, I naturally need to settle this score for my brother. The War Saint Lord looked at Lin Mohan in shock, realizing she wasn't joking. The Sword Saint Lord didn't seem to have any reaction, but said in a low voice, Then I'll take care of the Blood Bull Saint Lord. I'll cut off his bullhead. In just a few sentences, the 3 Saint Lords had been divided up. Lin Mohan slowly stood up. Then, I'll go prepare. She left the conference hall, trailing a fragrant breeze with her graceful steps. After she left, the War Saint Lord finally couldn't help but ask, Can a transcendent really handle a Saint Lord? The gap between the Transcendent and Saint Lord realms was very large. A powerful Saint Lord could kill a Transcendent in a short time. The War Saint Lord could naturally see that Lin Mohan was only at the Transcendent realm, and a newly ascended one at that, having been there for no more than 10 years. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord was a veteran Saint Lord, with very strong combat power. Even he would have to be careful when facing him. How could Lin Mohan, a newly ascended Transcendent, fight him? The Sword Saint Lord stood up. Come on, I'll show you. We can talk as we watch. The War Saint Lord followed the Sword Saint Lord as they flew out of the fortress, flying through the army. A murderous aura permeated the army, with every soldier radiating intense fighting spirit. After decades of war and countless casualties, those who remained here had all been tempered by the fires of battle. The combined fighting spirit of the entire army was so intense that even the War Saint Lord felt shocked. He couldn't help but praise. The Sword Saint Lord truly knows how to lead an army. This army no longer has any fear in their hearts. The Sword Saint Lord didn't hold back either. Although my temper isn't good, and you all call me crazy, when it comes to warfare, none of you can compare to me. The War Saint Lord immediately agreed. The words about being crazy were just jokes. In terms of warfare, the Sword Saint Lord is indeed unmatched. The Sword Saint Lord said, "We also have to thank Lin Mo Yu. The Ximu ancestral tree he brought back has been a great help. We have almost all the movements of the 100 Race Alliance under our control. This time, we know exactly how many troops, how many Transcendents, and how many Saint Lords the 100 Race Alliance is deploying. We can make targeted arrangements." The War Saint Lord also sighed. Indeed. The contributions young friend Lin has made for our human race are rarely matched by others. Old Killer is currently using the Heart and Soul Stone to control the life form inside the Ximu ancestral tree. When that life form is born, Old Killer's combat power will increase greatly again. The Sword Saint Lord said, "He does need to increase his strength a bit. Otherwise, when the real big battle breaks out, he might die." The War Saint Lord finally couldn't help but ask, "What's the deal with Fairy Han? I remember you wanted to take her as your disciple back then, and even had a conflict with young friend Lin over it. Also, how can you be at ease letting Fairy Han go deal with the Deep Abyss Demon Lord?" His eyes were burning with curiosity. Having known the Sword Saint Lord for many years, he naturally knew that she wasn't the type to make rash decisions. Although the Sword Saint Lord had a bad temper and was somewhat crazy, that was only in terms of combat. Usually when it came to decision-making, she wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, the human army wouldn't have been entrusted to her command. A look of reminiscence appeared in the Sword Saint Lord's eyes. At that time, I took Mohan into the Sword Realm, wanting to find an inheritance for her there. You know the situation in the Sword Realm. There are many inheritances there, with the two strongest being the Sword of Heaven and the Sword of Earth. The War Saint Lord nodded. The Sword of Heaven belongs to the Heavenly Sword sect, while the Sword of Earth belongs to the Earthly Sword sect. As far as I know, someone has already obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword sect, and even established a sect also called the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect has also taken action in this battle against the 100 Race Alliance. The Sword Saint Lord said, "What you know is only part of it. The Heavenly Sword sect was an ancient great sect with many inheritances within it. The current Heavenly Sword sect has only obtained part of the inheritance, not the top-tier inheritance. Their re-establishment of the Heavenly Sword sect is just giving themselves a golden signboard, borrowing the name of the ancient sect. The true inheritance of the Heavenly Sword sect has not been obtained by anyone so far." The War Saint Lord finally understood. So that's how it was. He didn't use swords, and had never been to the Sword Realm, so he didn't understand the Sword Realm. The Sword Saint Lord continued, "I've always wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword sect, but I could never figure out how. However, these years haven't been without gains. I learned of an even more secret piece of information. In ancient times, the strongest sword sect was called the Heaven and Earth Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect and Earthly Sword Sect were actually two sects that split off from the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. And the Sword Realm was created by the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. The Heaven and Earth Sword Sect gathered various sword sects at that time, bringing their inheritances together to form the Sword Realm. This time, what I most hoped Lin Mohan would obtain was the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. The War Saint Lord was moved and urgently asked, "Did she get it?" The Sword Saint Lord's expression became somewhat strange. You could say she got it, and you could also say she didn't get it. These words confused the War Saint Lord. He looked at the Sword Saint Lord, waiting for her to continue explaining. The Sword Realm is actually built within a rule world, which should belong to a supreme being. It's filled with the rule power of a supreme being, with many restrictions. I used my own rule power to activate the inheritance left by the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect, and then tried to let Mohan make contact with it. The inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect is a sword called the Heaven and Earth Sword. As long as you bow to the Heaven and Earth Sword, you can know whether you're qualified to receive the inheritance. To be honest, I've bowed to it before and obtained an inheritance at that time, but it wasn't the strongest inheritance. Perhaps the Heaven and Earth Sword felt my qualifications weren't enough. But when Lin Mohan bowed to the Heaven and Earth Sword, it ran away. The War Saint Lord was stunned for a moment, before exclaiming in surprise, "Ran away?" Bowing was simply a matter of accepting or not accepting. What did running away mean? The Sword Saint Lord said, "Yes, it ran away, very quickly." At that time, I heard the Heaven and Earth Sword let out a scream. To be precise, it should have been the sword spirit screaming. It was very afraid. Mohan and I didn't know what to do, but, fortunately, after just a few minutes, the Heaven and Earth Sword flew back. Then the Heaven and Earth Sword obediently stopped in front of Lin Mohan, not moving at all. The War Saint Lord suddenly remembered that Lin Mohan seemed to have a sword on her back earlier. Many sword cultivators carried swords on their backs, so he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Thinking back now, he suddenly realized that swords seemed somewhat unusual. The War Saint Lord asked, "The Heaven and Earth Sword. It wouldn't happen to be the sword on Ferihan's back, would it?" The Sword Saint Lord confirmed the War Saint Lord's guess. "Yes, it's that sword." Afterwards I asked Mohan, and she said she didn't receive the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. Obtaining the Heaven and Earth Sword, but not receiving the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect. What was that about? The Sword Saint Lord said, according to Mohan, the sword spirit of the Heaven and Earth Sword told her that the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect wasn't worthy of her. The War Saint Lord's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. An ancient great sect, the sect that created the Sword Realm, their supreme inheritance actually said it wasn't worthy of Lin Mohan. Chapter 21-22. So the legend was true. Forget about the War Saint Lord. Even the Sword Saint Lord was stunned for a long time when she first got this answer. But Lin Mohan wouldn't make things up, and the Sword Saint Lord could see that Lin Mohan truly hadn't received the Heaven and Earth Sword Sect's inheritance. The War Saint Lord couldn't help but ask, "So that's why you didn't dare to take Ferihan as your disciple?" The Sword Saint Lord glared at him. Of course. Even the Heaven and Earth Sword said it wasn't worthy. How could I dare to take her? Wouldn't that be shortening my own lifespan? The War Saint Lord thought for a moment. Do you think Ferihan is the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being? The Sword Saint Lord said, "The talk of reincarnation is just a legend. It has never been proven. I told this matter to the Heavenly Saint Lord and the House Saint Lord, but they couldn't confirm it either." The War Saint Lord sighed. In such matters, we can only believe it's possible, but can't be certain it's not. The Sword Saint Lord nodded. That's right. I used to think the same way, until 30 years ago when I changed my mind. The War Saint Lord asked curiously, "What happened 30 years ago?" The Sword Saint Lord said, 30 years ago, Lin Mohan had another breakthrough and was about to advance to the transcendent realm. I originally thought she would only enter the half-step transcendent realm, and was planning to take her to the battlefield to open the blood path to transcendence. But at that time, Elder Star sent a message, meaning for Lin Mohan to cross the Law River by her own power to achieve transcendence. The War Saint Lord's expression changed again. Crossing the Law River by oneself. Even for top-tier geniuses, it would take at least 1,000 years, right? Although the foundation would be more solid, it would be a complete waste of time. Using the blood path wouldn't affect becoming a Saint Lord either. The Sword Saint Lord said, "I thought the same, but Elder Star insisted, so I had no choice." The War Saint Lord finally understood what was wrong. 30 years ago she had a breakthrough and started crossing the Law River. She didn't use the blood path, but relied on her own power, and now she had already achieved transcendence. In just 30 short years, she achieved transcendence. The War Saint Lord's expression could no longer remain calm, becoming twisted and strange. The Sword Saint Lord couldn't help but laugh. "Old War, your expression is very funny." She even took out a mirror to let the War Saint Lord see himself. But the War Saint Lord couldn't laugh at all. He kept repeating one sentence, 30 years. She crossed over in just 30 years. The Sword Saint Lord corrected his words. Not 30 years, but 20 years. Mohan only used 20 years to cross the Law River and achieve transcendence. For the past 10 years, she's been cultivating. Only now do I understand why the sword spirit of the Heaven and Earth Sword said their inheritance wasn't worthy of Lin Mohan. After entering the transcendent realm, Lin Mohan awakened a sword technique. The power of this sword technique is unprecedented. I feel it's even more terrifying than the supreme inheritance of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect. So I think she really is the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being. The legend is true. Hearing this, the War Saint Lord was completely speechless. Lin Mohan was truly the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being, with inheritance in her bloodline that would only awaken when she reached the transcendent realm. Moreover, he knew that Lin Mohan and Lin Moyu had a blood resonance. Besides her own cultivation, as long as Lin Moyu's realm increased, her realm would increase as well. Combined with her extremely fast cultivation speed, under such circumstances, 1 + 1 was completely greater than 2. Don't look at Lin Mohan having just reached transcendence now. In another 100 years, she might become a Saint Lord. When Lin Moyu becomes a Saint Lord, would Lin Mohan become a supreme being? Without the God's path, she would at least be a half-step supreme being. Combined with the inheritance in her bloodline, and that Heaven and Earth sword from ancient times, her battle power, the War Saint Lord suddenly felt that the Deep Abyss Demon Lord was in trouble. Lin Mohan probably wouldn't let him off this time. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord had hunted Lin Moyu several times. Now it was his turn to cry. The Sword Saint Lord said, "You've seen enough. You should go prepare too. The Black Golden Saint Lord isn't easy to deal with. Don't get careless and end up being killed instead. That would be tragic." The War Saint Lord said, "Don't worry. With the War God's spear, it won't be easy to kill him, but defeating him won't be difficult. Because of the Zimu ancestral tree, all those who had eaten Zimu fruits and later became seeded ones had become eyes and ears for the human race. Through them, the human race knew all the plans of the 100 Race Alliance clearly. Combined with the human race's original surveillance intelligence system, all the movements of the 100 Race Alliance were under the human race's nose. Actually, when the Fu Saint Lord had someone take over the Zimu ancestral tree back then, he didn't expect there would be so many people who had eaten Zimu fruits. There were at least tens of billions, spread among various races. The Zimu fruits were all children of the Zimu race. How could the Zimu race not hate having over 10 billion of their children eaten? The fate of the Zimu race was one of the most tragic even in the Great World. It was bad enough for others to be exterminated, but they were kept in captivity and became food for others. No wonder they had so much resentment, nurturing a terrifying life form with the resentment of their entire race. They hoped to use this terrifying life form to take revenge on those races. Unfortunately, they still failed in the end. Lin Moyu's appearance destroyed all their plans. The life form they nurtured would also become a tool for the human race. The cruel great world was just like this. The victors lived, and also decided the life and death of the losers. In the Divine City's central divine palace, the doors that had been closed for over 10 years opened again. The Hao Saint Lord was waiting at the door. As soon as the doors opened, he immediately flew in. Inside the central divine palace, a strange aura permeated the air. An array had not yet completely stopped. On the main seat, the Heavenly Saint Lord slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This breath flew out over 100 meters, turning into a thick mist that lingered for a long time. The Hao Saint Lord asked in a deep voice, "How was it?" The Heavenly Saint Lord looked at the Hao Saint Lord, his gaze calm. "There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" The Hao Saint Lord said helplessly, "Don't joke around. Just tell me quickly." The Heavenly Saint Lord slowly stood up and waved his hand, throwing out a set of tea utensils. The tea utensils had spirits and began to brew tea on their own. "The good news is that I entered that world again. This spirit journey can be considered successful. The bad news is that after I entered, the person I attached to didn't have enough status or strength, so I couldn't get complete enough information. I'll organize the specific information and put it in the Human Emperor Network. You can look at it yourself." After spirit journeying for over 10 years, the information the Heavenly Saint Lord obtained was somewhat complex and chaotic, needing to be organized. The Hao Saint Lord asked, "How many supreme beings do they have in their world? Do they have heavenly lords?" Nothing else mattered. Only the information about the strongest beings was important. If there were no heavenly lords, and not too many supreme beings, then they still had a chance. The Heavenly Saint Lord organized the information and said after a few seconds, "The power levels in that world are quite different from our classifications. Give me some time. I'll tell you after I finish organizing." The Hao Saint Lord nodded. "All right. You organize it first. I'll wait. There's no rush." The Heavenly Saint Lord drank a few cups of tea, his mind rapidly processing, organizing the information he had obtained. What he obtained was not just basic information about that world, but also the power system, various surface situations. After organizing, it still needed to be compared by the Human Emperor Network. Based on various situations in that world, they would get answers. After waiting for a full 10 days, the Heavenly Saint Lord finally finished organizing the information, and the Human Emperor Network had sorted it out. The information about that world was projected out. Battle Realm. 2 huge characters appeared before their eyes. The name of that world. Chapter 21-23. I want Lin Moyu to enter. The Hao Saint Lord looked at the information brought back by the Heavenly Saint Lord. Not only was he looking, but the Heavenly Saint Lord was also looking. In the Battle Realm, the information one could obtain while attached to someone depended on the person they were attached to. The experiences and observations of the attached person essentially determine the information the Heavenly Saint Lord could obtain. If attached to a low-level person, the information obtained would be minimal. But if attached to a strong person, there was a risk of being discovered. While there wouldn't be any danger, it could lead to the failure of the spirit journey. Although it was possible to change the attached person during the journey, it was difficult and could interrupt the spirit journey. Therefore, the first choice of attachment was crucial. The Heavenly Saint Lord chose someone of mid-level strength in the Battle Realm. Not too strong or too weak. According to the calculations of the Human Emperor Network, this person was equivalent to a god king in the great world, capable of knowing enough information. Much of the information the Heavenly Saint Lord obtained during the spirit journey was accepted in a dazed state, memorized like rote learning, and very chaotic. Now, he also needed to see what information he had brought back. In the Battle Realm, there was only one type of cultivator, called a fighter. Fighters were given different titles based on their strength. From weakest to strongest, they were mountain-moving fighters, sea-dividing fighters, earth-splitting fighters, sky-patrolling fighters, and the strongest, starfighters. The Human Emperor Network matched this information. With the great world's realms, mountain-moving fighters corresponded to true gods, sea-dividing fighters to god-kings, earth-splitting fighters to god-lords, and sky-patrolling fighters to transcendence. As for those below mountain-moving, they were considered unranked in the battle realm, collectively called unranked fighters. Upon reaching the corresponding level, they could summon battle armor, with different forms and powers depending on the level, and the titles were derived from this. The person the Heavenly Saint Lord attached to was a sea-dividing fighter, equivalent to a god-king in the great world, knowing neither too much nor too little. The strongest person this sea-dividing fighter could come into contact with was a sky-patrolling fighter, the strongest in their city. It was said that above sky-patrolling fighters, there was an even stronger type of fighter called starfighters. But this was just a legend, and he had never seen one. The name Starfighter had appeared in Lin Moyu's small world before. At that time, there was a force called the Holy Fighting God Domain, and starfighters were the strongest within it. The Human Emperor Network inferred that starfighters should be supreme beings. In other words, sky-patrolling fighters included both transcendents and Saint Lords. Most crucially, above starfighters, there was a Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor was the faith of all in the battle realm, and all fighters served the Battle Emperor. Everyone in the battle realm was a subject of the Battle Emperor. If this was the case, the Battle Emperor might be a heavenly lord. However, the Battle Emperor was just a legend, and no one had ever seen him, so his existence was in doubt. The Hao Saint Lord frowned deeply as he read this information, feeling that the situation was very troublesome. While the Hao Saint Lord was reading this information, the Human Emperor and Elder Star were also looking at it. They knew more than the Hao Saint Lord and others. Elder Star said, "Do you think the Battle Emperor exists?" The Human Emperor said, "He should exist. Everything has a source, just like many myths in small worlds, where the protagonists are actually powerful beings in the great world." Elder Star murmured, "This makes things difficult. If a heavenly lord exists, we have no chance." The Human Emperor shook his head. "He exists, but he may not be in the battle realm. He might have already left. Based on the information I obtained, I made several speculations. The worst-case scenario is that there is a heavenly lord in the battle realm. In that case, we have no chance, and all our efforts will be in vain." Elder Star nodded silently. The information about heavenly lords in the Human Emperor Network, though incomplete, was enough to analyze that heavenly lords were extremely powerful and terrifying. The Human Emperor continued, "The second possibility is that there is no heavenly lord in the battle realm, and the Battle Emperor is just a peak supreme being. After all, the information Lin Moyu brought back said there were no heavenly lords in the battle realm, which is highly credible." Lin Moyu's information came from the Red Star Supreme Being, who inferred it based on what Lin Moyu saw in the Boundary Sea. Comprehensive analysis suggested that the likelihood of no heavenly lord in the battle realm was quite high. Based on this, the worst-case scenario would be the existence of an ultimate peak supreme being. Such an existence was already extremely terrifying, but the great world still had a chance. Elder Star asked, "If that's the case, what are our chances?" The Human Emperor closed his eyes and calculated. "With our current strength, we have about a 10% chance." A 10% chance was almost like having no chance. Elder Star smiled bitterly. "Well, at least there's a glimmer of hope." The Human Emperor was not one to offer comfort. His results were all derived from calculations. The Human Emperor said, "The third possibility is that a long time ago, a powerful being we can't imagine passed through the battle realm and left a legacy there. That being became a myth. The Emperor in the hearts of all in the battle realm. This outcome would be very favorable for us, increasing our success rate to 40%. However, it also carries the highest risk of unexpected events, as we might anger a powerful being, leading to the direct destruction of the great world. Elder Star sighed. This is more troublesome than fishing. Isn't there a better outcome? There is. The Battle Emperor in the Battle Realm might be a fictional character, not existing at all. But this possibility is very small, less than 10%. The human emperor spoke honestly, neither exaggerating nor downplaying. To Elder Star, less than 10% was equivalent to nothing. Elder Star frowned deeply. Besides our planned arrangements, is there any other way? The human emperor said. There is, but it's very risky. Elder Star's eyes lit up. What way? The human emperor pointed, and a star map of the great world appeared before them, with several red dots on it. Each red dot emitted a bloody aura, seemingly carrying some danger. There were 6 red dots in total, 3 in the outer domain, far from the inner domain. Of the 3 in the inner domain, only 1 was in the human star region, and it was in the divine city star region. Elder Star naturally recognized these 6 places. You mean the ancient ruins? The human emperor said. Yes. Based on current information, in ancient times, there might have been heavenly lords who died in battle, and peak supreme beings too. Their corpses have not decayed over 10,000 years, and should be inside. With Lin Moyu's techniques, if he can obtain a heavenly lord's corpse, even if there is a heavenly lord in the battle realm, we wouldn't need to worry. Elder Star looked at the star map, where the 6 scarlet dots glowed like beasts ready to devour, making one shudder. Elder Star sighed. There are many ancient ruins, and we are trying our best to explore them. But these 6 places are the most dangerous known so far. The human emperor said. The more dangerous, the higher the possibility, not to mention heavenly lords. Even if only supreme beings died, their rule worlds might be destroyed, but not completely, leaving remnants. The remnants of rule worlds would automatically evolve into ancient ruins. Depending on the strength of the supreme being before death, the amount of remaining rule power, and the danger of the evolved ancient ruins would vary greatly. Some less dangerous ancient ruins had been explored deeply, but those dangerous ancient ruins were much harder to explore. However, even the worst ancient ruins were evolved from supreme beings' rule worlds, and god lords wouldn't dare enter, as they would likely die. Only transcendents and saint lords could explore them. The 6 ancient ruins on the star map were dangerous even for saint lords, with some having fallen inside. The human emperor suspected that these 6 ruins were likely left by the strongest supreme beings, peak supreme beings. One of them might even be left by a heavenly lord. Elder Star said in a deep voice. You want the young ones to go in again? The human emperor shook his head. No. I want Lin Moyu to go in. Chapter 21-24. You are too weak. Ignoring Elder Star's shock, the human emperor expressed his thoughts. His thoughts were also based on various data, ultimately resulting in a comprehensive analysis. He did not think about the problem with emotional reasoning. All his results were very rational. In the human emperor's calculations, as long as Lin Moyu reached the high-level God Lord realm, his combat power could rival that of a Saint Lord. Once Lin Moyu reached the transcendent realm, his combat power could reach the level of a half-step supreme being. A half-step supreme being would be comparable to Elder Star, or even surpass him. By then, sweeping through the various races would not be a problem. However, beyond that, the human emperor could not calculate further. He did not know if Lin Moyu, upon reaching the Saint Lord realm, could compare to a true supreme being. He did not have specific data on supreme being combat power, and the differences between supreme beings were immense. A powerful supreme being could easily crush a weaker supreme being. The 6 currently known, highly dangerous ancient ruins had been explored before. Over the years, human Saint Lords had visited many times, with 2 Saint Lords dying inside and gaining nothing. Now, even if the House Saint Lord and others went in again, it would not be of much use. So, According to the human emperor's calculations, the most likely person to gain something from these ruins was Lin Moyu. Of course not now. It would be best to wait until Lin Moyu reached the transcendent realm, or at least the peak of the God Lord realm. If he went now, it would be no different from sending him to his death. Elder Star pondered deeply. I think we should still ask him and let him decide for himself. After all, it's too dangerous. Anything could happen inside. The human emperor nodded. Of course, we can't force him. It will be his own decision. The 100 Race Alliance's army, after several days of preparation, finally assembled and began advancing towards the human race. They were aggressive, occupying a vast star region. Each of the 100 races sent troops, and the numbers were not small. In total, their numbers exceeded 1 billion. While they were preparing, the human race was also continuously increasing their forces to respond to this great battle. However, the human race's forces were only about 500 million, much fewer than the 100 Race Alliance. Fortunately, the human race's war machines were powerful. Fortresses and warships were much stronger than those of the 100 Race Alliance. Among the various races, the human race had the strongest war machines. With these war machines, the human race was not afraid, even if they were outnumbered. Moreover, the true deciders of this war's outcome would be the battles between the transcendent Saint Lords. The human race had control over all the movements of the 100 Race Alliance. As soon as the 100 Race Alliance moved, the human race also began to mobilize. 500 million troops advanced, countless warships and fortresses forming battle arrays in space. This time, it was a direct confrontation. Both the 100 Race Alliance and the human race needed a decisive battle. If the human race won this battle, the 100 Race Alliance's momentum would plummet. If they lost, the human race would have to retreat. However, this battle was not the final decisive battle, as not many Saint Lords were involved, and the foundations of both sides had not yet been mobilized. Wars between powerful races were not as simple as one might think. The armies of both sides were separated by millions of kilometers, facing each other from afar. The human transcendents were already distributed throughout the army, ready to deal with the transcendents of the 100 Race Alliance. In terms of the number of transcendents, the human race was also at a disadvantage. But the human race had war fortresses, which could somewhat compensate. Moreover, the human transcendents had significantly stronger combat power than those of the weaker races. Even among transcendents, there were significant differences. On the War God Fortress, the Sword Saint Lord, the War Saint Lord, and Lin Mohan stood side by side. Facing them from afar were the Deep Abyss Demon Lord, the Black Golden Saint Lord, and the Blood Bull Saint Lord. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord saw Lin Mohan and sneered, "Are all your human Saint Lords dead? You actually sent a little girl at the Transcendent Realm." The Sword Saint Lord sneered, "Better than a coward like you, who doesn't even dare to come in person, only sending an avatar." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord had not come in person, but had sent an avatar. However, this avatar was very strong, also reaching the Saint Lord level. Creating avatars was a talent of the demon race, and no one knew how many avatars the Deep Abyss Demon Lord had. But such a powerful avatar, he had only one. A Saint Lord avatar, also known as the first avatar, had combat power weaker than the main body, but still stronger than an ordinary transcendent. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord sneered, "Although it's just an avatar, it's enough to kill a transcendent." Lin Mohan's expression was cold, and her sword aura surged. "You can try." The Deep Abyss Demon Lord looked at Lin Mohan. "Little girl, you have quite a temper. Why do you look familiar? My main body hasn't seen you before." Lin Mohan said, "The dead don't deserve to know." Clang. The Sword Saint Lord's long sword was unsheathed, emitting a sword hum, and countless cracks appeared in the starry sky. An invisible sword intent locked onto the Blood Bull Saint Lord. "This bull's head is mine. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to roasted beef. Saint Lord level roasted beef." Her voice echoed through the starry sky, and the human warriors' fighting spirits surged, roaring in unison. War was imminent, and the Blood Bull Saint Lord trembled with anger. Someone actually wanted to turn him into roasted beef. As a Saint Lord, when had he ever been so humiliated? At this moment, another fighting intent fell on the Black Golden Saint Lord. The War Saint Lord's powerful aura locked onto the Black Golden Saint Lord. At another dish, roasted eagle. Lin Mohan's sword intent also rose, firmly locking onto the Deep Abyss Demon Lord. The three followed their pre-arranged plan and divided their targets. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord chuckled. Let's see who kills whom. After I kill this little girl, I'll come to help you. Today, 2 human Saint Lords will fall. The Blood Bull Saint Lord sneered. Today, this old bull will also taste the blood and flesh of human Saint Lords. Fight! With a shout from the Sword Saint Lord, the human race launched the first attack. Countless beams of light shot out from the warships, exploding in the starry sky. The 100 Race Alliance formed battle arrays and quickly counterattacked, and the battle officially began. The Transcendents flew out, distancing themselves from the battlefield for their fight. The power of transcendent battles was too great, and just the aftermath could cause heavy casualties on both sides. The Saint Lords moved even farther away, creating their own battlefield. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord sneered. Little girl, come to die. He turned into a mass of dark green flames, instantly flying billions of kilometers away. Lin Mohan sneered, turning into a stream of light that pierced through the starry sky, her speed no slower than the Deep Abyss Demon Lord. The Sword Saint Lord and the War Saint Lord also moved. The Sword Saint Lord's sword intent tore through the starry sky, cutting off the Milky Way. The Blood Bull Saint Lord roared, and a blood-red Mad Bull appeared in the starry sky. The Mad Bull had 2 horns on its head, one crackling with lightning, creating a sea of thunder. The other horn was ablaze, as if it would burn the starry sky to ashes. In the sea of thunder and fire, a sword aura slashed out, and the Sword Saint Lord struck from the sky. The Blood Bull Saint Lord cast a spell, merging the seas of thunder and fire to block the Sword Saint Lord. On the other side, the Black Golden Saint Lord created countless black and gold streams of light, forming a massive net that enveloped the War Saint Lord, trying to trap him. Speed was the Black Golden Saint Lord's advantage, and his speed was so fast that even other Saint Lords could barely see him. But there was no need to see clearly. The War Saint Lord wielded the War God's spear, which roared continuously, tearing the net to shreds. Then the War God's spear's tip pointed, locking onto the Black Golden Saint Lord. The Black Golden Saint Lord's speed slowed down, as the space around him solidified. The War God's spear grew to 100,000 meters long, crushing towards the Black Golden Saint Lord. The Black Golden Saint Lord's expression changed slightly, and he took out a shield covered in feathers. Let's see how many strikes you can make. The Deep Abyss Demon Lord stopped, sneering at Lin Mohan. Little girl, you're about to die. Any last words? I can bring them back for you. Lin Mohan slowly drew the heaven and earth sword from her back. Your avatar has no rule world. You're not a true Saint Lord. You're too weak. In the next second, the sword light illuminated the starry sky. Chapter 21-25. One sword to shatter the void, instantly killing the Abyss Demon Lord. The sword light exploded in the starry sky, and sword energy swept across the cosmos. From billions of miles away, several transcendent beings sensed this aura simultaneously, and their expressions changed drastically. They all felt a stinging pain on their skin, as if targeted by the sword energy. Within the sword energy, there was an unparalleled will. This will seemed capable of tearing through the heavens, threatening to annihilate the entire world. However, at this moment, Lin Mohan had not truly swung her sword. She had merely raised the heaven and earth sword. The Abyss Demon Lord's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. You are just a transcendent. How can you be this strong? Lin Mohan did not explain. With a delicate shout, she swung her sword. One sword to shatter the void. The starry sky shattered, and the sword light, 1,000 times more brilliant than before, swept across the cosmos in an instant. The power of the rules boiled over, transforming into countless sharp swords, which then formed a world made entirely of swords. This world of swords surrounded the Abyss Demon Lord, leaving him no escape. The abyssal fire that had shrouded his body for eons suddenly extinguished at this moment. His true form was finally revealed, emaciated, pitch black, and hideously demonic. The Abyss Demon Lord let out a terrified scream. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Lin Mohan's melodious voice echoed. The dead are not worthy of knowing. The Abyss Demon Lord unleashed his full power, and the abyssal fire reignited as he tried to resist, but it was futile. The world of swords exploded in the starry sky, tearing the entire cosmos to pieces. Layers of space shattered, revealing the deep space beneath. Spatial chaos erupted in the deep space, but it was soon obliterated as well. The power of this sword was absurdly strong, even suppressing the spatial chaos, its terrifying force reaching the deepest parts of the world and colliding with the world's barriers. It was as if the entire world was roaring. Billions of miles away, the transcendent beings spat blood, knocked back by the shockwave. Countless wounds appeared on their bodies, as if slashed by sharp swords. Their eyes were filled with shock, and more so with fear. Just the aftershock, separated by billions of miles, was enough to injure them. It was truly terrifying. They looked at Lin Mohan, this female swordmaster holding a treasured sword, so heroic and extraordinary at this moment. With the body of a transcendent, she had slain the Abyss Demon Lord with one sword. Even though it was just an avatar of the Abyss Demon Lord, not his true form, and lacked a rule world. Nevertheless, it was far stronger than an ordinary transcendent. With this sword, Lin Mohan was like a celestial sword fairy, unmatched in elegance. After slashing out this sword, Lin Mohan's face turned slightly pale, but her aura remained steady. She suddenly turned around, heading back to the battlefield, targeting the other transcendent beings. The transcendent beings she targeted were scared out of their wits, screaming as they turned to flee. But they hadn't flown far when a sword light pierced the starry sky, directly impaling one of them. The powerful transcendent exploded in the sword light, his blood and flesh scattering across the cosmos. Lin Mohan waved her hand, and a piece of flesh flew back to her, which she collected. Xiaoyu needs this, Lin Mohan murmured to herself, then charged towards another transcendent. The Abyss Demon Lord was slain with one sword, and both the Black Golden Saint Lord and the Blood Bull Saint Lord's eyes widened. Impossible, the two of them shouted in unison. But the fact was undeniable. There was nothing impossible about it. The War Saint Lord's eyes narrowed sharply. He finally understood why the Sword Saint Lord was so confident in letting Lin Mohan face the Abyss Demon Lord alone. This Lin Mohan was actually this powerful. That sword just now, even he wouldn't dare say he could take it unscathed. Perhaps he could block it with the War God's spear, but without a magical weapon, he would be severely injured if not killed. Siblings, both monsters. The War Saint Lord cursed, and the War God's spear roared again, charging towards the Black Golden Saint Lord. At the same time, he popped a pill into his mouth, and his aura surged, boosting the power of the War God's spear. The Black Golden Saint Lord let out a strange cry, pulling out a long golden spear and hurling it fiercely. At this moment, he had lost all will to fight. Witnessing the Abyss Demon Lord being slain, his fear reached its peak. If that female monster came back, he might die too. That sword was simply too stunning, too terrifying. The golden spear collided with the War God's spear and shattered on the spot. The Black Golden Saint Lord spat blood and was knocked back millions of kilometers. At the same time, he shouted, Retreat! Sword light, sword. Accompanied by the Sword Saint Lord's angry shout. Sword light illuminated the starry sky again, and a brilliant sword light like a river of stars appeared in the cosmos. A scream came from the Blood Bull Saint Lord, who quickly fled. Half of his body had been cut off, and Saint Lord blood spilled across the sky. The 100 Race Alliance's army, upon receiving the Black Golden Saint Lord's order, immediately began to retreat. Although they retreated, it wasn't chaotic. Everyone knew that chaos would mean death. The human race pursued for millions of kilometers, showing no intention of letting them go. It wasn't until the transcendent beings returned that the Sword Saint Lord ordered the pursuit to stop. Once the transcendent beings took action, many ordinary soldiers would die, which was unnecessary. This battle was already a great victory. No one expected victory to come so quickly. From start to finish, it took less than 10 minutes. One could say the battle ended before the warm-up was even over. The reason was Lin Mohan's stunning sword, which instantly killed the Abyss Demon Lord and quickly secured victory. No one had expected this, especially the War Saint Lord. He had originally thought that Lin Mohan was impressive, but that being able to contend with the Abyss Demon Lord would already be very strong. He planned to defeat the Black Golden Saint Lord first, then go help Lin Mohan. He never thought he could kill the Black Golden Saint Lord, given the latter's status as a Saint Lord and his identity with the Golden Eagle clan. If he wanted to escape, it would be hard to kill him. Unexpectedly, he underestimated Lin Mohan, who killed the Abyss Demon Lord with just one sword. Moreover, she continued to chase and kill transcendent beings, with 3 dying by her hand. The Sword Saint Lord returned with half of the Blood Bull Saint Lord's body, her voice echoing through the army. Half of the Blood Bull's body will be distributed as rewards. The warriors erupted in thunderous roars, their shouts filled with joy. This battle was won too easily. If one word could describe it, it would be shuang. Shuang means refreshing or satisfying. Throughout the battle, the Human Emperor Network monitored everything, clearly recording everyone's performance. The Blood Bull's flesh would be distributed based on merit, and many people would get a small piece. That was the flesh of a Saint Lord. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could be a family heirloom. Of course, the Saint Lords and transcendent beings wouldn't participate in this. Such things had happened many times in recent decades, and no one had any objections. The War Saint Lord looked at Lin Mohan. "Fairy Han, can you teach that sword move you used just now?" Lin Mohan shook her head, directly refusing. "You all can't learn it." The Sword Saint Lord said, "I asked before. This sword move requires a special bloodline. No one but Mohan can use it." "Is that so?" The War Saint Lord finally understood. He thought for a moment. "Can Lin Xiaoyu learn this sword move?" Lin Mohan shook her head again. "No." The Sword Saint Lord laughed heartily. "Don't ask anymore. I've already asked everything. This sword move is unique to Mohan, one of a kind." The War Saint Lord nodded. This battle was won so quickly thanks to Fairy Han. After this battle, Fairy Han's name will spread across the cosmos. Chapter 21-26. The Ghost Race should reappear. As the War Saint Lord had said, on the way back to the army, Lin Mohan's name had already spread. Originally, people only knew of a beautiful and unparalleled Fairy Han, but now she had gained the title of an unrivaled female sword immortal. Although most people did not know how strong Lin Mohan was, those at the Transcendent Realm knew, and some peak god lords were also aware. She was someone who had killed the Abyss Demon Lord with one sword strike. Although she had just entered the Transcendent Realm, she possessed the combat power of a Saint Lord. Some people knew more about Lin Mohan, understanding her relationship with Lin Moyu. These people were even more shocked, realizing that both siblings were extraordinary. Now it seemed that the elder sister was even more formidable than the younger brother. At such a young age, she had already reached the Transcendent Realm, and her combat power was comparable to that of a Saint Lord. If she became a Saint Lord in the future, it would be unimaginable. In the royal city of the abyssal demon lineage of the demon race, the Abyss Demon Lord let out a terrifying roar, and the abyssal fire boiled violently. The entire planet was covered in volcanic eruptions, and the planet quickly turned dark green. Who are you? Who exactly are you? How can the human race have such a strong transcendent? The Abyss Demon Lord was on the verge of madness. His first avatar had been killed, and it had died so swiftly that it had no chance to resist. Although the first avatar did not possess powerful treasures or original techniques, it still had the combat power of a Saint Lord, more than enough to deal with a transcendent. But now, it had been killed in one sword strike by a transcendent. The death of the avatar directly led to the failure of the battle that had been prepared for years. The Abyss Demon Lord's fury swept through the entire star system, and the abyssal fire continued to erupt, turning the star system into a sea of fire. Countless weak demons were burned to ashes by the abyssal fire. In the central divine palace of the divine city, the heavenly Saint Lord and the House Saint Lord stared at each other. In front of them, a scene was replaying. It was the scene of Lin Mohan easily killing the Abyss Demon Lord with one sword strike. The House Saint Lord held a teacup for a long time, forgetting to drink, murmuring, "The younger brother is a little monster. The elder sister is a big monster." The heavenly Saint Lord was no better off, saying, "Just entering the transcendent realm and already having such combat power, I feel like we old guys are all useless." The House Saint Lord agreed. "Indeed, we are a bit useless. That sword strike, even I would have a hard time taking it." The heavenly Saint Lord said, "But it seems she only has the strength for one sword strike." After she slashed out that sword, her aura dropped significantly. The House Saint Lord's sharp eyes also noticed this detail. After slashing out that sword, Lin Mohan still appeared strong, but her power had been greatly depleted. So she did not go after the Black Golden Saint Lord and the Blood Bowl Saint Lord, instead turning to kill other transcendents. It should be said that she did not have the strength to slash out a second sword, so she chose to retreat. Otherwise, with the cooperation of the War Saint Lord or the Sword Saint Lord, they could have killed another Saint Lord. The House Saint Lord said, "Even if she only has the strength for one sword strike, it's enough. When she grows a bit more and reaches the Saint Lord realm," his eyes were full of smiles, as if he could see the moment of the human race's final victory. The heavenly Saint Lord said, "It's not that simple. The strong races have their foundations, and those guys are not easy to deal with." The House Saint Lord was in a great mood. "No matter what, our human race has gained another top-tier combat power, and that's a good thing." Indeed, the human race had gained another combat power equivalent to a Saint Lord, which was a good thing. Originally, the number of Saint Lords in the 100 Race Alliance exceeded that of the human race. Now, with the addition of another Saint Lord combat power to the human race, and the death of the Abyss Demon Lord's first avatar, the gap had been significantly narrowed, which was indeed a great thing. Both of them knew that the battlefield would likely be peaceful for a while. Not only the battlefield in the Vermilion Birdstar region, but also the other 3 battlefields would be much more peaceful. After this major defeat, the 100 Race Alliance would inevitably retreat and regroup. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the human race could continue to train its people. Unconsciously, the human race had turned the battlefield into a training ground, a place to cultivate geniuses. Time passed day by day, and as the heavenly Saint Lord and the House Saint Lord had predicted, this major defeat dealt a severe blow to the morale of the 100 Race Alliance. In the following decades, they did not make any major moves. Small-scale battles continued to occur, with the human race maintaining a record of more victories than defeats. Both sides seemed to have reached a special tacit understanding, maintaining a balance and waiting for the next major battle. It could be predicted that when the next major battle broke out, its scale would surpass the previous ones. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu finally stopped. He had been drawing runes all this time, and the process of learning the inheritance was the process of drawing runes. The Saint Rune Heavenly Lord emphasized practice, and all theories were prepared for practice. According to the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord's philosophy, a rune master must continuously draw runes. When a rune has been drawn billions of times, even the least talented person will become proficient. The principle is that practice makes perfect, but the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord explained it in a more grandiose way. His philosophy also aligned with Lin Moyu's thoughts, as Lin Moyu also enjoyed practice. To outsiders it seemed he had been in seclusion for 50 years, but to him, it had been a full 1,200 years. Lin Moyu did not know how many runes he had drawn. Countless. The vast space in the treasure ship's warehouse was half filled. In the space of the cultivation room, runes of various sizes and levels floated everywhere. The Tao poison has finally completely disappeared. I have also mastered all the rune knowledge below the ancient runes. 1,200 years. Time flies. Lin Moyu felt the changes in himself. This was his longest seclusion, and he felt as if he had aged significantly. 1,200 years had left marks of time on him. Lin Moyu truly felt the power of time and understood what it meant to cultivate without the passage of time. For those at the God Lord level, seclusion for 1,000 years was commonplace. During seclusion, they used formations to accelerate time. After seclusion, the Great World would automatically correct the time, erasing the marks of time and not affecting their lifespan. Otherwise, with a lifespan of only 20,000 years, a seclusion of 1,200 years would take up a significant portion, and his cultivation level had not improved at all, making such seclusion naturally not worthwhile. The time formation slowly stopped, and the flow of time returned to normal. The power of the Great World permeated in, enveloping Lin Moyu. 1,200 years of rune cultivation had made Lin Moyu's soul even more sensitive than before. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the Great World helping him, erasing the marks of time. To the Great World, only 50 years had passed for him, not 1,200 years. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt a sense of warmth. This feeling could only be sensed by someone with an extremely sensitive soul like him. To others, it would seem like an illusion. With a wave of his hand, countless runes in the cultivation room flew up simultaneously. Some disappeared, dissipating automatically, while others flew into Lin Moyu's hand and entered the treasure ship's warehouse. After 1,200 years of living with runes day and night, Lin Moyu was extremely familiar with them, able to control them as easily as his own limbs. The ghost race should reappear, Lin Moyu murmured to himself, his eyes filled with a cold smile. A beam of light descended from above, and the cultivation room transformed, making Lin Moyu feel as if he were in the starry sky. Chapter 21-27. Do what you think is right. A grand battle unfolded right before Lin Moyu's eyes, and his pupils contracted sharply as he saw Lin Mohan. Big Sister is on the battlefield. The Human Emperor Network presented the battle from 20 years ago, right in front of Lin Moyu. From the moment he saw Lin Mohan, Lin Moyu's attention was entirely focused on her, with nothing else in his mind. At this moment, he had only one thought: as long as Lin Mohan was safe. The outcome of the battle seemed unimportant. Lin Moyu realized that he was actually quite selfish. As long as Lin Mohan was unharmed, he didn't care about the lives of others. Is this human nature? Lin Moyu suddenly began to understand those heavenly lords. When the Great World was in good shape, the heavenly lords could do many things for it, even make some sacrifices. But when their own lives were at risk, the heavenly lords could become selfish. Whether it was the illusory Mist Heavenly Lord or the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord, they could abandon even little mist to save themselves. And they found reasons to convince themselves. Lin Moyu realized that he too was selfish. But his selfishness was different from those heavenly lords who fled the Great World. He never thought of escaping the Great World, nor was he trying to save all of humanity within it. He was simply selfishly trying to do something for his family, his loved ones, and his friends. There were things he couldn't let go of here. So from the beginning, Lin Moyu had firmly chosen to stay. In the projection, the battle began, and Lin Mohan's opponent was none other than the Abyss Demon Lord. Lin Moyu's entire body tensed, and his relaxed muscles instantly tightened. Lin Mohan was actually facing the Abyss Demon Lord. Even though Lin Mohan had reached the Transcendent Realm, the Abyss Demon Lord was a Saint Lord. Lin Moyu wanted to ask why. Why let Lin Mohan fight the Abyss Demon Lord? But Lin Moyu knew in his heart that since the Human Emperor Network was showing him this projection, Lin Mohan must be fine. In the image, Lin Mohan drew the Heaven and Earth sword, and in an instant, the projection became dazzling, with the sword light covering billions of miles of the starry sky. As Lin Mohan struck, the flames on the Abyss Demon Lord's body completely extinguished, revealing a look of terror. In the sword light, the Abyss Demon Lord was shattered into pieces. So strong. Lin Moyu was shocked. Lin Mohan's sword strike was incredibly powerful, almost absurdly so. What realm is my sister in? Lin Moyu knew his elder sister had always been strong, mainly in terms of her cultivation speed. He didn't expect that not only was her cultivation talent ridiculously strong, but her combat power was also absurdly high. In that instant, Lin Moyu felt that his sister's realm had already reached the Saint Lord level. The projection disappeared, and the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded. Lin Mohan is currently at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, with combat power comparable to a Saint Lord. This is something she asked someone to bring back for you. And she has a message for you, Lin Moyu asked. What is it? Suddenly, Lin Mohan's voice echoed around him. Little brother, don't worry about your elder sister. Just do what you think is right. This was the message Lin Mohan had someone bring back. From the voice to the tone, it had Lin Mohan's signature style. Lin Moyu pondered this message and asked, Did you tell her? The Human Emperor Network responded, Yes, she has the right to know, Lin Moyu asked. Didn't she say anything? The Human Emperor Network said, She said she believes in you. That's all. That's all. Lin Moyu suddenly laughed. That's just like my elder sister. Lin Mohan's reaction was exactly as he remembered her. Do what you think is right. Meaning that no matter what choice he made, Lin Mohan would support him. It was also telling him that she would do what she thought was right. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. I understand. Is there anything else you need to tell me? There is. The Human Emperor Network once again projected an image, filled with information about the Battle Realm. This is the information obtained from the Heavenly Saint Lord's recent spirit journey. You can take a look. Lin Moyu nodded and began to carefully examine it. Mountain moving, sea dividing, earth splitting, sky patrolling, and the strongest, star. In addition, there was the legendary Battle Emperor. At the end of the Battle Realm information, the Human Emperor Network also included several possibilities it had analyzed. After reading, Lin Moyu couldn't help but murmur, It seems that no matter which outcome, it's not very good. The Human Emperor asked, What do you think? Lin Moyu said, I think if it's the second possibility, it would be the best outcome for us. The second possibility analyzed by the Human Emperor Network was that there were no heavenly lords in the Battle Realm, and their so-called Battle Emperor was just a peak supreme being. In this case, it would be much better than the first and third possibilities. If there were heavenly lords, the great world would have no chance at all. If the Battle Realm was a legacy left by a powerful being, it might attract that powerful being, and the great world would still be doomed. So Lin Moyu believed that if it was the second possibility, it would be the best outcome. Lin Moyu said, No matter which possibility, we can only take it one step at a time, do what we should do, and leave the rest to luck. The Human Emperor Network said, You're right. I have one more thing to tell you, and you can decide what to do. A star map unfolded, showing 6 scarlet points of light. After years of exploration, we have identified these 6 places as the 6 most dangerous ancient ruins. Based on the information we have, these 6 ancient ruins may contain the remains of peak supreme beings, or even heavenly lords. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that heavenly lords died in ancient times? The Human Emperor Network said, based on the information we have, it is highly likely that heavenly lords died in battle. Lin Moyu had thought that all the heavenly lords had left, but it turned out that some had died in battle. It seemed that not all heavenly lords were selfish. Some truly fought for the great world until their deaths. Lin Moyu said, "You want me to go there and find the remains of a heavenly lord?" The Human Emperor Network was straightforward. With your techniques, if you can obtain the remains of a heavenly lord, even if the battle emperor in the battle realm is a heavenly lord, we will have a chance. However, these 6 ruins are extremely dangerous. Saint Lords have died in them before. Whether to go and when to go, it's up to you. Lin Moyu said, "Let me see the information on these 6 ruins, as well as other ancient ruins. I want all of it." The Human Emperor Network said, "You already have access. You can view it at any time." The projection disappeared, and the Human Emperor Network also left. Lin Moyu did not move, but began to examine the information on ancient ruins. Although the Human Emperor Network said it was up to him to decide whether to go, how could he not go? He definitely had to go, but when to go would depend on the situation. As Lin Moyu studied the information on ancient ruins, he gradually understood their origins. Ancient ruins were actually evolved from the rule worlds of supreme beings, or heavenly lords. He had entered rule worlds of supreme beings more than once, but those rule worlds were intact, with orderly rules. However, the rule worlds of ancient ruins were shattered, losing control and becoming chaotic. Over the long years, the chaotic rule worlds continuously evolved, creating various dangers. The stronger the rule world, the more dangerous the evolved ruins. The 6 ruins were extremely dangerous, because the rule worlds that evolved them were too strong. According to Lin Moyu's speculation, they must have been peak Supreme Beings rule worlds, at the very least. One of them might even have been a Heavenly Lord's rule world, with unimaginable danger. By studying other ancient ruins, Lin Moyu made inferences about the 6 major ruins and had some understanding. Chapter 21-28. Little Mists, Great Blessing. One day later, Lin Moyu left the cultivation room, and the Human Emperor Network intervened in reality, directly opening a teleportation for Lin Moyu. The Dao poison had dissipated, and Lin Moyu could once again engage in enlightenment. Using the power of enlightenment to cultivate the laws of time and space could save a lot of time. The laws of time and space cannot be cultivated within a time formation, so each advancement requires a significant amount of time. 1,000 years, even 2,000 or 3,000 years might not be enough. Lin Moyu didn't have that much time to waste. Now, less than 1,400 years remained until the arrival of the battle realm. Moreover, preparations needed to be made in advance, leaving Lin Moyu with only 500 or 600 years. Lin Moyu needed to eliminate the various races within these 500 or 600 years, achieve unification of the great world, and then concentrate all efforts on facing the arrival of the battle realm. However, with the current strength of the human race, it was unlikely to eliminate the various races and truly unify the great world. What Lin Moyu meant by elimination was not just defeating the various races, but eradicating them from the great world. Only by doing so could the karma within the great world be reduced, maintaining a good state for the great world. When the battle realm arrived, they could defeat it, plunder its essence, and use it to repair the great world. With some luck, they might even establish a new path to divinity, allowing the saints within the great world to ascend and achieve supremacy. Not only the saints, but Lin Moyu himself as well. Only by walking the path to divinity, becoming a supreme being, and fully repairing the great world rune, could there be a chance for further advancement. This matter was interconnected, and none of the steps could be skipped. Eliminating the various races was a massive and complex plan that couldn't be leaked. If the races escaped to the outer domain, it would be impossible to sever the karma for the great world, and nothing else could proceed. Lin Moyu traveled silently through deep space in a warship, leaving the human race without a sound. Except for Elder Star, the Human Emperor Network, and a few saints, no one knew about Lin Moyu's departure. Lin Moyu's actions were now strictly confidential, almost becoming the highest secret of the human race. In the central divine palace of the divine city, Little Mist, who had just finished half an hour of cultivation, suddenly exclaimed, "Master has gone out again." The Hao Saint Lord smiled. "Yes, he's gone out again." Little Mist tilted her head. "Master doesn't play with me anymore. Although he doesn't make me do chores, it seems a bit boring." Little Mist seemed to miss the busy times before. Although she was busy, it was fulfilling. Watching those people pass through trials, whether they succeeded or failed, was quite interesting in retrospect. The Hao Saint Lord laughed. "Your master is too busy. He's doing great things." Little Mist's face was full of innocence. "What great things? Can Little Mist help?" The Hao Saint Lord said, "If Little Mist wants to help, you need to cultivate well. Only with a high enough realm can you help." Little Mist responded with an "oh," and immediately asked, "What realm do I need to reach?" The Hao Saint Lord thought for a moment. "The higher, the better." Little Mist seemed to understand. "The higher, the better? Do I need to be as high as the old master?" This made the Hao Saint Lord laugh. Little Mist's old master was a heavenly lord. How could such a being appear in the current world? Interestingly, since Little Mist reincarnated into a human, her intellect seemed to have regressed. Except for retaining some memories from her time as an artifact spirit, her personality was more like a child's, especially after accepting the memories of her body's original owner. Little Mist felt she had just become a human, in the childhood stage of the human race, and should be playing. So she became what she is now, with a mature body but a child's mind. Yet she understood everything. Sometimes, the knowledge she had was even more profound than that of the saints, and what she said could be incomprehensible to them. That knowledge came from the teachings of the Heavenly Lord, originally meant for supreme beings. However, Little Mist couldn't translate the Heavenly Lord's knowledge, feeling quite helpless. The Hao Saint Lord's casual remark about the higher, the better was taken seriously by Little Mist. Little Mist suddenly said very seriously, "Then Little Mist will start cultivating too, to help Master in the future." With that, she put away her toys and began cultivating again. The Hao Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord exchanged smiles, finding it interesting and wondering how long Little Mist would persist this time. Little Mist was now a God King at the 3rd level. Reaching the transcendent realm would take many years. The Hao Saint Lord laughed. Let her play. In his eyes, Little Mist was like a junior, a very congenial little girl. Although the Heavenly Saint Lord wasn't as affectionate as the Hao Saint Lord, he also liked Little Mist. Suddenly, a unique aura of breakthrough surged from Little Mist, and she advanced from the 3rd level of the God King realm to the 4th level. The Hao Saint Lord laughed. Such talent, breaking through a level in no time. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "Little Mist is playful, but her cultivation talent far surpasses ours." The Hao Saint Lord agreed. Indeed, Little Mist had been an artifact spirit for countless years, experiencing numerous teachings from the Heavenly Lord, and even more from the Supreme Beings. Through these teachings, she absorbed an immense amount of knowledge and Tao rhythm. Each bit of Tao rhythm was a blessing, accumulating layer upon layer, becoming more and more abundant, making her exceptionally fortunate. After transforming into a human, Little Mist carried these blessings with her, becoming her strongest foundation. Despite playing all these years and not cultivating much, she had advanced from a true god to a God King. This speed had already surpassed most cultivators. Both the Hao Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord believed that Little Mist's cultivation talent was better than theirs. Just when the Hao Saint Lord thought Little Mist would stop cultivating, she continued without stopping, unlike before. Previously, Little Mist's cultivation sessions never exceeded 3 hours, and she would stop after a small breakthrough. This time, Little Mist seemed very determined. 3 days later, Little Mist's breakthrough aura surged again, advancing to the 5th level of the God King realm. Another 3 days passed, and she advanced to the 6th level. 4 days later, she reached the 7th level. The House Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord were stunned. 3 breakthroughs in 10 days. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Moreover, they could see that Little Mist's foundation was solid, without any instability. The Heavenly Saint Lord frowned. Human Emperor, can you see what's going on? Although their vision was sharp, it was still inferior to the Human Emperor network. Especially here, the power of the Human Emperor network was extremely strong, capable of monitoring every change in aura. The Human Emperor network quickly responded. Her soul contains powerful forces. Each breakthrough releases a bit of this power. The House Saint Lord suddenly understood. So that's it. It must be the power of the illusory mist Heavenly Lord. Only a Heavenly Lord could achieve this. Hiding power within the soul, releasing it during cultivation. This was beyond the current capabilities of the Great World, achievable only by a Heavenly Lord. The Human Emperor network added, it's not just one type of power. The House Saint Lord was even more surprised. Is this Little Mist's blessing? More than one Heavenly Lord helped her. The Heavenly Saint Lord sighed. It's truly enviable. Not only does she have a deep foundation, but she also has Heavenly Lords paving the way for her. Chapter 21-29. Don't even think about it. We don't have that luck. Little Mist's cultivation continued. After reaching the high-level God King realm, she advanced 1 level every 4 days. In just 12 days, Little Mist stepped into the Lesser God realm. A phantom Lost Star River appeared above her head, then gradually descended to her feet. During this period, the power of the Heavenly Lord emerged from Little Mist's soul, helping her complete everything without her having to do anything herself. The House Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord were amazed, recalling the hardships of their own cultivation, filled with bitterness and tears. They realized that the gap between people was truly vast. So vast, it made them want to cry. Little Mist's Lost Star River was very peculiar, something the 2 Saint Lords had never seen before. This Lost Star River was hazy and illusory, as if it didn't exist in this world, unlike any other Lost Star River. Other people's Lost Star Rivers were filled with surging laws, like waves crashing. But Little Mist's Lost Star River was filled with vortices, countless vortices throughout the entire river. On the surface, it seemed calm, but underneath, there were hidden currents. Seeing these vortices, both Saint Lords felt a sense of horror, as if their souls were about to be sucked in. It was imaginable that the Lost Star River Little Mist comprehended was extremely terrifying. When the Lost Star River descended to her feet, a rune array suddenly appeared above Little Mist's head. This rune array was very intricate and extremely complex. The House Saint Lord exclaimed in surprise, discovering that Little Mist's soul contained a containment rune array. This containment rune array was countless times more intricate than those drawn by Lin Moyu. Needless to say, the containment rune array was the handiwork of the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord. The containment rune array unfolded, and a large amount of clear spring water gushed out, transforming into a fine mist that fell on Little Mist. The fine mist entered Little Mist's body, rapidly strengthening her physical body, quickly breaking through the God King realm, continuously advancing, and rapidly approaching the Soul realm. The 2 Saint Lords exchanged glances, seeing a bitter taste in each other's eyes. Needless to say, this was another method prepared by the Heavenly Lord for Little Mist. As long as Little Mist broke through to the Lesser God realm, this method would activate, helping her break through. Such treatment, throughout history, only Little Mist had received. But it wasn't over yet. Another rune flew out. Also, a containment rune array. The containment rune array unfolded, releasing a vast amount of rule power. Vaguely, the House Saint Lord and the Heavenly Saint Lord saw a rule world. The rule world was extremely powerful. So powerful that its rule power made it hard for the 2 to breathe. The central divine palace trembled continuously due to the vast rule power, as if it might collapse at any moment. Countless formations in the palace began to operate, and the human emperor network directly intervened in reality to help stabilize the palace. The How Saint Lord exclaimed in shock, "This is rule refinement." The Heavenly Lord not only helped Little Mist enhance her physical body, but also directly used a Heavenly Lord-level rule world for her refinement. The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "This blessing is even stronger than Lin Moyu's." In this era, the only person who could undergo rule refinement was Lin Moyu, and now there was another. Little Mist was completely unaware of this, having entered a state of selflessness, following her instincts. Her whole body began to emit a purple-gold light, and in this passive state, Little Mist completed the cultivation of the purple-gold body. Then, she slowly stood up, eyes closed, and took a step into the Lost Star River. Like Lin Moyu, Little Mist directly used her physical body to enter the Star River, merging with the Lost Star River, thereby leaping into the God Realm. Once successful, Little Mist would become the second person in this era to perfectly step into the God Realm. Little Mist stood in the Lost Star River, surrounded by vortices. The vortices continuously pulled at Little Mist, but she remained unmoved, her aura growing stronger, advancing towards the God Realm. Around her, there was a trace of power that did not belong to Little Mist, resisting the pull of the vortices. It was still the power of the Heavenly Lord, who had thought of everything for Little Mist. In just 1 hour, Little Mist completed her breakthrough, her body beginning to emit the aura of the God Realm. The Lost Star River also gradually solidified, representing Little Mist's official entry into the God Realm. At this moment, another rune flew out, landing directly on Little Mist's forehead. Little Mist let out a soft hum, sat down in the Lost Star River, and continued her cultivation. This change left the two Saint Lords completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. If Lin Moyu were here, he would know that this last rune was the unique inheritance rune created by the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord. The inheritance rune contained a complete inheritance, which Little Mist could accept in a very short time. The Lost Star River finally disappeared, and the central divine palace stopped trembling. In just over 20 days, Little Mist had advanced from the 3rd level of the God King realm to the 1st level of the God realm. This speed was enough to shock countless people. The two Saint Lords looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and bitterness. The more they looked at Little Mist, the more they felt their own misfortune. The Heavenly Lord had been too good to Little Mist, preparing everything perfectly. It was imaginable that Little Mist's future cultivation would not be slow. But this also showed how terrifying the power of the Heavenly Lords was. Such near-miraculous methods were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It seemed they could create gods at will. No wonder in ancient times, gods were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. What the Heavenly Lords created at will was nothing extraordinary. The How Saint Lord sighed. "Don't even think about it. We don't have that luck." The Heavenly Saint Lord said, "I'm not thinking about it. I'm just curious about what laws Little Mist comprehended. Just ask her when she wakes up. I'm curious too." After about a month of travel, Lin Moyu finally reached his destination. This time, he chose a small race in the peripheral area, called the White Stone Clan. In the Great World, there are 12 races, all stone-based life forms, collectively known as the Stone Clan. Because they are all stone-based life forms, they band together and formed an alliance early on. The strongest among the Stone Clan is the Black Stone Clan, which is also the leader of this stone-based alliance. The Black Stone Clan has a Saint Lord, several transcendent beings, and combined with the transcendent beings from other stone-based races, the entire Stone Clan alliance can be considered a strong race. However, it is still just an alliance, different from a single race. Lin Moyu chose the weakest among them, the White Stone Clan, which also had no transcendent beings. Arriving at the edge of the White Stone Clan's star domain, Lin Moyu retracted his warship and looked at the starry sky of the White Stone Clan. Here, white planets floated, covered in minerals, with few metals, mainly composed of stone. Many of these planets were taken from the human race, 10,000 years ago. While taking these planets, the White Stone clan also massacred many humans. The White Stone clan was not strong, never had been throughout history. However, the slaughter they caused was no less than other races, as they killed ordinary people. The White Stone clan was generally very large, and humans appeared like ants to them, easily crushed underfoot. Weak races targeted weak humans, equally cruel. Karma has its retribution. The seeds sown in the past must be reaped now. The demon race has set up barriers in various races, and the abyssal eye demons are monitoring. I wonder if they can detect me. With a thought, a rune flew out from the treasure ship's warehouse. The rune was extremely complex, formed by the fusion of several high-level runes. The rune exploded, transforming into a mist that enveloped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's figure gradually faded in the mist, until he disappeared. Chapter 2130. Upgraded Containment Rune Array. Concealment Rune. This is not merely invisibility, but true disappearance. The great world is filled with countless lines of laws. After using the Concealment Rune, Lin Moyu hides within these laws. His aura, his soul fluctuations, and all his movements blend with the laws. In this state, even if Lin Moyu takes action, the opponent may not be able to sense it. In the Inheritance of the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord, the Concealment Rune is a high-level rune, second only to the Void Concealment Rune. The Void Concealment Rune is an ancient rune that Lin Moyu cannot yet draw. After using the Concealment Rune, Lin Moyu entered the territory of the White Stone clan and encountered the barrier set up by the demon race. The barrier formed a bubble-like membrane in the starry sky, enveloping the entire White Stone clan. This huge barrier was actually composed of many smaller barriers combined. The demon race has invested heavily this time. I don't know how many years of accumulation they used, setting up barriers for over 100 races. The demon race truly invested a lot. The barriers couldn't be set up out of thin air, and required a large amount of manpower and resources. Lin Moyu reached out and touched the barrier, then passed through it effortlessly. There was no need to adjust the power frequency because countless laws already passed through the barrier, and the barrier itself relied on these laws to exist. At this moment, Lin Moyu was fused with the laws, so the barrier naturally couldn't stop him. The barrier had no reaction and did not trigger any alarms. Lin Moyu entered the barrier and flew towards the nearest star system. This star system was not large, with only one star and 3 white planets, belonging to a small star system. The 3 planets had no distinction between life planets and resource planets. For stone-based life forms, these mineral-rich planets were the best living areas. Even a planet lush with green trees would be transformed into a stone-only planet in their hands. Lin Moyu did not sense the presence of a god lord. The White Stone clan was not strong, and they didn't have many god lords, unable to station them in every star system. It might also be because they trusted the demon race's barrier too much, so they didn't station god lords in the peripheral star systems. But for Lin Moyu, it didn't matter whether there were god lords or not. In the dark starry sky, a rune suddenly flew out. This rune was extremely complex and 3-dimensional, enough to give even a god lord a headache. It wasn't an ancient rune, but it was very close to one. If the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord, or How Saint Lord, were present, they would recognize that this rune was actually a rune array, a containment rune array. However, compared to the containment rune array Lin Moyu had used before, this one was more refined and powerful. After 1,200 years of seclusion, Lin Moyu's understanding of runes had far surpassed before. The containment rune array had been continuously strengthened and improved, now becoming increasingly powerful, even showing signs of developing towards an ancient rune. In the Inheritance of the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord, it was clearly stated that any rune array could continuously evolve and upgrade. In fact, many rune arrays were very weak when first created and evolved through continuous improvement. Most rune arrays' ultimate goal of evolution and upgrade was to become ancient runes. However, the Saint Rune Heavenly Lord did not tell Lin Moyu the method of evolution for those rune arrays. He only provided the most basic rune arrays in the inheritance. How to evolve and upgrade them was left to the inheritor to figure out and do themselves. 10,000 rune masters might draw 10,000 different containment rune arrays, each with varying strengths. Every rune master had their own areas of expertise, and would generally choose to upgrade and strengthen rune arrays in their areas of expertise. Just like every teacher hopes their students can forge their own paths, truly surpassing their predecessors, Lin Moyu also strengthened and upgraded the containment rune array based on his own understanding and techniques. At this moment, the containment rune array had a larger internal space and was more solid. Its internal space was like an independent world, capable of hosting a large-scale battle. After the containment rune array flew out, it silently unfolded in the starry sky, enveloping the entire star system. Then another rune flew out. This rune was a fusion rune composed of several high-level runes, called the Mirror Image Rune. Originally, it created a layer of illusion, forming a mirage-like effect. After Lin Moyu's modifications and upgrades, the Mirror Image Rune could create a mirror image as large as a star system. The star system was swallowed by the containment rune array and disappeared, but in the next second, an identical star system appeared. The original star system was taken away, replaced by the mirror image. On the surface, the star system still existed. At least from a distance, it looked the same. From billions of kilometers away, one couldn't see any changes in the star system. Only by getting close would one discover that the planets in the star system had stopped moving. They had become a static scene, motionless in the starry sky. In the center of the star system, a huge eye continuously scanned the starry sky. This was the abyssal eye demon placed by the demon race in the White Stone clan, continuously monitoring the starry sky. At the moment, the containment rune array took away the star system. It seemed to sense something and immediately looked over. But by then, the mirror image rune had already taken effect, and it didn't notice anything unusual. Through the Ximu ancestral tree, the human high command already knew all the movements of the various races and the abyssal eye demons placed by the demon race. Naturally, Lin Moyu could think of a way to counter it. The combination of the mirror image rune and the containment rune array was his solution. From the current results, the effect was excellent. Inside the star system taken by the containment rune array, the White Stone clan members seemed to sense something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then, countless mists rose and quickly spread. Where did this mist come from? Our planet doesn't even have water. How can there be mist? What is this? How can there be flames? In the mist, countless flames erupted, burning the ground and roasting life. Then, a large number of hell fiends rushed over, opening their terrifying jaws and tearing the White Stone clan members to pieces. Screams echoed, continuously resounding in the space of the containment rune array. From the moment they were enveloped by the Hell of Bones, these White Stone clan members were doomed to die, with no chance of survival. They couldn't escape, nor could they send any information outside. They could only struggle and tremble in hell, waiting for death to come. The hell fiends tore their bodies apart, and the hell flames burned them into liquid, which finally merged into the river of hellfire, becoming nourishment for it. Too weak. Lin Moyu watched without joy or sorrow. He had no emotional fluctuations. This was not the first time he had done such a thing. Watching death unfold before his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of his sister's stunning sword strike. The siblings, the elder sister slaying a Saint Lord, the younger brother severing karma. This feeling was quite peculiar. Do what you think is right. Repeating his sister's words, Lin Moyu knew what he needed to do now. Bullying the weak and wanton killing were just trivial matters in the face of the survival of races in the Great World. Moments later, the White Stone clan members in this star system were completely wiped out, and the star system was packed up and taken away by the containment rune array. In the starry sky, the mirror image still existed, not disappearing. The upgraded mirror image rune could last for many years. As long as no one got close, no problems would be discovered.